Hello and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doovid. I'm your host, Jen, Church of Entropy. Happy to be here this Sunday evening. Looking forward to the show. Had a great week myself, did a lot of writing. Looking forward to hearing how things went with you, and I'll hand it over to you, Doovid, for the introduction.
Okay, great. Yeah, good to be back. Glad Jennifer's making progress on her writing. So I saw a few people you shared that in the comment section thought maybe I was a little rough with you. God forbid. Um, and I was thinking about the point I mentioned is expertise is an extension of self. So generally I wasn't rough with Jennifer at all. I was rough with her writing. So God forbid, say your writing sucks. I'm sorry, but you're saying your writing is an extension of yourself, and so if it's you,
So my writing sucks, therefore I suck. And I mean, I don't know, like I can get over it, but I think some people, if you talk to them like that, they may not like it. Just a thought. I mean, I'm cool with it because to me, it's like education. It's all just about the education.
well, I'm making the point. I mean, because she was being argumentative about basic facts that would improve the writing. It forced me to be harder than I needed to be. If she just kind of accepted the basic premise of my critique, it wouldn't have had to directly insult the writing. But I was making the separate point. We'll look at more of her writing this week in terms of expertise is an extension of self, and and that could be essential, like self-confidence, self-efficacy of basic abilities. And if they're like essential skills like walking, health, physical appearance, family, so writing is like an essential skill. So if you say like, well, you're handicapped in a basic ability that any educated person should have, um, so it's not like a direct insult. I wasn't saying like, okay, like she's crazy, she's worthless, or her ideas. I was particularly critiquing her writing. But as I mentioned, that expertise is within the science of self, and that's because expertise is considered an extension of self, and it's the self that is an expert. So we'll get into the writing. I just thought I'd kick off mentioning that. So I have some things to share. Um, so random if people are following um, the U.S. government, NASA is launching a new satellite to the moon, and it could be even a manned mission to the moon will be upcoming in the next few years. So that should be this week, depending on weather. Suppose I think on Monday even, uh, or but there should be uh, news so people would see about that. Lex Friedman had on Magnus Carlsen. It was kind of interesting. Magnus Carlsen himself isn't that interesting of a person. Kind of like a chess savant, where it looks like from the young age of like a young, very early teenager, he basically was removed from school and exclusively focused on chess, and an obsession where basically all he did his whole life, and he's still relatively young, um, his early 30s, uh, has focused on chess, and he thinks about chess all day, has a chessboard in his head all day. He said a few interesting things. Maybe we could talk about it a little bit, related to expertise or his style. Um, I mean, unfortunately, he doesn't appear to be that deep of a person. Like Gary Kasparov is more political. He has thoughts on all sorts of issues. Although Gary Kasparov's an older man, maybe Magnus Carlsen later in his life will have thought about that. But at this point, it would appear kind of like that movie, the Liazna Gambit, I think it was called, where basically like till this point in his life, the only thing he's really focused on is chess. Maybe he plays some sports or poker. He mentioned he doesn't believe that life has a purpose. He didn't mention atheism, but he said he didn't think life has a purpose. And at the very end, he says he suffers from imposter syndrome. He was intimidated by Lex Friedman because Lex Friedman's so smart and his audience is so smart. And I've mentioned some of the studies about chess and
Wow.
IQ related to expertise. They go, okay, well, you're the reigning world champion at chess for a decade, arguably you're the greatest chess player ever. And so he said he thinks he suffers from imposter syndrome, and that could be because maybe he really isn't all that smart. And saying like certainly has some level of ability. He's the greatest chess player uh, possibly ever. But is he a chess savant who, in reality, doesn't actually have that great of intelligence? I think they said he took like an IQ test and just got over 100. Like I forget exactly if it was accurate, but I think I saw this IQ is like in the high 100s.
So
I
that
mean,
kind of shows that chess is a 100 IQ.
no, I
The
mean a lot of
best
people
chess
who,
player in the world is about 100 IQ. That about checks out in terms of how much chess actually predicts for intelligence.
well, there's certain correlations with chess and thought, and certain reasons why
Well, I
higher.
think there's a reason people want to believe that, but this bears out that there's actually no reason to believe that.
Yeah, I mean, generally the mainstream psychological mainstream accepted, chess is correlated to intelligent. Alfred Binet had studied chess players. A lot of the very first people to design IQ test thought that chess players were going to be very smart, and then later evidence in the 80s has shown that chess players are not really that smart. There might, and it's even unclear if there's any special type of ability that predicts for certain type of chess, and there's very talented chess players from all different types of backgrounds or ability spectrum. And then it gets
So really,
into
it's just memory.
um well, it depends what you call memory. I mean, there's certain processing power, and we'll talk a little bit more about that,
The
but it's not
point
just
is, it
memory.
can be learned. Not all skills. The point is that not all skills can be learned, and this one can be.
Well, it's simple. So if you're going to say like physics, engineering, chemistry, the sciences, linguistics, so as I said, when I was a kid, my mother used to tell me that physics and linguistics professionals have the highest average IQ of any profession. And like I was telling Sully on the Discord, or the last time he was on the show, that the ability to understand very complicated ideas uh, to correlate to intelligence. And so there's nothing particularly complicated about chess. It's relatively simple. And so it's possible you have a chess savant that has a clear mind, has been thinking exclusively about chess his whole life, doesn't have any sort of special intelligent mental ability, but dedicated his whole life to this unique skills and can outcalculate even the smartest people in the world, and is the best player by far. uh, and so he's world champion, and there's a lot of other people that have presumably basically worked just as hard at the game as he has, because it's a competitive game that it's not just he's the only person who dedicated his life to chess. There's a lot of people who dedicated their life to chess, and he's came out on top of those people. But yeah, it doesn't appear that he has any special mental ability. So it was a little bit interesting, and he said that at the end where he himself feels like he has imposter syndrome, and like I could see that he doesn't really have anything really smart to say. When it comes to chess, like he could really talk about chess. He understands chess. He could explain chess. He could even explain it in simple uh, terms. So that was a little bit interesting. Uh, People wanted to check that out. Here is at the Royal Institute this week. They had one on autonomous vehicles also. Uh, this might have been from the week before. Why does human intelligence beat AI? And the notice in chess or certain things. And I'm going to get into this a little bit more this week on what exactly is intelligence or computation. What is it that humans do, and what is it that computers do? And so here, in the Royal Institute with Gerd Gerenzer is talking about the human intelligence differs from artificial intelligence, and causal thinking, the understanding of cause and effect structures, intuitive psychology, such as understanding that other people have intentions and belief, which is possible computers don't have that ability, intuitive physics, like space and time, intuitive sociology. So the nature of causality, where it's a probably generally an algorithmic causal effect, computers are much superior to humans. But
Can
of
you say that again? Like just talking about brute computation speed or what?
of yeah, like analysis trees, causal structures. If you relate like a you like Kotov candidate moves and analysis trees, that a computer unquestionably is better at analysis trees than humans.
I don't
Or at
know.
least conceivably.
Yeah, see, like when you put that qualifier on, it's kind of like we
Well, put
talk
the qualifier from technical terms would be in a defined closed state. So in a defined closed state, computers are exponentially qualitatively superior to humans.
see, like,
And,
can a computer always beat a human at chess?
well, yes, basically, yes.
Pretty much.
In fact, well, at this point, yes.
Yeah.
And it's like not every chess program, but the top chess programs and even well widely available chess programs can easily beat the top player because chess is a closed, well-defined uh, causal structure.
I thought they still were able to iterate infinitely many variants.
Chess can't be solved where you can't solve every single possible possibility, but it's still a closed system.
Does that
So
mean it has finitely many variants of play?
it has a finite number of variants, but the number is large enough that it can't be solved by computers, like 10 to the 70 the power possible variations. So that even the biggest mega computer, if it was ran for years just on chess positions, wouldn't be able to create a comprehensive, complete analysis tree. So, in terms of the formation of an analysis tree, of the exhaustive method of mapping out every single thing on the analysis tree, that's beyond the ability of a computer because even though it's a closed finite system, it's still larger than computational power. And there's even been studies that say computers will never solve chess because at some point, if the transistor reaches the smallest or the atomic level, that even at that point, the number of variations, but that's in terms of what I mean, the analysis tree. So we've talked about in the past alpha beta pruning. So you don't have to solve chess in terms of the analysis tree and every single possibility to um, find out the best move because most variations don't necessitate uh, don't necessitate analysis. So, but so this is well understood that computers outperform humans unquestionably and a substantially superior level where it's not even close. Not just saying like any computer, like your wristwatch, but like a reasonably powered computer. These days even your cell phone, in a program in a closed, well-defined system. And so, the important thing for the computers has to be a closed system and the rules have to be well defined. So if it's an open system and the rules are not well defined, that's where humans still sometimes have an advantage. But even in open, um, not well defined situations, it's close in many situations. Computers still outperform humans. So we could go into this more depth. I have more material on it. Just share this on.
Yeah, I was just thinking like computers are good at brute forcing within a localized sort of set of known rules,
I think the technical
particular
term would be
pathways within there. But then
closed, well
humans are better at
defined.
non-local identification of concepts.
Well, so here they're using the word intuitive. So if it's closed and well defined, the brute force will win out because it's closed and well defined. And if it's not closed and well defined, then the power of human intuition in some cases could win out over the computer. So like things like driverless cars are not closed, although they may be well defined. And you could argue that driverless cars still perform better than humans,
Is there a
although
reason you're calling it not closed instead of open?
well, open's the opposite of closed. So I'm saying that computers perform best in closed systems. So it's not that humans perform best in open systems, but humans can perform better in open systems. But the nature of how a computer thinks, and there's different methods and algorithms that computers have available to them to so say compute, process, think, use intelligence, however you want to define or use these words, that the methods that are available to a computer excel and surpass the human methods in closed, well defined systems. And so that's why intuition is generally only useful in open and I mean, intuition is also useful in closed, uh, well-defined systems, obviously. But compared to a computer, intuition makes a difference for humans in open, not well-defined system, and also the nature of causal thinking, where you're looking at intuitive cause and effect, where if you have, that's what's mean by well-defined. So well-defined causality, even in an open system, computers will outperform humans. But where the causality is not well defined, then it has a human intuition applied to the causality. And so Sully was mentioning you on this, Magnus Carlsen and intelligence. Um, so causal thinking is related to being well defined and well defined in nature of the cause effect structures. So if the cause effect structures are well defined, the computer will outcalculate the human and it won't even be close. Like if it's a calculus problem, a math problem, any form of well defined causality structure, uh, if it could be well defined, the nature between cause and effect, and programmed into a computer, uh, the computer will outperform uh, exponentially without even a close comparison the top level human. But if it can't be well defined, then the computer's computational power doesn't help it because the computer could only computate well defined causality structures. So just a little bit interesting. And he didn't even really distress this that well. I'm
This
more
is
saying,
really nonsensical, this slide here, in a lot of ways. It sort of implies that there's no such thing as common sense.
yeah, some this is the Royal Society Institute, so I was just sharing it. But no, I don't think it was really that great of a lecture. And so most of what I was saying was from my other research in general, uh, about well defined, and so I was translating what he's saying to I would say the industry standard of machine learning and a clear differentiation between what happens in the human mind and what happens in computer processors and the type of things that a computer unquestionably outperforms humans at and why the computer unquestionably outperforms humans at. And from a certain point, the question is will humans always outperform computers in the things where we still outperform computers? And that's unclear. So it's conceivable that there could be a new algorithm, a new method that would cause the limitations. And really, what that would be is to be a method of being able to well define causality structures that are currently not well defined. And that's where human intuition comes in where there's intuitive causal structures that don't follow uh, a direct Boolean logic and can't even necessarily be explained. Because if it could be explained, drawn out on paper in the logical structure of what's happening, like, so if Jennifer could actually explain her ideas in a logical format of Boolean logic, then the computer would outperform. But because it's at an intuitive level where it can't be reduced to logic that could be put into circuit logic, the computer can't perform those tasks, or at least would have extreme difficulty.
Right.
Uh, God forbid the small town my father's ancestor came from in Missouri in the news this week for reinstituting school spankings. I guess
Yeah, that was
insurgents.
very weird. And the quote was, "We've had people thank us," right?
Yeah, and God forbid my father told me a story, rather common family story, that like I mean, the moral of the story is like, if you get spanked at school, you're getting spanked when you come home. And it was kind of like, like he got in trouble at school, he got spanked at school, and we got home, his dad spanked him again, and he was like, no dad, like, they were wrong, it wasn't me. But he's like, you get spanked at school, you get spanked when you come home too. And so the law in America is set up where it's a state right. The Supreme Court ruled that you could have the state, so spanking is allowed in certain states. And so I'm not sure if it's the only district. So I mean, generally spanking has been phased out, but I guess the current level of depravity in America, people want to reinstitute spanking, and so this was voted on, and it's opted in by parents, and so you could only spank kids whose parents opted in, and would have given the school authority to spank their kids. Um, so here's some semi-related things. So this is a concept in linguistics called distributional semantics, more related to AI. Um, Research that develops the studies and theories and methods quantifying, categorizing semantic similarities between linguistic terms based on their distributional properties and large samples of language data, which is similar to Jennifer and the Buddhist relational meaning concept, that words only have meaning in relationship to each other. Um,
I think you
but
mean
this,
dependent arising.
say it again.
Are you thinking of dependent arising?
If that's the terminology they used, I'm not sure the technical term that that's the English term. So if that's this refers um, to natural language processing of computers in a method that they use, where so it's not philosophically saying that words are meaningless and only have meaning in relationship to other words. It's a computer algorithmic method to try to derive the meaning through its proximity in relation to other words. So it's more from distributional semantics is comes more out of linguistic items with similar distributions have similar meanings, and so I guess it was already came up in the 50s, and but it's mostly a term now for vector spaces and computer programming, but it's related to some of the topics me and Jennifer come back to pretty often, related to words.
So is the
I
basic
almost,
idea that meaning is distributed throughout words? Is that the
it's a
basic idea?
method. It's a method to determining the meaning by the proximity of that word to other words in relational. So it's not. a philosophical theory. It's an algorithmic method used by natural language processing today to determine meaning through statistical methods. So if me and Jennifer are talking philosophical methods of meaning, or looking at the Buddhist theology, this is similar, but it's a statistical method used by machine learning natural language processors. That, like
Nice.
I said, compared to humans, we wouldn't have the capacity to do the same brute force calculation to determine meaning by doing a statistical method of millions of permutations, or statistics. Maybe subconsciously the predictive mind performs these functions, but yeah, I was just reading that, so I thought I'd share that. So chess.com, oh, they actually changed it.
Yeah, what happened to your posts there? Sorry, they changed one.
I deleted my article, and because like I didn't figure, like, okay, whatever. um yeah, I wasn't sure that I was going to get anywhere. And so, I mentioned it was originally called The History of Chess, a Reflection of Us. And so I'd written like a quick one-page thing just on the difference between competitive chess and the history of chess, and said, like, it doesn't cover the history of chess. It covers the history of the world championship, starting with the rise of competitive chess 150 years ago. And it covers like the first 2,000 years of history in the first 5 minutes. And so I said in my post that it was a good video, but it should have been titled The History of the World Chess Championship, not The History of Chess. And so they actually changed the title. My thing on on Lee Chess only got like 50 views, and I ended up just deleting it because, I'm not sure if there's any purpose in me doing a review or critique of this. Um, but it was semi interesting. And the nature of competitive chess, it's about winning. And the the history of chess had different purposes of divination, morals, ethics, karma. And so they briefly mentioned Benjamin Franklin. Only the first 5 minutes of the hour 15-minute video covers the pre-tournament chess era, and then the rest of the video is just the history of the world chess champions. So people are interested in that, that they could see that. So it's ironic that they actually changed the title. Maybe someone did see my post and
It's
referred to
not
it.
ironic.
Well, I
So
don't know if
are
I'm
you
directly.
saying they changed it along your edicts or what?
I said, like, that was what I wrote in my essay. Was it was a good video, but it was titled. It's not a history of chess. It's just a history of the world chess championship. And so I actually changed the title. That it was originally titled A Reflection of Us. So maybe they saw my post and changed it, or maybe uh, they did it on their own. So if they saw my post and did it, no one, they didn't consult me. Um,
Hmm.
okay, so I'm almost finishing my research on self, and
Yeah, almost. Just a couple centuries, right?
well, no, I have all my notes. I wrote another page of notes, and a few more things about the cognitive revolution, because I need my like narrative arc of how I'm going to frame the information and organize it. And there's going to be multiple organizational structures. We could talk about that later, but once you have the narrative arc, the writing is really easy. Not easy, but it's much easier. If you don't have the narrative arc, it'd be extremely difficult to write. And so, um,
Are you serious? A narrative arc is, you feel it's absolutely imperative to writing?
it's not imperative, but I would say that
Or you're saying it's a great facilitator, and it's such a facilitator that it's inconceivable to operate it without it. It almost
you
sounds
can
like you're saying
operate
that.
without it, but it's probably over 50% of the writing process.
the narrative voice is 50% of the writing process. So most people, when they're writing, they're thinking
I
me,
don't know
me,
why you
me, me, me,
confuse
me,
that.
me,
I
and
don't know
then they're
why.
writing down through
Well,
the
I don't know
lens of
why you
me.
misspoke.
Okay,
I
what
said
did
the
I
narrative
misspeak?
arc.
Yes, the narrative arc is something presumably happening to someone.
No, I mean the narrative voice is something you have or not. So like Jennifer has not developed a narrative voice. She doesn't have a narrative voice in any of her writing. The narrative arc is specific to a single essay. Each essay has its independent narrative arc. So it's saying like, no, you don't develop. I mean, there's somewhat of a narrative voice for a topic. You say like, well, who am I to discuss this topic? So you have the narrative voice, but your narrative voice is still you. So you can't really create a new narrative voice per topic because the narrative voice is uniquely your narrative voice. The narrative arc is specific towards an essay, and it's the arc of your narrative, of the organizational structure for how you're approaching the essay. So it's saying once you, so some extent, the narrative arc is the outline of your essay. So once you have the outline structure of your essay, that's like almost half the battle. The writing it is
Right.
even so if you're confusing the two, narrative voice and narrative arc. So it's saying the narrative arc of my essay is the structure, how I'm going to open up, how I'm going to put all the information in, and how I'm going to use my narrative voice to discuss me giving over this information. So it's saying that once you have the narrative arc, that's really over half the battle. But we'll get back to this when we look at Jennifer's work. This
Yeah,
time,
depending on how like developed it is, you may
so I'm
only
going to see like all the
the
times I
narrative arc.
repeated it, Jennifer is still confused on this, and like
No,
slowly will.
I get it now because narrative arc is per essay. Narrative voice is why you are the person who ought to be writing the essay. I was confused because of what you said with Hero Journey having a narrative, or sorry, having an arc. That was where I got confused. I get it though.
I mean, narrative voice is you.
But
I mean,
who
it's
is me?
related to
No, just kidding.
it's
But like,
it,
I get
it's
it.
related to why you should be writing the essay, and that will the narrative voice and narrative arc are very related concepts. But I'm saying your
Mm,
narrative voice is you in all of your writings. Your narrative voice um, doesn't really change because it's you. There might be aspects of yourself that are more exemplified in different writings, but it's you, and it's how you come across in your writing and how you connect to the reader as the person who is the narrator to the reader. What could they garner about the person who wrote it, as opposed to the narrative arc is the individual technique, organizational structure that you use in a given piece of writing to structure it and as a narrator. So I mean, we'll get back to this, but I mean, see, it's confusing, and that's what Sully was confused in the comments, and you see even Jennifer still has some confusion. So we'll go over that more when we look at Jennifer's essay, and we'll differentiate what is her narrative arc versus her narrative voice. So even if she still has difficulty with her narrative voice, she could still successfully have a narrative arc for a given essay. So it says like
yeah.
her narrative voice as a person in identity confusion or crisis, however you want to use the terminology, will come across as okay, the narrative voice, this person has identity confusion, and that's obvious from reading the writing.
Just because I don't have a narrative voice doesn't mean I have identity confusion. Just putting that out there.
It does.
For the quadrillionth time, according to you, it does not me though.
Okay, but as the person who has no expertise in the subject, but and that gets back to the terminology because you're misunderstanding the terms according to your own understanding, as opposed to the technical definition of these terms.
Well, you said narrative voice is somehow the ability to connect to the reader.
It's not an ability. I mean, it's like narrative voice is a factual element of all pieces of writing. It's your personal voice that is transmitted from you to the reader.
Uh-huh.
So
What if I
there's
don't want to do that? What if I
so then
can't do that?
that's why you have that's why the your narrative voice gives over identity confusion. So I said there's this factual element. It's like a factual psychoanalysis of Jennifer and her writing. There's nothing to argue about there. In saying that because there you hear the voice of the person who wrote it through the writing, and if the person doesn't give over a clearly identifiable narrative voice, it comes across as identity confusion. So in that aspect, you could have a narrative voice of identity confusion. Whoever's writing this has identity confusion and therefore is not coming across with a clear narrative voice. However, the essay was still written with a clear, understandable narrative arc. So that's why they're two separate things.
Thanks for explaining. We can keep going now.
And so when we look at the essay, and that's, go back to the first point I made about expertise is an extension of identity. So when I say
that's
this,
where you've lost me. To me,
that's why
expertise doesn't necessitate identity, but we can talk about that later.
That's why Jennifer feels insulted from what I'm saying, because it's an attack
I
on
don't
her
think
identity.
I'd go that far.
Well,
I'm not insulted. I wish we could understand each other better, but I think it's just part of the process. I wouldn't say I wouldn't go that far to say I'm insulted. No.
Well, no, see, because you don't understand yourself or have identity confusion, I'm not going to be able to understand you. If you can't understand yourself,
Oh, you're thinking it's possible for that to happen. I keep saying reframe expectations. That's impossible.
I could create a narrative. So I understand, Jennifer, that I've created a narrative in my own mind to make sense of her. And if I told her the narrative that I used to understand her, she would probably disagree. But at least I have a cognitive structure, a schema in my own head to understand her, even though it's not the narrative that she would probably self express about herself. But because she has identity confusion, she doesn't have a clear narrative to give over. So I have, so I have my own narrative that I've superimposed on her that works well enough to have a relationship. And so say you could have a relationship with someone in a state of identity confusion. In terms like the main purpose of identity is to give predictive power to behavior. So because
or to
Jennifer
rationalize behavior post hoc. You can't predict my can't predict my behavior pre the fact. You might be able to rationalize it to yourself inaccurately post hoc, but that's different.
Well, I mean, that's when eventually I'll write my essay. But I mean, one of the main functions of identity in the identity narrative establishment of traits is to make your behavior predictable to other people. And
no,
so,
it isn't. It's to that is I'm
not asking you for your opinion.
It's not predictions people are making.
It is. I'm
oh yeah, people are predicting other people's
if
behavior.
If you want to give your own opinion, like good for you for having an opinion, just explain to you these are the theories. You're too caught up in yourself and what you think. So I'm just saying this is the theories. Doesn't matter what you think in your opinion. This is one of the major school opinion of psychology and identity and narrative. That's the purpose of the narrative, is to give predictive power to the other people that deal with you. So you can have your own opinion. I mean, you could express it later if you want, but it's not the purpose now for you to argue and to express your own idea on this. And so just making the point that, I mean, we'll have to get into this in the writing and saying that's okay. So let me just finish this because these are always argumentative because the nature of this is that's why I call Jennifer's essentially anti-intellectual. I'm just telling her my research and what the research says, and she's telling me what she thinks. And that's why it's anti-intellectual in general, because it's not like it doesn't matter or it's invalid what she thinks, but in the general pool of the accepted research versus what she thinks is worth a lot less. And that's why, it's somewhat anti-intellectual. Because if it was she was more intellectual, she would recognize what she thinks and her opinions on the matter are less significant than, so to say, the major schools of research on the issue. And you
I'm quite
separate.
shocked that this is you consider this to be a mainstream view, but all right.
Well, maybe you reject psychology in totality, but yes, it's one of
No,
the
I'm
major
just
major
shocked that
schools
this is
of
the view.
psychology and personality and identity.
That the main purpose of subjectivity is to predict future events.
You can't even say what I said over accurately. And that's
Okay.
like your anti-intellectualism. You're just arguing because like some sort of cognitive dissonance, and clearly you didn't even understand what I said. You said it. What did I say? Subjectivity. The main purpose of narrative identity is to give predictions of predictable behavior and patterns to the people that you deal with. So if I create a
I said
narrative,
subjectivity instead of narrative identity. Excuse me.
yeah,
I
well, what
should
the
have
hell
said
is
narrative
subjectivity?
identity.
I don't know,
Yeah.
why do you say subjectivity? So you just say you
Um,
misspoke, or
that's how
that's
I
like
understood what you said. I
that's your
misspoke.
dissonance coming in, or some sort of like Freudian slip projection.
Honestly, I misspoke. Um, it seemed to be that was what you meant.
Why would that be what I meant? I said narrative. Why did it mean subjectivity? I mean, you could say
Well,
narratives
because
are
it's the
subjective.
subject making the
If
narrative.
you're
So I
saying
don't
that
want to argue
narratives
about
are
this, though.
subjective,
It's
that's
my. I accept it's whatever. We can move on.
yeah. So I mean, you're still arguing that that's the mainstream uh, theory on identity, is that it gives predictive power to the people that you deal with. And that's why if you're in
Okay.
a state of identity confusion, it makes your behavior unpredictable. Not necessarily
Okay.
unpredictable, but harder to predict. So even though you have identity confusion, Doovid has been able to superimpose a narrative that makes good enough predictions in my own mind to deal with Jennifer and have a relationship with her. That I could hear her narrative voice through her identity confusion. If you put it in like, like one crazy person could understand another crazy person, or if you want to put it in pejorative terms like that. But the narrative arc is connected to narrative voice. But I'm saying just because a person is a state of narrative confusion doesn't mean that a given essay can't have a clear narrative arc. So we're going to get into this when we review uh, Jennifer's essay. Okay, so there's more relation, to, and specifically what I was saying, predictive power, the computational correlates of consciousness. And so I read this whole book of like this 1,600-page textbook on The Mind is a Machine, A History of Cognitive Science. It was really quite good. And for a period in the 50s, there was what was called the computational correlates of consciousness. And related to the cognitive revolution were models of consciousness, models of the mind, which were computer models of the mind. And so if you look at neural correlates of consciousness, you say there's computational correlates of consciousness, which are basically, I'll just read this abstract here. Over the past few years, numerous proposals have appeared that attempt to characterize consciousness in terms of what could be called computational correlates, principles of information processing with which to characterize the differences between conscious and unconscious processing. Proposed computational correlates include architectural specifications such as the involvement of specific regions of the brain and conscious processing, properties of representations, such as their stability in time or their strength, and properties of specific processes, such as resonance, synchrony, interactivity, or information integration. In exactly the same way as one can engage in a search for the neural correlates of consciousness, one can thus search for the computational correlates of consciousness. The most direct way of doing is to contrast models of consciousness versus unconscious information processing. In this paper, I'll review these developments and illustrate how computation modeling of specific cognitive processes can be useful in exploring and formulating putative computational principles through which to capture the difference between conscious and unconscious cognition. So, generally, these computational correlates um, were with the rise of computer and artificial intelligence, or not as artificial intelligence, but just computer modeling software. That computational correlates would be algorithmic models of human thinking that could be simulated in the computer. And so that's part of why Chomsky and the cognitive revolution main pillar is artificial intelligence is originally was called artificial intelligence, but really is just the rise of computers because artificial intelligence changes your meaning and why linguistics. So it's interesting. Anthropology and linguistics were one of the very first main fields of the cognitive revolution and cognitive science. And at this point, linguistics is a minor part of cognitive science, even though linguistics has had the most success in terms of computational modeling. And like in terms of artificial intelligence, machine learning, the most successful of all the cognitive functions is language. There's some like visual recognition, and most likely like the Turing test in the Google AI, like passing the Turing test is in language that a computer, if it could conceivably pass the Turing test and confusing a computer for a person, would be through the use of language. And at this point, I said you could download a chat bot to program machine learning. Like I mentioned, like your machine learning has become simplified, and you could create your own machine learning chat bot that of the computational models of cognitive science, linguistics is by far the most successful. Although there are models for other aspects like emotional models or cognitive structures, and in terms of machine learning, also there's a lot of success in visual image recognition and processing. But in terms of thought, there hasn't been much success in. And then anthropology, which was expected to be one of the main fields of cognitive science, fell to the wayside because the difficulty of what Jennifer will see in her article this week, panpsychism. Because if you have an individual consciousness to create joint consciousness, joint attention, shared ideas that are shared between individual minds, where groups process and work together, they have not successfully been able to build models of group action. So basically, like Chomsky in his universal grammar, where you just said, well, people are born with these rules. There's certain rules that people function by, and we're born with them. Is the new direction of anthropology, where you have evolutionary psychology, which is say people function in group, but the rules by which people function in groups are not learnt; they're inborn through evolution. So, because of that difficulty of having singular minds forming cognitive ideas that cause people to act in groups, um, anthropology has fallen on the wayside. And you mentioned in identity, you have the idea of roles and reciprocal roles, where people have roles related to other people in groups. But does the group have a role? And how do you have a group role? Meaning that people have to have the same cognitive structures in their minds collectively to function as a group, and it's very difficult to form a mechanism, because the black box of the mind, to show that people within a group have the same cognitive structures and individual minds. So anthropology has went the way of evolutionary psychology as opposed to um, cognitive science. And so when we look at Jennifer's article on panpsychism, that's a different approach. And so we recognize the current state of cognitive science. There's really no good explanation for group behavior. So I'm not sure if you understand what I'm saying.
Sure. Science can't answer the question of group behavior.
Well, it can't model it. I mean, it could have an answer. So it could be like within the black box of the mind, like Chomsky, of saying that there's higher order linguistic rules that we're born with, and that explains how children learn languages. That children don't learn rules, they're inborn with the rules, even though you can't open up the mind and show that we're inborn with the rules. It could only be done through psychometrics. So that's evolutionary psychology, that's saying people function in groups because the group functioning are inborn higher order rules within the mind that exist from birth and aren't learned from the environment. um, it is kind of a cop out, kind of like panpsychism. You're saying, well, what's the difference between that and panpsychism, which is saying that it's
Yeah,
inborn.
there's been this asinine argument against panpsychism for years. Oh, it's just sex step atheism. No, that doesn't cut it, because panpsychism answers quite a bit more than materialism does. So
We still the
it's not the same interpretation either. Matter is a subset of mind, and mind emergent from matter. Those are completely different, incompatible.
cognitive science would necessitate the building up environmentally or from internal processes the rules of an individual mind, and then showing through interaction with each other that individual minds create the same cognitive structures that people act in according to groups. So that meant, like I said, identity. The one of the purposes of identity and narrative, if not the strongest purpose, is to make your behavior predictive to other people. And so that way, like if you're acting as a group, your behavior is predictive, in that you're part of a group. I could predict that you're going to play the role that you're expected to play, and that's because you're acting according to a certain cognitive structure. Um, but the mechanism, so there's no well-developed cognitive science mechanism for how this works, to be just theoretical. And even in terms of like the computational correlates of consciousness, to develop some sort of like computer simulation for how individual minds could build up and act as groups, is even what Daniel of active inference was talking about, ants. Even cognitive structures of ants acting in group behavior is you really beyond the scope of science at this point. And they also are relying on this concept of evolutionary psychology, where ants have these rules of group behavior have to be evolutionary, they're inborn.
They tend to call that stuff like behavior, that type of behavior emergence, like with birds flying together and then the ants having the coordinated behavior, tends to just sort of get classed under the banner of emergence.
Yeah, that's just kind of a way of saying it's non-scientific.
Well, it's just a way of saying whenever this happens, whenever there's like a macro state pattern, we're going to just call it emergence, and that's it.
Yeah, because it's saying that we're for the sake of the paradigm of scientific, like Kuhn's scientific revolution, we're going to assume that it arises from the brain and internal cognitive structures, so it's emergent from the phenomenon that we think we understand. But it's basically a way of saying that they don't currently understand it, but think that what they do currently understand will eventually lead to an explanation for what they don't currently understand, as opposed to an
So
alternative
emergent is
explanation.
just like the like the broad sort of thing they don't understand, which is the sum greater than parts phenomenon.
Yeah, so if you said an alternative explanation is panpsychism, where panpsychism, it's not emergent. I mean, it's saying it's not arising as a higher quality from a lower quality. It's not emergent. It's something. It's a property of something that's there in the first place.
Well, the birds are descending as properties of the mind into matter. And so they occasionally coalesce with the original form of mind, which is crystalline perfection, whereas matter has imperfections. So
Yes,
sort
you're
of
saying
adjacent in that
there's
sense.
a panpsychism between the birds. It's not an emergent property of individual minds. It's a different substance or phenomenon that is currently present, the collective mind, panpsychic mind of the birds. So it's an alternative explanation. And so the point of the emergent is to reject explanations like panpsychism in saying that they're
There you go.
working with. But that's why I say anthropology and why they come on to evolutionary psychology. It's just an interesting point. So this was an interesting video. I found this new channel, Branch Education. They had a long one on waves and Fourier transform. Oh no, so that's this one, wavelets, a mathematical microscope. So I just this one came up in my um, Artrem Kisanov had some interesting video. I actually watched all his videos. I think I'd shared him maybe a few months before, and because I'd seen one of his videos, I don't know if I shared it or not, but he was interesting videos. I ended up watching all of them. The last one on waves was pretty good. He's also got some on memory techniques, neuroscience. This one's kind of mathematical, like for you of Starlink and satellites and signals. So it was pretty interesting, kind of non-mathematical or minimal mathematical graphical representation of satellite and information processing. Um, this is your Wikipedia related to the computational correlates of consciousness, computational cognition, the study of the computational basis of learning and inference by mathematical modeling, computer simulation, behavior experiments. So, like I was saying, the cognitive revolution, computer modeling is the difference that led to cognitive science from psychology, because psychology was based on introspection and psychometrics, and you needed the advent of the computer for modeling. People had like Kabbalistic models, Vedic models. Some theoreticians have had models of the mind, um, but you really needed the computer to actually compute or permeate or test models of the mind, and that's why um, cognitive science rises with the computer and artificial intelligence, and that there's a back and forth between computer science and psychology where people have ideas from introspection and psychology about how the human mind works for methods to program the computer, and the reverse also for like I mentioned in Kotov and the analysis trees, that methods that the computer uses that later come to explain cognitive phenomenon. And I would put at this point, it's probably actually now in 2022, it's probably more from the computer to the mind than the other way around, where a majority of what we believe to know about the brain and the mind is a reverse anthropomorphization, and less of what we know about the computer is anthropomorphization, because the algorithms and understanding of the computer has passed the level where we know that the computer doesn't operate the way the human mind does, and we don't really come with ideas about how to program the computer from insights on the human mind. And so there's the anachronisms of like neural nets and a lot of the terminologies like artificial intelligence of the 50s when the computer was in its beginning stages. So for my narrative arc of the essay on identity, I needed to do a little bit more research on the cognitive revolution and the role of the rise of cognitive science and computer models in the shift and change in psychology. And to some extent, all the psychological schools are still there. So there's still, um, you know, top psychologists or thinkers are familiar with all the major schools, but different thinkers could still be from different schools. And a lot of psychologists that like see patients may not really get too much into computer modeling. So like Doovid's more into theoretical psychology, understanding the nature of consciousness on a theoretical level, not necessarily talking to patients how to solve their problems. So I'm focusing more on computer modeling and artificial intelligence because that's one of the biggest precipice leaders indicators for understanding consciousness, as opposed to a psychologist that probably deals more with introspection, or you're just talking with people trying to solve problems, or a psychiatrist that prescribes drugs. T Jump had this jujitsu expert who said Sam Harris was one of his students. It's a little bit interesting talking about fights, and like, God forbid, T Jump kind of like a degenerate. Like at the end, he's like begging the guy to introduce him to like ring card girls, and saying like the dude's in his like 70, the dude's like 70 years old, and like T Jump's like begging him to introduce him to like a ring card girls. I thought that was God forbid somewhat telling, but there's a little interesting back and forth questioning
You think he was trying
about.
to cash in on some of that honor in an honorless society or something?
T Jump might be like literally autistic, so like he
Well, he
probably.
says it every 10 minutes, so maybe.
So I mean, he probably no. I mean, wants to have, God forbid, sexual relations with promiscuous women, and so of the
Well, he
nature,
says that every 10 minutes too. So he says his autistic fixation is well, I
well,
don't want
just
to repeat it, but
yeah, he has less control of saying what he's subconsciously thinking, and then maybe of the level, where as opposed to talking to a girl, or I'm going to briefly mention Andrew Tate when I get to the song of the week, and the nature of promiscuous women that like so if you're okay, like God forbid, let's go to the strip club, let's just go find a prostitute, you'll have relations with a prostitute, and saying like, well, the prostitute might be disgusting to him. It's like, well, I don't have relations with a prostitute. Like, but
well, he hired a girlfriend. So I don't think he's against that.
um well, I'm saying a physical phenomenon of um there's a certain level of people that just prefer prostitutes. So
All right.
if you just want the sexual relations, it's probably the easiest and best way is just to hire prostitutes.
Sure. I can
I mean,
see that
I
argument.
mean, well, it's not an argument. I'm saying it's a
Yes, it
factual.
is.
Okay, I mean, you say anything's an argument, but I'm saying it's an observation. It's something I've studied and seen, and it's probably statistically demonstrated that you're saying the God forbid. I'm going to talk I'm not sure if you've been following the Andrew Tate phenomenon, but God forbid. I managed my rapper. He couldn't go. Actually, saw the same thing that John F. Kennedy said the same thing. Um, and I mean, so, but he couldn't go 3 days without sexual relations. And if it was, getting to 3 days without sexual relations, he would just hire a prostitute. So it wasn't his necessary preference for a prostitute, but his necessity to have regular sexual relations that
Holy
he,
shit, slow down on the meat, buddy.
and actually John F. Kennedy said the same thing. And in New York culture, regular culture, um, the most promiscuous people, it like prostitutes are part of the package, because you're not always going to be able to find you're not always going to be able to find a consensual woman to have relationships with. And but you could, basically always find a prostitute. So if you're a highly sexed person, um, presumably the majority of those relations are going to be with prostitutes, especially if you demand sex, like on a regular basis. So if you need sex, like, every few days, probably a high amount, or even the majority of your sexual partners are going to be prostitutes. And, that's what they're there for. That's the nature of, but, like if T Jump, just my guess from looking at, he probably maybe would find the nature, like it could be an ego thing where he doesn't want to accept, like, I have to pay for this. So if it's just accept, like, okay, like I'm going to pay, like, God forbid, um, like I want the service, I'm going to pay. He probably has two things: the ego point, where he doesn't want to pay for it, like uh, uh, just an insult to his ego, even though from a practical purpose, the reality is maybe prostitution is illegal, depends on the area, or there could be legal ramifications where he's scared of the law, or it could be an ego thing where he just couldn't bring himself to pay for it, or it could be that prostitutes are disgusting to him. That, like the nature of a prostitute is prostitutes have had, um, lots of sexual relations. They do it all the time, and therefore say, "Well, I want to have sexual relations, but the prostitute, she just isn't attractive to me." And you might even say that about ring. I would probably say that like a stripper, a ring card girl, that they just wouldn't be attractive to me. Um, because they stink of promiscuity. So like that, so that level of T Jump, I was kind of surprised on that. So, but so that was just a random quip on that. And it's actually the song I'm going to get into this week that I analyze. um, Falco. We're getting close. Um, did you watch this interview?
Oh, I did. I was very interested, not just in the content, but also the maybe meta stuff going on, that the meta content, whatever, wasn't content. Especially the fact that T Jump was like playing chess and couldn't even fucking suppress the sound of the chess. I'm wondering if like Howder, I don't even know how to say his name, but I wonder if this guy actually heard that and if he was like insulted by that. Sort of just shows T Jump's cluelessness. This guy's like, "Oh wow, I'm so excited to talk to you," and so you're so intellectual, and he's like playing video games. Oh,
Well, I mean, it's like T Jump's much smarter than him, and his mind goes very quickly, and T Jump could converse
but
with
he's not
him.
smart enough to see that playing chess while having an interview is totally disrespectful looking, and doesn't give a shit about that.
I mean, it's his style, and so
Somebody's
like
not a
it's like if I was playing a game with Magnus Carlsen, and Magnus Carlsen was doing something at the same time while he was playing me, and you're like, Magnus, stop being rude. Like, well, I could beat you easily. Like it doesn't require the full use of my mind, so I'm doing something else with my mind. So in that sense, like, well, stop being rude. But it's saying if this guy, Christopher's like, well, T Jump is much smarter than him, and conversing with him doesn't require the full use of his mind. So the fact that he's doing something else at the same time is understandable. If that's, what T Jump is, if he's a fan of T Jump, that's he's, almost accepting that obviously T Jump is, mind works much quicker, or the conversation isn't occupying his full attention, and he could have a full conversation. So if you're mean, like, no, I want you to give the full to the conversation, basically, like, dude, you're like 40 IQ points lower than me. Like, I can't give the full, my full attention to what you're saying, because like you think slowly and inaccurately. Um,
Well, I guess that's what happens when you don't enjoy teaching.
no, I mean that's we got Ricardo in the chat. I mean, there's studies that show that you can't, um, there's really a communication barrier after two standard deviations of intelligence, like around 30 IQ points. And so, like at that point, where the mind processes or the understanding level is much deeper, that you can't give a person their whole undivided attention. So if you like, oh, a spiritual level, like I'm going to give you my complete undivided attention, like some sort of
Mhm. Well, no,
spiritual.
did I say that? No. Just a mere acknowledgement that this person's literally, like, fanboying for him. It's like, "Oh my gosh, I'm, like, nervous," or whatever. I was like, "Ah." Anyway, just wanted to say
Yeah, I
that.
remember that wasn't surprising. I don't even think Christopher was surprised. Like if Christopher was like, I could beat you up with one hand tied, or you're like, well, like while talking, having a conversation. And I haven't mentioned that with violence. Like a lot of times when you're going to use violence in public, you start talking to the crowd, and part of that is the recognition. Like I know my fighting skills. Like I'm going to be able to kick your ass unquestionably. So like I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the people around so that they're going to understand what's happening, and for like the legal ramifications or the narrative of what's happening. But in the same way, from like a physical fight, if Christopher was like, yeah, I could talk to the whole audience and like beat him up at the same time, because beating him up uh, doesn't require his full attention. So that's just expertise is an extension of self. If the expertise is there, it's like, no, I know my ability, and it doesn't require my full attention. You don't necessitate my full attention. I'm sorry. um so I didn't think that was surprising. I mean, he focused on like debunking fake kung fu versus kung fu, so it was even less interesting than like Lex Friedman. Lex Friedman's more, like the
Yeah, he said
philosophy.
fake kung fu, like, 3 or 4 times. It got weird at the end.
Yeah, and it's just like, what's fake kung fu, and Christopher. What? So it was kind of a B-rate conversation actually. So you
I
get
just
the
really like the topic, of, martial arts and how it connects to debating, because debating is like the intellectual equivalent of martial arts. Martial arts are to fighting what debate is to arguing.
well, yeah, and they both also have kind of uh Kotovian candidate structure and analysis trees nature to it, like in the same way of
Mhm.
arguments, where you pick from a variety of potential arguments from which the person you're debating has multiple counter arguments, and creates an exponential structure. So to fighting, where you pick from a handful, or different attacks you could use against your opponent, to which they could reply with different ones, and creates a exponential analysis tree. And he actually, Christopher mentions that in terms of martial arts, in terms of predicting your opponent's behavior. Um, there was some I watched. It was interesting, but like T Jump, yeah, he's no Sam Harris. He's no. Um, I think I saw it. I mean, God forbid, like Destiny, when he talked to Jesse Lee Peterson. Jesse Lee Peterson was like, saying he's going to hook him up with a girl, and Destiny was like, no thanks, like God forbid, like any girl you hook me up with, like probably don't want. So like that's what, like, I get like T Jump, he's no Destiny. So T Jump is like, this like almost 60-year-old man is like begging him to hook him up with like a ring card girl. And then where you think like Destiny, when Jesse Lee Peterson was like, I'm gonna hook you up with a girl, and Destiny was like, no, no, no thanks, like any girl you hook him up with, I probably don't want. And so that like dynamic or dichotomy is a little bit noteworthy.
Like, I don't know if it's possible to just move your camera a tiny bit,
uh
because right
yeah.
now you can only see sort of, yeah, there you go. Just a little more.
Okay, hold on.
Anyway, it's like, yeah, there you go. It sort of cuts off. Yeah, there you go. That's perfect.
Okay, so Doovid had his picture in the paper. So Maurice Ashley, who the link's not going to fit. Maurice Ashley. God forbid Ricardo got divorced. God forbid. I mean, I don't care if you want to come on and talk about it, or if Jennifer doesn't want to talk to you. I understand. Like, if you want to talk, or maybe that means it's time to stream again. Like, God
As
forbid.
horrible as he's treated me, there's probably a contingent who've treated me far worse. So obviously, I'm down to have him on if he wants to come and vent about stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if you're being serious, like, God forbid, I'm sorry. I guess knowing
Yeah, I
all
mean,
this.
it could just be a bullshit account. Like, we don't know for sure, but if that is the fact, sorry about your loss. It's never easy to go through something like that. And I hope it's for the best.
Yeah, I mean, knowing all the stuff you've said online, it's not surprising. Like, God forbid, like, you've said quite a
Let's
few
not
things.
recap that whole story, please, right
Yeah,
now.
I'm not going to go over any of the facts by saying, like, it's not surprising, but even America in general, the divorce rate is over 50%, and for like professionals, like for your demographic, the divorce rate is probably even like 70%. I remember I took anthropology at University of Michigan, and the teacher, asked people in the class to raise their hand who planned on getting married, and the majority of the class raised their hand. This was in the late 90s. Now might be less, but at that point, the majority. And then she asked how many people planned on getting divorced, and I don't think anyone raised their hand, or maybe a few jokers did. And she mentioned, statistically, 50% of you are likely to get divorced. To make a point about anthropology or expected behavior. But yeah, I mean, that's the demographics. Not surprising. But God bless you. Want to talk? You still got my cell number. We could talk. You call me, or if you want to. I'm sorry, and hope everything works out, and your son, or if you had a second
Yeah,
child.
especially for his kids there.
But okay,
Super
well, I
sad.
mean, okay, I mean, money is a good thing. So if him and his wife are economically uppity, uh, you'll be able to economically provide for your kid. So Doovid's pictured there in the background in the picture with Maurice Ashley, who's in the paper. This was actually translated from French, so it wasn't that interesting. The late show with the late morning show with Namarasa. So this French guy who was like a skinhead as a kid, and then he became a Prabhupada disciple and a Swami, and he's got like a biker gang that goes around and chants Hare Krishna and preaches vegetarianism in France. And he had a little interesting story, I guess. Like he sounds like he kind of got into being a skinhead as a kid, just like kind of like joining a gang, or um, kind of like a poor, broken family, and just needed some support network, and ended up a skinhead. And then he, met devotees and became a devotee, and is doing some serious, Hindu outreach in France. So it's translated through a translator in French. You can't really hear the French, so Jennifer, someone would understand the French. The translation is dubbed over, so you can't really hear the original French. Doovid went to a event at Nova Star Solutions, um, that distributes industrial equipment, including the HP 5200 3D printer. And this was a different technology. I think I mentioned in my essay a bonding agent. So it uses infrared light. So it first passes over and puts some sort of chemical, a proprietary chemical on it, and then it passes a HB light that the chemical causes to bond, and it has a box like this size, and it'll go through, said like an inch an hour, so the whole box will take about an hour, about 11 hours, and then it has to go through a special procurement treating station, and but it has the whole box, and here you can see the computer program. So you could fill up as many items. So generally, like when they print, they'll try to max and fill out as many items in the whole box as possible to get it in one run. So these machines cost about $500,000. The HP 5200 uh, 3D printer, so pretty cool. Um, God forbid the terrorism The government's given a bunch of money to facilities across the country, including synagogues. So even here in Michigan,
Yeah, most of
many,
those links are just way too long.
yeah. So I mean, people could look them up if they really care. Um, I think on my own channel, it lets me share them even if they're over 200. But even as a wrench on another channel, you can't. But it doesn't matter. But you say in Detroit area, a few churches or mosques, but like half of them are synagogues, and around like $100,000 each for security. And Charles Moskowitz is going to be out of town, he's traveling to Italy, so he should enjoy his trip. He ended up calling that revisionist and said, took my I don't call it advice, and so we'll talk to the guy. You don't really want the guy, but whatever. So we'll see if that's set up. I told him I'd be willing to join him, but meantime, in the next 2 weeks, Charles will be on vacation in Italy, so hopefully he enjoys his trip. So there won't be streaming with him. So Ashish Delela, who hasn't
Have you
streamed
been
in a while.
streaming with Charles? I was under the impression you'd sort of dropped that.
No, we still been doing every Thursday. I haven't really been tweeting it out or sharing it because it's not on YouTube. It's live, but there's really no advantage to it being live. There's no like live chat, and I get negative pushback because like he can't really help himself with like the election.
Well, he likes to. He's sort of still stuck in the satanic panic narrative framework, isn't he? In a way.
Well, in the election stuff, so I haven't been tweeting or sharing it because like probably like 10% of every episode is about the election skepticism, which goes against the terms of service of almost every major social media platform. So I haven't been tweeting it out. But yeah, every Thursday we've been doing, check his Rumble channel or his Twitter. You could find his Twitter from the past on my Twitter. So Ashish Delay has been putting out articles, like quite a few smaller ones. This was a huge one. Like sometimes you see the read time. So the read compressibility, implications of compression and incompressibility, read time 96 minutes. And so you can see the
yeah, that's rough.
Contents,
probably only about 45 minutes for you though, right?
No, I mean for me, I probably skimmed through in like 15 minutes. But yeah, like I read skim pretty fast, like probably at least like probably over 1,000 words a minute, maybe like 1,500 words a minute when I skim it.
Nice.
But yeah, it was. Did you look through this at all?
No, I was too daunted by the length of it, but I still intended to go. I do still intend to go through it if you want to hold off on discussing it.
Okay, yeah, I'll resend it on.
I have been busy with writing what I sent you, like I guess about an hour before the show. That's what I've been pretty much doing for, other than that, like 8+ hour talk there has been pretty much the only thing I'm working on. So
yeah, so let's talk about Rudolf Steiner. The chat. I read this book this week of the Theology of the Early Greek Philosophers. Was talking about Jennifer could have a tendency to be anti-intellectual or like philology.
Like honestly, I think that's sort of not the thing to say. Like, I just don't have the same epistemology as you. Doesn't mean I'm anti-intellectual. I will continue to do my best to, make it a meaningful exchange, but it's very challenging for me. I have to consider that.
What is it? I mean, it's about ideas, not necessarily your ideas. So I mean, it's about your ideas, but most of the time, when like ideas, you don't want to like a Claire sense anti-intellectual, where it's just a springboard for you to repeat your own ideas, and so that I'm classifying as anti-intellectual. Saying because there's research, and there's intellectual pursuits, and then there's what you think, and discrediting what you think, but it was saying that's intellectual approach where what you think is diminished and not as important to research or what the the canonization thinks about the issue. So I was just looking into the origin of scientific and philosophical terms going back to the Greeks. And yeah, I took that course on Greek, so I think I got down like at least the alphabet where I was able to read the Greek terms. And so it was interesting. So did you follow any of this Andrew Tate stuff?
Not really.
So ironically, I have met Andrew Tate's father. He was a national chess master, stronger than me. I think my brother's about his same strength as him, and he came to the U.S. Opens, and I saw him. I'm not sure I ever played him, but he was around. Maybe I did play him, but he would have beat me easily. I would have been quite young. But he came to national tournaments. I'd seen him, and so Andrew Tate, who's been like deplatformed, is his estranged son. So I guess he had a falling out with his wife, and his wife had in England had um, custody of the kids. So Andrew wouldn't have been with his father at these chess tournaments. But I guess Andrew Tate, like Maurice Ashley's brother, was a champion kickboxer and reality TV, and I guess you call him like a pickup artist, um, advice guru. Like on success, Bitcoin, actualize, grow your own wealth, and pickup artistry. And he's been banned from majority of mainstream platforms for his sexist language or uh, largely regarding like pickup artistry. Um, God forbid, I was mentioning, a rapper that I managed who, didn't like. That's why I was mentioning relation to Andrew Tate. Uh, would also tell me, God forbid, like women like being smacked up, and there might be some truth to it that like some women do, or promiscuous women, women that fall into prostitution or promiscuity might be more likely, or women that are highly sexually active might have a tendency for physical violence more than the average woman. Like I would say pretty clearly, not. That's why I was mentioning the stuff like related to T Jump and his ring card girl. But like I guess Andrew Tate's probably the most prominent pickup artist, and so he's been deplatformed for some of these comments. And if it's a nature of the degeneration of society, what does it mean to be an alpha male, and what does it mean to be a woman who's interested in an alpha male? So I think I'll quickly do. This is the first day of Elul. The Jewish New Year is in a month, so it's a time before the Jewish New Year. So I'm just going to briefly chant part of this Hebrew song I've chanted many times. And I was thinking earlier today, my epistemology of Kabbalah and dualism comes from text, but it comes mostly from the Hebrew prayer services. So like these mantras that I chanted, congregationally in Jerusalem, probably some of the most moving, impactful moments of my life were these mass chanting events in Jerusalem. Prayer services, like Tisha B'av, I was fasting. Like Judaism, Orthodox Judaism's an intense religion. You still got my cell number, Ricardo. If you want, you message me on Twitter. We could talk on the phone if you want later tonight, even when we can review. But the prayer services of the high holiday, God the judge, who knows the hearts and minds of all humans. And so, like this one song I've chanted quite often, and like from the Adam Green, like Veyeda kol poil kiatu fialto, viovin kol yitzir kiatu yitzarto, You know everything that is done because you are the one who causes things to be done. You referring to God. You understand everything that has happened because you caused everything to happen. And the second part, Vyomer Kalasher Nishuma Biapo, the voice of everything that has a soul, from the Adam Green perspective, Shemeloke Yisruel Melech, um, Bakel Mushala, were proclaimed the God of Israel is the ruler over everything. So neither the point like of the dualistic nature that there's a God who controls everything, and that everything is going to recognize um, that this, in the future messianic point, that there is this one God who controls everything, but that God who controls everything is the God of Israel, as would be said in the Jewish prayer services, but that this God knows everything, knows every action, every thought, every feeling, every desire of the heart, every word, every action, and it's recorded and known to the Creator. So the Kabbalah is it's really kind of like, I mean, it's pre-mathematics, so it's not written in a formulaic sense of like algebraic equations, but it's basically formulaic in terms of just saying, well, there's a formulaic way this stuff works, and from these basic Kabbalistic principles, everything in the material spiritual realm could be derived. And so the system is more formulaic, and the Kabbalistic literature is more straight esoteric like that. It might have psychological examples or, the anatomy of a miracle. But it's this concept of the Hebrew prayers that there's this all knowing God that has a storehouse of all data, including thoughts, desires, emotions, and these various things. So, as the first day of the month of Elul leading into the high holiday, I'll chant really quickly this. Uh, I've chanted this a few times, but it's one of the more meaningful ones I chanted many times, and probably some of the most significant, impactful moments of my life were in Jerusalem. In mass sessions, the Tolsar Yitzchak Rebbe chanting this song. Vieda kalpoil kiatu frialtoi Viewing kol yitzir kiatu yitzarto. So that's the opening part. Just that, you know everything because you're the one who made everything. Um, and the second part is the declaration in the end. All things with a soul will declare that the God of Israel is the God of everything. So I'll repeat the first part and then go into the second part. So the first part is more, besides for so there's two steps in it. So obviously, because it's Judaic, there's this concept of this all-powerful dualistic entity that knows everything and controls everything, um, is also the God of Israel who gave the scripture to the Israel and interacts with the Jewish people. But so like on the Kabbalistic level, there's the two parts. There's just the system of generic spirituality of the hypothetical dualistic system, or monistic, how you understand that way. And then there's the secondary proclamation that this dualistic system is specific to the God of Israel. Viedo kalpoil kiatu fealtoi Yoving kol yitzir kiatu yitzarto V'yoymar, 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 v'yoymar kol asher neshuma b'apoy Hashem Eloke Yisrael Melech Malki Mishula. So the Viomar means and will say in the future, which means like messianic times, Kalasher, Neshuma, everything with a soul, conceivably, panpsychism, like even animals and inanimate objects, anything with a soul, or you may use the word mouth, but anything with a mouth and a soul, where will declare that there is a God in the future times, and because it's a Judaic song, it will say that the God of Israel is in control of everything. But I think my dualistic nature, so there's the Kabbalistic literature, but it's more these mantras in the prayer services and the God that is prayed to that probably has more impact on my theological understanding of this dualistic concept of there being a separate spiritual realm where there's a recording of ideas, thoughts, desires, emotions, and deeds. So this week also, I thought 1985 Falco, Rock Me Amadeus, the first and only song to make number one in America, German song. I don't know anyone in the chat is familiar with Falco, Rock Me Amadeus. Jennifer said you never heard of that. Rock Me Amadeus. Rock.
Unfortunately not. I wasn't even allowed to watch The Simpsons till I was like 13, so I do think I was perhaps a bit sheltered growing up.
Ironically, 1985, I was a kid, and we were in the car with my father. I'm not sure if my mom may not have been there, and my brother and sister, and I think, God forbid, it was a Burger King, and it was like really backed up, and the line took forever. It was like an hour backup. Like we were in line for an hour, and this song "Rock Me Amadeus" came on the radio, and we're like, "This is the most ridiculous song ever." But the line was so backed up. Like 30 minutes later, they played the song again, and it was like, "Wow, this is kind of a good song." And um, I bought the tape. It was a pretty good tape. Like it's like 10 songs, and almost all the songs are pretty good. It's he's Austrian, so there's the songs are like 50. Some of the songs are all in German or majority German. There's a few that are like some of them have like half English. So this song "Rock Me Amadeus," I believe, is the only song to peak number one in the Billboard American 100 that's in German. And ironically, he raps. So 1986 in this "Rock Me Amadeus," he raps. So there's a few interesting points in the song. He goes through like a history point of Mozart's history, and he mentions. So I would have been like less than 10 years old when I heard the song. 1984, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart becomes a Freemason. So it was the first time I ever heard about Freemasonry was the Falco song "Rock Me Amadeus," and like classical. I was brought up to respect Mozart. My dad liked classic rock, but my dad played the viola. He had Mozart, and I was brought up to respect classical music and Mozart. So it made So when I first heard this as a young kid, 1984, Wolfgang Amadeus becomes a Freemason. That's the first time I ever heard about Freemasonry, and it was kind of like in a positive light because like, oh, Amadeus was a Freemason. There must be something to Freemasonry. And the song is like just a repetition. Amadeus, Amadeus, Amadeus. So you know what Amadeus means? Does Jennifer have enough knowledge of Latin to know what Amadeus means? Maybe in French, Amadeus means the same thing
Nope.
in Latin.
I know Deus is God, but I'm not sure
And
what Amadeus is.
love of God. So
Ah,
Wolfgang Gottlieb Amadeus. So Amadeus is his Latin name. Gottlieb is the German. Gottlieb also means love of God. So I thought there was some redeemable quality to Amadeus, like Amadeus, 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 that he's chanting love of God. So if you thought about it in the terms, like he's chanting the name of a person, but because Amadeus means love of God, that there might be some redeemable value to the song. And But they had another song on the album that was very popular, also a very good song, Genie. And this song was controversial and was actually banned in Europe because it's kind of about him as a stalker. So I was thinking of like the Andrew Tate and the pickup artist, and like Falco was like the musical genius who was like stalking the model, the promiscuous woman. Um, and so it was actually banned in Germany, and then they unbanned it, but put like a cautionary lyric on it saying like it leads to like rape culture, God forbid. It has a video, and it doesn't say anything about rape, but it's kind of the concept that he's in love with like one of the pretty girls that's at the parties, and could has all the guys wanting to date her, and he's kind of stalking her. um so, and it said like I would was prepubescent when the song came out. And the song is in German, so I'm not sure if anyone in the chat knows this Falco song Genie. And it has it's in German, so like the parts that were censored, um, I didn't even know what they mean, because it was in it like it has them talking, like it has a nice A minor like musical introduction, piano, and bass, and it has him talking in German, and so he's really talking about his obsession with this woman, and who maybe doesn't even know who he is, and then like there's like a news flash, and she's been abducted, and so God forbid. It was controversial, and these days it may not be. I was thinking like Offspring and the degeneration of society, where um possibly the rise of feminism and promiscuity, so where like the better women have a lot of guys after them. And so if you're just an incel, like incels are kind of like stalkers, in the sense that they're desiring the women that they can't get, and they can't get the women because like they're dating Andrew Tate who will beat them up, or like that they're scared that they can't compete with Andrew Tate because he's a championship kickboxer who's just going to beat them up. And so even though he's a geek and musical genius, but um, but it's actually a very good song. And it said the Rock Me Amadeus was the first song to reach, the only song till today that ever reached number one in America in German. So, Gene, quit living on dreams. Gene, life is not what it seems. Such a lonely little girl in a cold, cold world. There's someone who needs you. Gene, life is not what it seems. You're asking that I should stand up and fight. There's someone who needs you. So Falco had a unique voice, almost like an operatic singer. So he did rap and disco music, but he almost sang like an opera singer. But this was the third single off the album, and it was interesting. I think of the rise, like even predating the grunge music, or the incel music. I said like Radiohead and Offspring. That maybe Falco, uh, the Genie song, is an early indication of like the incel movement, and this is German music from 1986 that became so popular it reached the heights in America. So did I mention that? So I saw Bubblegum say he loves Falco. I mean, Falco is pretty popular. Like, he died early in a car crash in like the 90s. So he passed away before his time. But like, for a period of time in the 80s and 90s, Falco was, on the radio, said it was number one song in America. It was Billboard hits, and he was above his time. Like, he was rapping in German. Like, if you listen to Rock Me Amadeus, he raps in German, and that's in 1986. That's like before uh, like Run DMC and Aerosmith did their joint song. Um, I'm not sure what that was, in the mid 80s, where Run DMC teamed up with Aerosmith. That might have even been after Falco. So like Falco rapping in German was trend setting, and so I thought I'd mention it for this week's week in review. And it said the Amadeus um, is a pretty good song. It combines a whole bunch of different elements of classical music, pop, rap, and he keeps on repeating Amadeus, Amadeus, Amadeus. He probably repeats that hundreds of times. So it has like this semi redeemable value that Amadeus literally means love of God. So with that, welcome to Week in Review. Well,
Great.
long introduction, like almost 2 hour, I guess, because we spent like half an hour or an hour talking about other stuff. But Jennifer
Well, it
has
was a very thorough introduction. It was a deep dive introduction. It was a 2-hour introduction, but that's perfectly normal for a show that regularly goes over 5 hours. So I'm not complaining, and I doubt anyone else is. So I'm looking forward to going into my week in review. I
we
made a
can look
game.
at your paper. So if you want to do, I have a Greek salad. I could save it for tomorrow, but if you're going to do, like 20 minutes of talking, I'll eat my Greek salad. You have 20, 30 minutes of talking in you?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so I'm going to get my Greek salad.
All right. Maybe try to eat it as fast as you can. Like, let's keep it on the 20-minute side if that's possible, just, in case. Just in case. So I have been working on an article, and that's what I've been doing for most of at least the end of the week. I spent some time on the QRI server talking about a whole host of things after I ended up missing a session due to getting the time wrong. So I showed up 5 minutes early, aka, well, what I thought was 5 minutes early, but which ended up being 55 minutes late, around there. So Doovid is taking a break to have some salad. So maybe hold the questions for Doovid until the end and then pose some questions to me, or I can continue to talk about my week in review. Hello? Did you want to say something, Doovid?
I put on mute, but I'm listening. So if you want to go over your paper, why don't you go over like the things you like that you just wanted to share that were interesting this week, and then we'll start looking at your paper, and I'll unmute and chime in for your paper because I got a lot of things to say about that.
Cool. Yeah, so I got 3 hours and 45 minutes of that recorded. I would say it was moderately good in a lot of ways for what it was. And I think it'll continue to get even better. And that's all I can really comment on it right now. The subjects were vast and mostly revolved around, can get out my notes here. Pretty much just recapping your standard lines of inquiry with regards to validation, because there's disagreements and it takes perhaps time to get beyond them. And it's not enough to just have a dismissive, well, that's just the way it is, and whatever. Sometimes it does sort of happen, but it's, mostly was talk. We were mostly talking about, are you trolling Daryl there by revealing your salad on the screen there? Thanks for sharing, by the way. It's always nice.
No, it wasn't a troll. I just thought thank God Jerusalem pizza. Um, I mentioned the owner of Jerusalem Pizza rose to become president of our local synagogue. And even though, there's millionaires and lawyers and, like lots of doctors, like, that Jerusalem Pizza is so popular that the owner of Jerusalem Pizza rose to become president of the local synagogue.
Okay. So I've got
I've
a
even said I've even said in Metro Detroit that I think the owner of Jerusalem Pizza is probably the most popular Jew in Metro Detroit, because there's like rabbis, Jews are there's only like one pizza place. There's a grocery store that has pizza, but there's only one pizza place in Detroit, and Jews are sectarian, so most Jews are only deal with like other Jews within their sect. But there's only one kosher pizza place, so like the all Jews go to the one kosher pizza place, and so I have postulated in like in terms of like a Dunbar's number that the owner of Jerusalem Pizza is one of the most popular Jews in Metro Detroit, just because you think of like there might be popular rabbis, but even the most popular rabbis, um, if they're Orthodox, they're only popular among the Orthodox. If they're Reformed, they're only popular among the Reformed. And the divisions among Judaism are so great that it's very difficult to be popular among all Jews. So much so that the owner of the popular local pizza place is probably from the most popular Jews in Metro Detroit. And but that might not be the case in other. If there were multiple pizza places, it would be different. But Metro Detroit only has one kosher pizza spot. But back to your week in review.
So in terms of what we discussed, it was just I didn't directly reference expertise, but it sort of came down to that. It was the arbitration of differences of opinion, not specifically as objects of disagreement, but the process, a description of the process of determination, whether something is uh, in line with what it's purporting, evidentiarily. In particular, like I did spend quite a bit of time trying to sort of frame subjectivity as the starting point from which other things are known so that your own subjectivity is always filtering, and that's you know integral. So it's probably could be described as solipsism, but I would just describe it as perception centric reasoning. So it's kind of like you want to perceive as few times as possible. It's the same logic that would apply to building a machine that interfered with the system to measure it. You want to interfere as little as possible because the interference makes the measurement less accurate. So, that 14 dimensional universe concept that I have often mentioned came up, which was actually understood by several people in the call, which I felt extremely positive about because a lot of times I've been met with a blank look. Like people don't really deny it because it's not really like deniable, but it's perhaps inconceivable or a type of reasoning that is maybe too much for the unfamiliar audience. But I actually kind of seemed like it did seem like they were, I don't want to say grokking it, cringe, but I think they were kind of like not getting it. Good starting point. I was reminded of Le Chatelier's principle as of an extremely explicit assertion of the least action principle. So I think it's probably worthwhile to go through and do a historical review of what might be argued to be versions of the stationary action principle or least action principle or whatever we're calling that idea is sort of a not maybe not a teleological principle but a proto-teleological principle where we're making this distinction between an actual intrinsic form that exists concretely versus the constructor basis of materiality that has no intrinsic structure. All right, so nice to see all the fans of Doovid in the chat. Hopefully, keep that nice and polite.
You just Arbane's asking about Kabbalah and Lateman. Kabbalah generally is connected to Hasidus and Orthodox Judaism, but can be isolated. So I studied under Hasidic rabbis who connected Kabbalah, like I said, the song that I chanted, to the God of Israel. You could separate the Kabbalistic dualistic template from Judaism and just look at it as a dualistic template. You could connect, like Lateman connects it to the Jewish people, but not so much to the performance of mitzvahs. But the strict Kabbalah is specifically related to the books of Moses and the meaning behind the rituals, specifically the Mosaic commandments. It's saying that specifically the rituals have some sort of action on the world. And so popular Kabbalah, Christian Kabbalah, New Age Kabbalah, or Israeli Kabbalah, Lateman Kabbalah separates the spiritual system from the religion to different levels. So, multiple truth hypothesis, I could look at it from different ways. So if you're not Jewish and you find meaning in the Kabbalistic template, you could still use the Kabbalistic template to understand the inner workings of the material and spiritual world, or you could go for the full, the connection to the Jewish people and the God of Israel and the Torah, to the full level of Haredi Judaism, where Kabbalah specifically demonstrates why the performance of Jewish ritual uh, you know has these action reaction consequences. They're the most consequential things that could be done in the material realm, like chanting my mantras or doing the specific rituals that Orthodox Jew is commanded to. That causes larger spiritual. It's like repair the world, where it's not necessarily like repair the world because we're doing social change and trying to change the world, but it's the natural progression of just a single Jew in the privacy of our home or community performing the commandments that has that consequence. So just a template you could look on different levels and understand it whatever way, whatever level you want to. And Hinduism is similar in that sense that a lot of the Vedic philosophy, uh, like Mayavadi, Shankaracharya, separate the Vedic philosophy from the ritual, the impersonal, the personalism, or say like, no, like it's about the ritual, it's about the idols, it's about the mantras. It's not just like this nice spiritual system that could be used for New Age stuff. It's specific to the given rituals, or even could be Brahmanic in nature. Saying like it only works when a Brahmin does it. So in similar ways that the Kabbalah to Hinduism, where there's schools of how much you could separate the wisdom from the classical Orthodox uh, caste system and rituals. I've mentioned that on Jennifer's probably heard me mention that like 100 times. I'm not sure if she's internalized that yet, or could have answered the question for me.
I don't think I could have given that extremely detailed answer in your stead. Would I be able to comment on your belief that certain rituals have to be presided over by priests?
That wasn't my belief. I was saying I was separating. I didn't even mention my own belief. I said I was studied under traditional Hasidic and Orthodox Kabbalists, but there's many understandings of Kabbalist going from the Orthodox to New Age. I didn't give my own personal, and I gave it comparable to in Hinduism, where there's multiple levels of understanding. And so you could look at it as a separate spiritual system that just explains the inner working of the material and spiritual realm and how the soul works, to an orthodox system where like it only works when the ritual is done by the right person in the exact right way. And so in that realm, it's similar to Judaism and Hinduism, that there's a spectrum of schools in the esoteric teachings where some, what ISKCON, would call like a Mayavadi, that separate the wisdom and say it's applicable separate from the ritual. But that the spectrum of schools in terms of Kabbalistic and Vedic spiritual systems are somewhat parallel.
Parallelism having a similar structure.
Yeah, that both of them are an explanatory system of the inner working of the spiritual and material realms, cosmology, origin of the soul, purpose of creation, and both of them
Okay.
historically are connected to a ritual and caste system. And there are schools that exclusively connect the spiritual system to a ritualistic caste system. And then there are schools that, to varying degrees, separate the ritualistic and caste system from the spiritual system. So, in that sense, the Hebrew and Vedic systems are exactly parallel.
Yeah, it's really good to be able to give descriptions that are true across the systems. It
When
really
I
gives
studied under
insight.
the Kabbalist, I did all of the rituals and respected the caste. So now I'm, more liberal on that. But when I studied in Jerusalem, I was strict in maintaining all of the ritual purity and performance for myself, and I respected the hereditary caste that so to say, protected. I learned from the hereditary protectors of the system. And so outside, like in Judaism in general, the more liberal approach is more just like in Vedic, the more liberal approach is the more popular. But like if you go to a pilgrimage site, you'll see um, the people that practice, do all the rituals, follow all the rules, and the hereditary caste that possibly theoretically still has the deeper wisdom, or some sort of authority potentially on this wisdom. But just because it's a common topic of the show, I interrupted for a long answer. But go ahead, back to your. I'll go back to eating.
So 20 minutes starting now, or
Well, I've already started eating a little bit, but I thought you probably could have given that answer for me in that sense. Like I've said that so many
like, are
times.
you fucking kidding me? No way in hell. I would need like several diagrams just to see how you reasoned that out. I can see it's structured, but I cannot tell what procedurally ordered it in any way. Hey, Frank, I'm doing good. Nice to see you. And Boo Boo, nice to see you. Hope it's nice out in Mumbai. I don't know how much this is connected to what you're saying. I feel like you're sort of trying to action cram meaning into what I would overarchingly describe as metaphysical convergence or symmetry or what have you. Again, I don't like to marry words to the ideas in these nebulous parts where it's like not understood, not accessible in language, uh, to give the impression of over certainty causes, snowballs problems, which then have to be sort of corrected later on, which is I'm
A
totally fine
very
with correcting
simple,
problems.
a
What?
very simple example could be like with a Vedic system like vegetarianism, that say you can't, certain elements about the Vedic karmatic system, you can't violate, that you can't theoretically understand. The ahimsa principle is real, and if you're in violation of the ahimsa principle, like you're still a meat eater, that you can't theoretically understand the system and be in violation of the principles. So in the Judaic sense, it wouldn't be ahimsa, and it could be like ritualistic in that sense. Like, no, you need to say the mantras, you need to serve the deity, and that you can't just read the book. You actually have to serve the deity. And so Judaism has that parallel where it's like, no, you have to follow the law, you have to follow the ritual, in order to understand it. That you can't theoretically understand it without practicing it. And the clearest example, I think, would be the importance of vegetarianism in Hinduism. That say, does meat eating block your ability to understand karmatic processes? But you could respond on that point and go back to your ramble while I eat.
Yeah, this is sort of what happens when you try to take doctrinal stuff and generalize it. You like to me what you're saying is like on the path to the like unhinged people who promote dietary extremism in the direction of himself, sort of missing the point that, you know,
I'm talking, can you theoretically understand it without practicing it? So from a Kabbalistic point or a Vedic point, there's many in the Orthodox school that say understanding necessitates practice. That you can't
yeah,
read a
there's a
book or
million
hear it
interpretations
explained
of that. Yeah, that
without
would take years to
practicing it.
answer.
And so I was giving vegetarianism as an example of something that it blocks your understanding. You can't think about it, hear from somebody, and be in violation of the Himsa principle by eating meat and understand these things. And so Kabbalistically, there's similar uh, requirements in the Orthodox school. In the more new age or liberal school, there are no there's less prerequisite requirements, or they may have stripped away the um, formally ritualistic requirements. And so, like in Hinduism, it could like a more Brahmanic school, it might be serving the deity. That say you can't just understand it; you actually have to serve the deity. And so in Judaism, so like you have to actually do the rituals. You can't just understand it. You can't just do social justice or something. You actually have to do the rituals, and there's a causal relationship between the rituals and the understanding.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what point you want me to acknowledge in that because there was sort of too much there. It didn't feel like there was any point to that. So anyway, I'm not,
There's an answer to the question in the chat, but I mean, relate to a lot of things we're talking about, even like the AI and causal structures. They're saying that
well, I
Kabbalistic
wasn't
and
I
Vedic
wasn't talking
system.
about AI or causal structures. So I'm not sure what you're talking about either.
Well, it wasn't really to what you were talking about for your week in review. So you could go back to that if you have nothing to say on what I was saying. But I was saying that there's schools of the Vedic and Kabbalistic systems that say the causal structures are specifically related to the ritual. And then there's other schools that separate or even eliminate the ritual. And so he mentioned this guy Lateman is a guy who has largely eliminated the causal structure related to the Jewish ritual. Or like Shankaracharya eliminates the causal structures related to the ritual.
Is that what Shankaracharya does? Can I get a citation on that? The way I understand him was partially like reform, unifying a post-Vedic understanding and confronting Buddhists who are spreading atheism. Not what you said at all, but anyway.
And a disemphasis from deity worship.
Is that right? Because I've heard it said that God took the form of the Buddha to confuse people. So
Yeah, but I was saying that
you can
Shankaracharya,
call Buddhism deity worship,
is
masquerading as atheism. There's all sorts of different narratives you can take on that. I'm not
I
saying
mean,
I'm
the
taking a
main
side
point
here.
that I
I'm
was
just saying
making
that
from
it's a moot
Shankaracharya,
point.
and even
It's a moot point, and it would be nice to be
it's
able
not a
to
moot
like I've
point.
been
It's
interrupted
it's
a
it's a
lot of
relate.
times here. I'm just saying most people would probably not want to be interrupted this much. I'm fine with it, but you have interrupted me a lot of times during my weekend review. Just saying, like I haven't even started
Well, you
talking
asked
about
me
it.
about the question in the chat. That's why I mean I would have just kept eating. So I just responded to the question in the chat. But no, fine, go ahead.
That's just too long for such a short question. So maybe you need to work on making shorter answers because it's sort of like a deluge. It's like asking for a glass of water and then you get a flood. It's like you got water, but did you want the flood? Not really. So there's a lot of stuff that we went over, and it's hard to sort of summarize like an 8+ hour conversation with probably more than 10 people, but people who had very well developed ideas, not really opinions, but everybody kind of has opinions in a way, in the sense that we have beliefs that dictate what we do. And until we interrogate the beliefs, we have no idea what the effect of the belief is on the action. So it's this abstractifying process that has to happen, which can be greatly facilitated by prior existence of whatever virtues. In this case, math. Math would be a virtue because it takes a lot of practice to think about a math problem and to have that focus. So focus is super important. And then imagination is super important. And those working together strategically, correctly, obviously, is really important as well. And there's a couple of important, or I say something important, right? A couple of things that came up that I thought were interesting were like someone referenced a mimetic apparatus or described astrology as a mimetic apparatus. And I thought that was an interesting description. And it reminded me of something I've been saying basically since university, which is that the Copenhagen interpretation is a coordinate system. And I think I would kind of like not phrase it that way necessarily anymore, because the point I was trying to make is more succinctly conveyed otherwise, i.e., there's metaphysical framing in math, no matter how much people want to deny that fact. And it's still math when you're talking about framing experiments through okay, understanding the meaning of measurement devices in the context of experiments. That's basically what the Copenhagen interpretation does. And some people want to say that doesn't bias the measurements. And I'm saying it can't not bias the measurement. You have to understand everything biases measurements. It's a question how much. But if you're saying something's not biasing measurements and you just dogmatically sticking to that, like with some people who tend to reify math, I know you have no clue what you're talking about. So got into that a little bit. And then that was about all that is probably worth saying on that. And so people just got a chance to experience their own authority developing, which is nice because you can always do that work on your own. And big part of the practice is learning to enjoy having an ongoing practice is basically going that never stops because it's a state of mind. It's a single thought. And it's not even a single thought. It's sort of the limit of a single thought as a concept, etc., etc. So there's someone in the chat. I'm pretty sure it's a troll. So, I mean, I don't recognize the name or anything. So, sort of seems like the same troll as before. So we'll just forget about that.
Yeah, if he had something to say, probably have his own channel or something. If he had his own channel, or it'd be easier to verify.
Well, yeah. Anyway, it's whatever. I'm just looking over my notes. It seems pretty repetitious over what was discussed. Reification of ego, everything always coming back to this certainty about cogito, this circular reasoning, vicious circular reasoning with cogito. It's like, and was really, really personified by one of T. Jump's arguments this week, where he was like, we're certain that fallibility is correct. It's like, that's literally contradictory to the concept of fallibilism, which is that it's possible for knowledge to be uncertain, and then that's okay. But then to be certain about that is contradicting on some level clearly the spirit, if not the letter, of the idea. So I was baffled by that. Getting asked a lot of meditation questions, which is always nice. Um, just going over little notes that I had before I can go into what I've. How much more time do you need just so I can budget it out here? Sorry about the dead air, everyone.
These take a long time, like 10, 15 minutes, but maybe I could take a break and talk for a few minutes if you need.
No, it's okay. I just want to have like a basic idea. So 10, 15 minutes. That's cool. Um, let's see here. Okay, so I think that's about all I have in terms of notes. Okay, so go to my. Let's see here. Okay. So this was a comment about Super Librix. We had this guy enter our emergent commons community, and the most convincing use he could give to his software is how we could use it to remove people like him from the platform. And that was exactly what he was shitposting for and trying to demonstrate. It was hilarious and tragic at the same time. Yes, definitely. I mean, why would you want to make yourself sort of the. This reminds me of this guy I used to work with, this super genius, and he loved to test stuff, and just he's like, the whole point is to get the thing to just fudge up. And I was like, oh, cool, because you're like testing the limits of it, like over, you know, whatever system it has for taking in its inputs, somehow overdriving it and messing it up. And sort of have to wonder why a person would try to embody that principle on the level of his personality if he's trying to put forth something that is about. I mean, I don't know if he would qualify it that way, but it really does seem like the subtext of what he's saying is that it's going to make things better, which, you know, would seem like everyone's getting along better. I don't know if, I mean, basically the point is if you're being super disagreeable and then you're proffering a technology that's fundamentally social, that's weird in a way. So reality said us two fighting was the best part of the streams, and it was really funny. And it was like a couple that's been married for more than 1,000 years. Yeah, that's what it feels like kind of at times. For me, it's just like most people don't want to talk about philosophy at all. And the ones that do tend to want to be surrounded by people who really look up to them. They don't want to be debating. Okay, so.
I mean, probably the brother sister thing was more accurate. Like couples who fight get divorced. Maybe if there's children, in the sense that there's a continual fight because there's children in the picture. That in the olden days, people might stay together, but like these days now, I mean, couples don't stay together like that. Like God forbid, if Brundle is being accurate, so the brother sister thing might be more accurate. And then also like the older brother who's just like rejecting your accomplishments as accomplishments. It's like the husband might be more likely to um, appease your fake
Oh, he
accomplishments.
disagrees more than you do. Doesn't understand shit, but he definitely disagrees in principle more than you do.
But I mean to say like a rejection of the level of accomplishment, a husband might be more likely to.
Yeah, you'd think that, eh?
Yeah, that was just my count of that.
I always wanted an older brother, so I think I'm predisposed to perceiving the relationship that way. But yeah, can't have it all, right? But maybe you can actually. I take it back. Yeah, anyway, so that's terrible. So we can come back to this later once you're done with your salad, or if you want to answer this later, we can. It's just about books on knowing and being thyself. I don't know if that's a joke. Did another diagram where I was trying to get across the idea of two different simultaneous binding principles. It was inspired partly by the conversation, but also just because I realized I had a diagram that literally didn't include something that I had come up with, so I'd forgotten one of my own derivations. It kind of seems silly to not include it or at least have it close by. So I wanted to reiterate this connection with numbers. It's a bit hard to get used to, but you don't have to worry how it connects to materiality right away. There is a connection to materiality. This goes beyond materiality to just pure information. It's just type of information logic involving permutations in semi-open sets. So we're looking in the bottom of the diagram here. I just want to make sure this is actually on the screen. Okay, awesome. All right. Let's see here. Okay. I just noticed the thing was frozen there. Okay, so we've got two balls. So we've got a fixed outer ball. That's the gray area. The gray area is the negative space. The boundary, then where it becomes white, that's the outer fixed ball. So what the hell is this? Blah blah. You want a metaphor for what this might apply to? You can think of the white circle as like the skull, or more accurately, the entire skeleton. Okay, so two. So it starts off with nothing actually, with one sphere. So you can have the trivial case, which I didn't include there, which is just the gray and white and no internal spheres. That would be your starting point. And then once it had enough saturated internal energy, it could create some pseudo boundaries. And it would start with creating, in theory, if there was only one thing guiding it, which there isn't, but we'll pretend that there is temporarily, just get a handle of the model, start on the left. What's the easiest thing? Well, precipitating just one ball isn't actually any different than the boundary itself. So it's kind of, that's why we call it the trivial case. It's like it doesn't count. It's no different from just if there was nothing. But now when you have two, well, that's actually different from nothing because you can picture the two balls circling in all directions within this larger ball. Then we move on to three, which is more balls and actually pretty unstable as well. So two and three are considered pretty unstable, and three is slightly more stable because it's a little bit more packed. So that's more complicated ideas, like what's more predictive over manifestation? Is it the degree to which something is saturated with bubbles, or is it the amount of effort it took to create the bubbles, and understanding that each bubble takes energy to create? So two, and then three takes more energy, four takes more energy, five. But the amount of energy that it takes to create more bubbles goes down because the amount of energy it takes to create a bubble is partially to do with the size of the bubble. And as you go, the size of the bubble relative to the differential size change in the bubbles decreases as n goes to infinity. So there is a limit to this. So I just wanted to demonstrate the near field effects, which was that if you go now to the top, when you have 4 and 6, these are local minima of binding energy. And so you could argue materiologically, you'd never have any reason to prefer 6 over 4. And that's fine. But if you take 6 and 4 as type of fixed points and then rotate that graph around the plane that contains it, you see that around 5, you get this huge displacement thing, which you can call a ring. And so you can also generate an idea of 4D with 5 rings. So anyway, just wanted to bring that into people's field of awareness before continuing on with other things.
Are you going to put up that diagram from the Tegmark article you shared with me?
I can put up the article itself. I'm not sure which of the.
They have a diagram with like the dimensionality in time.
Dimensionality in time. Okay, I'll have to pull that one up. You mean the one on the second page, the colorful one? This one here.
Yeah, I'd have to open it to see, and there's a delay, so I haven't seen it yet. But the article you sent me had a diagram with time versus dimensionality.
Yep. It was interesting because he actually talks about dimensionality. And this is back in 1997. So this is another gem off the QRI server. So let's just see what other things I had. Oh, there was a, let's see, might have a problem with these things loading. So I'll just change the screen so it can load. Someone asked me to take a look at Swami, see what his name is here. The Divinity Within by Swami
I've never really watched them.
Sarvakriyananda. See, just cutting me off in the middle of the sentence there, that's distracting a little bit. Go ahead, though.
Well, I'd say he pops up all the time when I'm searching consciousness. I've never watched them fully through. I've watched a few minutes here and there. I mean, he's from the Ramakrishna mission.
Okay, I was just wanting to look at him sort of as a Vedanta scholar. He seemed fine. I mean, I don't want to be passing judgment. Like somebody asked me to pass judgment on Chris Lang, and it's like I don't want to pass judgment on these individual people. I kind of feel like you should do your own research when it comes to someone to listen to with this stuff, and do a lot of research to get a sense of. I mean, it's hard to judge credibility, but you do have to hone your ability to determine whether somebody. It's not just whether somebody believes what they're saying. That's necessary, but not sufficient. And it is possible sometimes people say stuff they don't even believe. But if they do believe it, then you got to start from there and figure out, well, does it actually have resonance with what I'm after in terms of whatever I'm looking for teaching? Slash, is this person the right person to teach it to me?
He's the biggest orator of
Oh,
the Vivekananda Ramakrishna mission. I mean, he's based out of New York, but he's by far the most popular YouTuber or speaker from the current Ramakrishna mission that was set up by Vivekananda.
yeah. I saw someone ask in the chat, if the worst happens, can YouTube take it down? Definitely. I've seen times when stuff got taken down for trolls, but I've seen stuff that didn't. So I think it kind of depends. But I just don't even want to entertain the possibility if it's just that, Obviously not
Yeah, I mean, if it's,
someone who actually cares about this stuff.
I mean, if someone really wants to screw your video, they could, if it's a porn bomb
Yeah.
or
Well, that
just
wouldn't be possible because I can just turn off the Hangout. But I'm
repeating
not even comfortable doing that at all anymore. Just
repeating the
inviting
N word
people.
or copyrighted music, they could even take it down right away. I mean, they might not see it, but if it's copyrighted music, they'll find it quickly. If it's like, God forbid, a repetition of the N word or something like that, like you could get a strike even if it was
Yeah.
someone.
So I'm just sort of getting all this organized here. Let's see. Okay. So implications of compression and incompressibility. We're just going to wait and talk about that, or did you feel you talked about that sufficiently?
Yeah, we can wait. I mean, I just shared that. I mean, I put in the chat if anyone wants to take a look at it. I mean,
Did you read it? You said you just skimmed it. Is that it?
yeah, I mean, some interesting stuff, but I didn't have any necessary comments. I mean, but that's the man Ashish Delay who I interviewed on my channel, and I have 8 of his books. He's written like 20 books. One of the most prolific authors on Vedic science.
So I really love the simplicity of this design. Quantum heat pump. Love it. So really excited to see where this goes. Just look at the sheer simplicity. Bare bones induction coil. Just totally bare bones. And they're apparently superconducting. I don't know. I'm just really excited. I admit I didn't read into this too deep. I just love that it's such a simple diagram. So they're looking to use it to uh, use a device as a cold bath for hot radio frequency photons. They now manage to simultaneously turn it into an amplifier. So that's just really cool to see something that has multiple purposes within the same structure. Device known as a photon pressure circuit is made from superconducting inductors and capacitors on a silicon chip cooled to only a few millidegrees above absolute zero. While it sounds very cold, for some photons in the circuit, this temperature is very hot. They're excited with thermal energy using photon pressure. Researchers can couple these excited photons to higher frequency cold photons, which in previous experiments allowed them to cool hot photons into their quantum ground state. So we'll see where that goes. I'm not optimistic about low temperature um, physics, but anything with photons in it is very promising because to me it's just a matter of getting sufficient enough error correction to use the macro scale photon systems because that's what we are. And there's a precedent. So whatever we build is not going to be anywhere near as good as what a human is. But we know that a human has been built in some sense and theoretically could be some attributes of it could be emulated. So this is the point where we kind of ask what attributes ought we be emulating in these machines? And don't like to repeat myself too much, but I'm often concerned at the scorn, contempt people often exhibit towards exploring these questions and would sooner just like defend sort of a fiefdom of ego rather than actually understand, let alone fix a problem. We're not even talking about what it's going to mean to fix this issue of technology accelerating our stupidity and diminishing our capacity to maintain civilization. So, not to be too doom posty, but it is worth a thought. Someone earlier asked about Rupert Sheldrake. No idea. I've heard the name and I've heard morphic resonance. And it kind of sounds like another one of those Chris Langan things where it's kind of dime a dozeny. I always ask people, I guess I am not against looking at someone's unified field model, but it needs to be in a very compact, specific, instrument facing, verifiable. Put it into that format first. You're going to find that it's just, you don't understand what you're doing well enough to put it into that format. So morphic resonance, I think, buzzwords, unless you can actually show me some type of a diagram or structured reasoning that I can follow and say, okay, that's not totally nonsensical, that I can follow that, but we'll see. So I'm going to be, yeah, I think that's honestly all I have other than my writing this week. There was that
The point that, and I was mentioning my chant that memory is inherent in nature from the the Judaic dualistic concept that God has a storehouse of all the deeds, the desires of our hearts, thoughts of our mind, and presumably that's in the in the spiritual realm. But if he's looking at his panpsychism or dualistic nature, they're saying that memory. So I mean, generally, memory is has the strongest neural correlates of consciousness of anything, but there's no actual mechanism. We don't know that memories actually exist in the brain, but of all the neural correlates of like T-Jump was claiming that you could implant memories, and I said I didn't believe such a phenomenon existed when I talked with him, but he claimed that you could implant memories. But his example was that RNA thing in snails that wasn't accurate, wasn't really an implanted memory. But that is somewhat interesting. And I mean, it looks like he's an author. I mean, 1942. He's an old man in his 80s, but so probably as a book. But just from what I saw on the wiki, that seemed kind of interesting. They said memory is like a pan memoryism.
Should I read my article?
Yeah, go ahead. Why don't you read it all the way through? It's not that long, and then we'll go back up and I'll go over it. So if you read it all the way through, I should be done by then.
Precautionary panpsychism. Definitions. Ordering principle, that which brings into being. 1. Self, non-dual ordering principle. 2. Mind, monistic ordering principle. 3. Thought, irreducible component of mind. Also approximatable as an eigenvalue. 4. Consciousness, the process of transformation of self, mind, and thought. So I've got a word compounding convention here, where a greater than conventional dependence exists between the meaning of sequential words. A hyphen is included between them. For example, process consciousness is not the process of consciousness. It is consciousness understood as a process. And I'm sure a lot of people would think that's the same thing, but it's subtle variation in level of abstraction to be explained more later. All right, so preface herein, subjective solipsism. Herein, the importance of panpsychist mind first calibration will be discussed. Firstly, the principal components of subjective sense making will be explored, in particular the concrete form, namely how it relates to essential misattribution. Next, the concept of object permanence will be covered before outlining a method to manage the essential misattribution of object permanence. All right, just having a bit of trouble scrolling here. Okay, let's make sure this is coming up okay. Great. All right, just want to make sure that nothing's frozen. I've noticed that the thing is sort of prone to freezing right now. Okay, so the fundamental process of mind is ordered unification. And the objects of the process of mind, and the object of the process of mind is matter. Namely, mind endows matter with structure. So under this model, we're thinking of matter as a subset of mind. Under panpsychism, the mind supervenes on matter. Mind is necessary while matter is contingent, or matter emerges from mind. Therefore, matter inherits its structure from its controlling mind. As such, the principal attribute of matter is structure. Combining the principal attributes of mind and matter gives structured, ordered unification, which is abbreviated as SOU. Herein, the concrete form is defined as that which intrinsically bears SOU. So concrete form's a bit of a shorthand. Quantum mechanical periodic table is not the only concrete form, but it is an example of a concrete form because it has a well-defined boundary and is fully defined by its boundary properties. Because there's nothing inside those balls and there's nothing outside the balls. It's just balls. All right, so table 1 depicts three-dimensional periodic table, an ordered structured unit comprised of 59 balls. The concrete form of the QMPT is a maximally symmetric boundary and so embodies the concept of structured ordered unification. Sort of context here, trying to look at the closest link between the mind and the matters, have a sort of starting point between both. Essential misattribution. The concrete form is an integral part of the cycle of I put subjectivity thought, but it should be subjective thought. This section will explore another facet of the cycle, namely essential misattribution, which fuels incorrect perception, namely unrealistic expectations. Subjective motivation may be decomposed as follows. Mentalism inclines towards abstract ideals, for example, love, justice, embodied as concrete forms, people, places. For example, Judy went to Costa Rica to have fun. Costa Rica would be the concrete form because it is a physical place. fun would be the abstract ideal. Or Kyle does math lessons to improve his reasoning ability. The math lessons would be the concrete form, and the reasoning ability would be the abstract ideal. Not in all these cases, the primary inclination of subjectivity is to identify the concrete form as the source of the abstract ideal and follow the abstract ideal through the proxy of its associated concrete form. Wanted to go back to the chair example because it's often cited, even though a chair seldom bears any relevance to the discourse of philosophy. Misattributed. The chair exists because I'm sitting on it. So there is something out there in the world like that is called a chair. Correct attribution. I believe a chair exists beneath me because I'm sitting on a thing that everyone agrees is a chair. So that's a conventional agreement with no actual universal chair. Slight difference. In most cases, there is really no effective difference, but where it matters, you get the contrast that you need to have that deeper understanding. And so the tendency for such activity to chase shadows of concrete forms animated by the ghosts of abstract ideals has been demonstrated. As the phenomenon has been explored elsewhere, the well-known issues with misaligned valuation will be taken largely for granted here. It will suffice to accept that there exists a natural tendency undermining one's ability to accurately wield concepts in physics rooted in essential misattribution, and that there is value in strategically countering these effects. Next paragraph is phenomenal object permanence. This section will explore how the perceptibility and meaning of transcendentals are occluded both by the imperative of separateness of the animal evolutionary pathway and by the usage of conventional language. The evolutionary pathway of animals entails a finite, autonomously moving body. In order to ensure safety, between brackets, remain alive long enough to reproduce, the body generates a perception of separation from its environment, which estimates its position relative to relevant entities. The animal bears this imperative in the form of two core beliefs: localization to the body and precipitation of the perception of the existence of permanent objects. Indeed, these are merely two perspectives on the same pathway. The animal evolutionary pathway thus includes transcendentals in two ways: a finite body in an infinite universe, and the perception of object permanence in a universe with no permanent objects. Communication via a particular medium necessitates the belief that it is possible to convey meaning therewith. Excuse me if therewith is not the right term. If that's wrong, please someone correct me. For example, conventional use of language references concepts on the basis of presumed shared meaning. For another example, anytime anyone uses a piece of technology, they expect it to work. This is basically a broad strokes argument against the position that it's possible to judge in a presuppositionless manner. That is itself something that needs to be demonstrated. It may not be impossible, but it's not something you just assert and proceed as though it's true. Moving on. Conventional concepts tend to be bounded while transcendentals are unbounded. This difference in properties further occludes the perceptibility of transcendentals. Day-to-day things are day-to-day ideas is what we're accustomed to. They're small. Important ideas are big. So there has to be a process of deconditioning from small ideas and conditioning into the big ideas. Improved understanding through belief calibration, the essential misattribution of object permanence, which I short formed as EMOP, explored thus far, is intended as justification for therapeutic belief recalibration, such as long been used by religion in order to modify the practitioner's state of mind to varying degrees of success. For example, Pythagoreans and Platonists used mathematical ideas like the circle dot to allude to permanent forms. The three-dimensional periodic table can serve a similar function as opposed to just feeling permanent like conventional ideas. The QMPT is actually permanent. Method of belief recalibration by centering EMOP on transcendentals works extremely well, possibly a little bit too well. Religions tend to rise to power through their ability to manage the problems associated with EMOP, yet they themselves end up as instantiations of EMOP when devotees mistakenly believe the church to be equal to God, i.e. the source, not just the representation. As such, great care is required to skillfully wield this transcendental technology. So I've got last bit here, which is calibrating subjectivity. This section will discuss the two-step process of recalibrating EMOP. Step one, accept essential misattribution. It's not something that can just be thought about once and then forgotten. It's an ongoing discovery. Since no permanent material boundaries exist, but conceptual boundaries appear to exist, it follows that subjectivity simulates boundaries that definitionally bear no permanent correspondence in matter. This effect is called essential misattribution and is accepted in stages. The effect, I mean, is to believe. The effect being that conceptual boundaries, which appear to exist, which can't possibly be real in a permanent sense. The first step in the calibration of subjective perception is the ritual self inquiry. This engenders skepticism towards uninitiated intuitions about object permanence. Habituation to this skepticism builds the fortitude required to work with naturally arising uncertainty. That's why it's not just a think about it once and forget thing, it's an actual process you have to learn and keep going with, because you really just learn to work with more and more uncertainty. It's not like, okay, I've solved the uncertainty thing. Now I can go to the next step. It's like, no, I'm going to have uncertainty, and then I have an uncertainty pie, and then I have an uncertainty sandwich, and then I'm going to uncertainty drink, and then I'm going to go to bed in an uncertainty bed. So you understand where it's going. So, sub two, substantial recalibration. Once essential misattribution has been accepted, therapeutic realignment may begin. So this is the stage where you lose a lot of people who are like thinking, oh, you want me to lose my personality? It's like, no, that's just your ego talking, bro. And then it's like, okay, well, the point is that it's not meant to be a top to bottom reconfiguration of personality, more so an acknowledgement that the ego's perceptions are inaccurate, but they're still valuable. They're just contextualized. The value of the contributions of ego isn't nullified, it's contextualized, and it actually ends up making all the feelings a lot more enjoyable. It would seem counterintuitive that if this quote unquote ego is gone, that the thing that the ego makes happen, which is the emotions, would be less, but it's actually nothing like that at all. And that's certainly not what is implied here. All I'm saying is to just accept that there's a shape that is real, and that every shape you've ever perceived as real was something your mind did, not actually real. But that doesn't mean meaning doesn't exist. It just means that meaning is mind dependent, and I think most people would agree with that. For example, the forms of the quantum periodic table and hyperbolic complement of figure 8 knot are adequate targets for the belief in object permanence. Unlike ephemeral conventional concepts, these forms are real and permanent in every way that matters. So you can technically say, well, they only arise in the light-like parts of the universe, and I'll say, okay, but that's really the only parts of the universe we care about, as we are light-like beings. In summary, instead of believing in, in summary, instead of believing that phenomenal objects of the world are permanent, the QMPT is actively believed in as permanent, which gradually displaces the distortion caused by EMOP. That was my article, which I'm sure, didn't make a whole lot of sense, but hopefully made more sense than the one last week, which really was little more than a math formula. So, are you done your food and we can talk, or what?
Yeah, I moved back, so I open up on my other computer, so I have the Word copy you sent open on my other computer. Well, I mean, at least you're trying. I mean, you got some interesting ideas. You're not really conforming to basic essay structure, but I mean, you included a few more things like a preface or a roadmap. Um, but you're still missing the essential essay format to make it intelligible. I mean, we could try to go through some of the ideas, and you got to keep on working on. I'll put it in totality, like the narrative arc. I mean, you work on your narrative voice also, but I mean, just for the given essay, like a narrative arc for like, why are you writing the essay? What's the point of the essay? what should people expect to understand from reading this essay, and how are you going about um, explaining what you're trying to get over. So, that would just be in a basic introduction. So, I mean, the preface, you have a little bit of a roadmap, which is something in definitions, but you really need that introduction to explain, like, some sort of thesis statement, what it is you're trying to get over, how you're going about, and how you're
I
going to go
just
about
don't know
doing
how to shorten what I have there anymore. So it's like I'm going to write a
it.
summary of that.
Shorten saying, it's still basically a list. So you to try essay format,
Right. So the whole putting it together, that's the part where I
like
just can't do that.
paragraphs. It's like you're immune to paragraphs. Like like introduction. Like even the essay needs an introduction, and it should be in paragraph format, and every paragraph should have an introductory sentence and a conclusionary sentence. And the introductory sentence introduces what you're going to talk about. The conclusion recaps it, and the conclusion and introductory sentences also serve as connectors, showing how what was in the previous paragraph, the concluding sentence links as a prelude to what's going to be in the next paragraph. In the introductory sentence, links what was in the last paragraph to the new paragraph. So you're just missing the basic structure of an essay that makes it intelligible. I mean, I could still cipher out a lot of your ideas. We could talk about it, but I'm saying you're not writing in
I
any
still am pretty confident someone else can do that for me.
well. I mean, you mean me or you mean someone else?
I don't mean you. I'd be fine if you wanted to do it, but I would never want to pressure you into doing it. I just
But
feel
so
like
who else is going to do it?
someone
I mean,
will
you
do
got
it.
someone else in mind besides for me.
Well,
I mean, I would try to.
that
I haven't
lady,
said I'd do it. I just like, but still, so like, if we
well,
could
there's
go through
that
the
lady.
ideas.
Remember your chess friend? I don't want to waste her time, so I want to make sure that it's a really
Yeah, I mean,
good
she said
list.
she would. Joanne. She said she wasn't going to do it. You were too difficult for her. God forbid. And or she took the attitude like she already in. She's not interested in just writing science papers. But who knows? But I mean, it's possible someone else will turn up. But like, at this point, unless you got someone in mind, like basically you mean me, and like I could try like once one of these is like intelligible enough. Um, so I mean, you just think like you're never going to be able to do that. I'll stop nagging you on that if you just think that's beyond your ability or your.
Well, is it more? Is it better than the first one?
Yeah, a little bit.
So
I mean,
yeah,
so
I
you want
suppose I can get that much better each time, which is why it's a fucking waste of my time to do it, and somebody else should just do it if they understand it already. But if nobody understands it, well, there's no point in teaching it. But obviously, people would understand it if they already understood the concepts that I was referencing. But I'm basically expecting people to understand deep stuff about religion and deep stuff about math, which is not realistic.
I'll put on screen share on mine. So I opened up my other computer's screen share, and I'll open it up on mine if you have that there. So, I mean, despite like arguing over an hour, you opened up with the pronoun. That's what Claire messaged me. I guess she was listening and was saying like Jennifer doesn't even understand what an antecedent is. But so here you are in your first sentence, opening up with a pronoun without an antecedent. Um,
I asked the Hegelians; they said that that was fine use of English. So Take that as you will.
I don't even know who the Hegelians are, but ordering principle, that which brings into being. Um, so now I don't really think that's sensical the way you have that. And that's why I say, like, if you mean anything which brings into being, or you're saying that the thing which brings into being, you're saying that it's that because it's its own antecedent, like that is that which brings into being. And so
It's not a
by that,
thing. It's just presupposing that there is something that brings things into being, but it can't be described in words. And so it's referenced as an indeterminate, which is that which is. I don't know how you cannot know this, and I've never looked into the technical specifics of what this law rule of language is, but it seems that to say that which is something people would understand at least somewhat, that that has meaning.
no, I mean, it's not. I mean, to me, it's just incorrect. I mean, if the Hegelians think it makes sense, maybe they'll write it for you. But to me, it's
I'm
not.
not like, that's not what I'm after. I'm more so trying to figure out how to put my stuff so that people can appreciate it. And
You're saying your ordering principle, and then you're saying that, which to me doesn't have any meaning. That which brings into being, and I mean, if that to me that doesn't make any sense. So you're saying the ordering principle is the unknown cause that causes order.
according to this site I just went on to, it's a long way of saying what. So I suppose if it's that horrific, you can replace that which is with what. So you can put what brings into being. If it's that horrible, frankly, I like that which is, because it just sort of gives enough time that it's like, okay, like I can breathe as I'm reading this. Where versus what brings into being is just like super. It's already so stochastic, I guess.
Well, I mean, it's poetic or something like that. It's not precise. You try if you're trying to write
I
a
wouldn't say
scientific.
it's imprecise. So are you saying that if I replace that which with what, then it's more precise?
No, I mean, it's still not precise. It's not because it's you're giving a definition of the ordering principle, and then the ordering principle is what brings into being, that which brings into being. And I don't know what you mean by that. You're saying the ordering principle is the cause of things being brought into being.
Sure.
You're saying yes that for you the ordering principle means the cause of things coming into being. Cause like capital C.
It's a mistake to attempt to attribute any word to it, but if you want to attribute a word to it, you can say
Because you're giving a
cause,
definition.
and
You
then
have a
you're
word.
sort of presupposing that everything is causal. And then that's a mistake. But if you have to have a word there, you could say that. But you'd be making an intentional mistake in the interest of giving people the impression that they understood.
Well, so it's not a clear definition. If it's so, it's purposely not a clear definition, and you're trying to be like clever by using the word that
No, I am trying
to
to be
be
accurate.
ambiguous.
It's nothing to do with wanting to be clever. It's wanting to be accurate. You think I enjoy confusing people? No, but I would rather confuse them than give them a wrong impression that leads them to make some horrible, regrettable error.
Yeah, I mean, my psychoanalysis is like the opposite. That like that if you wanted to put that in definition, you would, and so like you're trying to be clever or something like that. But when
Well,
you're
you're presupposing that all words can be defined, and
because
that's
you're
just a
not
bit
really saying
silly. It's
something
just a bit
profound.
silly that you think all words can be defined to arbitrary accuracy.
Well, so you can't give a definition, or so if you have definitions, that it would be uh, undefinable. So like your definition and your other definitions are based on that, and so
Right.
the non-dual that which brings into being, and mind is the monistic that which brings into being.
That's right. So you have a self, and you have a mind, and you have thoughts, and you have consciousness. You don't have them. You you have access to all those advantages.
And then, I guess maybe being necessitates a definition, but you're saying that there's a self that is brought into being in a non-dualistic manner, and mind is brought into being in a monistic manner. And what does it even mean to be brought into being? You're saying that it's brought into being because it's ordered. If it wasn't ordered, it wouldn't be. I mean, you're making the point of giving definitions, and your definitions aren't really clear. And
Well, I think you understand that yeah, we're looking at what exists through the perspective of ordering progressively through non-dual and monistic lenses.
I mean, non-dual is a negative. So I was saying self is, if it's non-dual. I mean, generally, either you mean monistic or materialistic. So it's unclear what's the difference between self and mind. Isn't monistic non-dual also?
That's a matter of interpretation, whether it is.
And I mean, generally, non-dual
A
is
monism
material.
has had a boundary, an effective boundary about which order is happening.
Generally, non-dual
Non-dual
is
has no
material.
effective. A non-dual has no effective boundary, and so there's less basis upon which to draw patterns because patterns necessitate boundaries. You're talking about how complex does the system have to be? Can you reason relative to self? Do you have to reason
Your
relative to
definitions just
mind?
aren't
And
really
so,
helpful here.
okay,
And saying, if that's why I said, like, you think you're trying to be clever and it's not really working. And so, like, if your point of making definitions to be helpful, they're not helpful. And so
they're the definitions I'm using in this.
y-
Okay, they're used
I mean,
in this. Like I don't even use thought much. I think I use the term thought one time, so they aren't used that much. You can count them. There's really not that many times that they're used. So
when I'm
there's a
saying,
lot more in there than just that. It's just that those are the correct definitions. So there you go.
well, no, I mean, they're your definitions, and I mean, not I mean, if you're,
Yeah, they're the correct definitions for this paper. When I'm
I mean, they're your
referencing them,
definitions. I mean,
they're what
you're
I'm referencing. Yeah, these
correct
are
will
my
be
paper that I
proven.
wrote.
You can't correct yourself. So, I mean, they're correct if they're correct. They're the definitions you're giving, and like, unfortunately, no, I don't think they're correct. So, I mean, if they're when they're proven correct, they'll be the correct. So
Yeah,
as of
well,
now, they're just
you
your
could show me
definitions.
one precedent of a definition being proven correct.
Well, I mean, you're nonsensical in the sense that
Well, you
you're.
just said prove a definition correct, and then I said
Well,
cite
I'm
one
saying this is
one
that you're
precedent.
saying that
Cite me
correct is
one
meaningless.
instance of a definitions don't get proven correct. You said yourself definitions are
You don't validate your own
elected.
definitions.
You can.
Well, I mean, you can, but it was meaningless.
You can't unvalidate them though, so it doesn't really matter that you don't agree with them, quote unquote. You can't disagree with them because they are relative to this article. They are what I'm
Well,
using in this
unvalidate
article.
them by showing that they're self-contradictory.
You can try to do that, but I reject your basis to invoke logic. I do not accept your authority to invoke the logic of interpreting the definitions of words. You don't accept mine either, but I'm the one who wrote a paper on it. So once you have your own paper with your own opinions about these definitions, that's when it'll matter that you don't agree with them.
Well, I'm not necessarily saying it matters that I disagree. I'm saying you're just saying that
It's
you're
not self-contradictory though, and it
you're
is
saying that it's
borderline
correct.
offensive to assert that those definitions are self-contradictory just because you don't understand them.
I mean, this goes to my point that, like, expertise and extension of self. So, like, my criticism, you're taking as a criticism of yourself.
You said my definitions are self-contradictory. They aren't. You just don't understand them, nor do I. I just simply have no problem accepting an incomplete definition. You're saying I
Well, no,
have
I'm
to
saying,
understand everything before I can do it, and I'm saying that's impossible. And here's
no,
why. And
you're
you're
not
saying
the
I don't
judge.
understand
You're
what you're
not the
saying, and I'm
judge.
saying, well, okay, I don't
You're
know
not
what to
the
say to
judge
that.
of whether definitions
You're
are
not the judge of
self-contradictory
whether
or
the
not.
definitions are right. I am a
So
judge,
right,
and then
if
other
they're
people can agree or not.
yeah, I mean, it's just logic. If they're self-contradictory, they're self-contradictory. And so if you're just going to say, well, like the
That
words,
first of all, you haven't established that, and it's not true. And I reject your authority to pronounce on that. So I don't know why you keep doubling down on that.
well, because that's what I'm just reading to the logic. I'm looking at these, and they're to me they don't make sense.
They
And
wouldn't.
for me,
Why
and so
would
you're
they make?
taking
But that's the thing. Why would you
instead of
expect them to make sense?
trying to
Them not
you're
making
you're
sense is not them being
personally
self-contradictory.
you're basically personally attacking me. That's why I said expertise and extension of self, because you're taking my statement
How
as
am I
attacking
attacking you
yourself,
exactly?
and therefore you're replying with a personal attack on me.
It is a personal attack on me to say that my definitions are self-refuting. So based on that personal attack on me, I asserted that I don't accept your authority to preside over this, which I didn't intend offensively. I'm sorry if it was offensive, but I certainly don't.
Well, because we're saying conversation not getting anywhere, because I can't critique your essay. You're saying, okay, I don't understand what your essay is saying.
The word isn't actually
To me,
even
your
referenced.
definitions are self-contradictory, and so you're feeling insulted, and
Well,
therefore
that's something you
are
haven't
turning it to a
established. That's
personal.
just a criticism you've stated with no evidence whatsoever, because you're saying you don't understand the definitions. I'm saying where in the essay is it unclear what the meaning is? Because I don't reference those words that many times in the essay. The essay is about object permanence and misattribution of essence. So you're saying it sounds too much like a list. Fine.
Well, I
It
mean,
sounds
just
too
when
much
you
like a
start
list.
with the definition,
I
I'm
don't
saying
know how to go from it being a
in
list.
theory you could have cut that part out, or usually put definitions at the end. So I mean, you could just take this definitions part and put it at the end, because it doesn't seem helpful, at least to me. Like your definition part wasn't helpful, and looking at it, it's almost nonsensical, your definitions.
To you. So I'll
So,
put
but
it
I'm
at
saying
the end.
you could put it at the end. I said I don't even know what benefit you have opening with it in the beginning, nor your, I mean, I guess your word compounding convention. Like if you're writing a book or something, that like you might have that at the beginning, like your word uses convention, but you probably should just start with your introduction and put that at the end. I mean, your word compounding, you're just saying how you're using the hyphen
That's fine.
or
Yeah,
greater than convention.
I'm fine with putting that at the end. I would agree that most of what I've seen would have those things at the end. I just thought if I was reading this, I'd rather them be at the beginning, but that's, shouldn't be thinking just in terms of writing to myself.
I'm not sure your definitions are even going to be generally helpful.
You don't need to keep repeating that. That's your opinion. You're entitled to it.
Okay, but presumably you're asking me to look at your writing because you want my opinion.
The definitions are hardly cited in the
I
actual.
mean, generally, you got to pay someone to do what I'm doing for you. So here you come in, like, you're not thanking me, you're insulting me for you're trying to help you out.
So going over the definitions and saying they don't make sense to you isn't helping anybody. So let's go on to the actual ideas in the essay and whether they make sense.
Well, it should be helping you improve your writing.
You saying that the definitions are contradictory doesn't help me improve
Well,
my
if
writing.
it's not, we don't have to do this. I'm saying it's waste my time and yours. You're saying
What
it's a
I
waste.
want to do for the third time is go over the actual ideas in the essay. So are you saying none of this made sense at all? There wasn't a single idea out of this that you could recount, definitions aside?
I mean, your definition part may be the most confusing part of it.
The fact that you think that it ought to be a different way shows you have very little experience reading these kinds of texts. Why don't we move on to the actual ideas in the text?
No, I mean, I'm saying the fact is like, no, you are not. You've been doing streaming for a few years. You don't have a single person that you talk to that has more experience reading these kind of texts than me. And so here you are insulting me, even though factually, like I'm the only one on your channel. I'm the only one you've spoken to in years that has any experience reading these type texts, and now like you're insulting me.
I'm talking about spiritual texts. This
Yeah, I
is
mean spiritual
standard
texts
of
like
how spiritual texts look.
I've read hundreds of texts like these and saying that passively. I mean, saying and if you're trying to write a spiritual text, um,
I'm trying to write something that has a not high probability of being misunderstood. If it's spiritual, fine. I do think there's a soteriological
you
element
didn't even give
to
an
a lot of
introduction
this.
to it. So it's saying like it's not, I don't know what you're doing. So you don't because you don't even have an introduction, and then you're trying to you defend yourself by attacking me, or just I mean it's
It just
compounding
seems like
nonsense.
you're trying to defend the fact you don't understand what is said by attacking definitions that are irrelevant. So, not to be mean, but I could push the same thing back on you, and that's certainly not how I feel. I'm just trying to,
No, it isn't. I mean, because when
yeah,
I
right.
don't use my own definitions when I in my paper I use accepted definitions and I quote
Are
the
we really
source.
going to have to come back to me having to tell you that that doesn't exist because there's uncertainty on definitions?
Well, I mean, just because you're anti-intellectual.
You're saying there's a certainty on definitions. I'm saying it doesn't exist. Which one of us has evidence to back up their position?
Yeah, I mean, you're saying, I mean, because you're anti-intellectual. He's like, well, because there's uncertainty. I define the word the way I want to define it, and my definition is better than anybody's because there's uncertainty.
Well,
And
it's
so,
the
like, no,
definition I'm
you're
using in
just
the article.
you're just anti-intellectual.
It's the definition I'm using in the article.
I mean, unfortunately, you're just poorly researched and anti-intellectual. So, I mean, generally, the definitions, if they're
So I'm
given,
not screen sharing. What you're doing right now is giving me motion sickness. It would be great if you could stop, or I'll just pin myself there. I have to. There, I'm confused there. Okay, there we go. So I've got the article. We can go through. Do you want to go through paragraph by paragraph, or it's not worth it because you can't get over the definitions, which nobody else even gives definitions, let alone the correct one, let alone uh, with a moderately small number of terms.
yeah, I mean, because you're putting it as some sort of like pejorative on me, and I, mean, I guess if that's what you insist, or
I don't know. You're putting it as a
and
pejorative on me. I'm asserting that the criticism of a definition doesn't apply. I don't know how many times I can express that. Definitions are given. You don't have to agree with them, but they're the ones that are used in the article, so they're just there for a reference. If you want to disagree with them, you have to understand every last bit of the article before doing that, though. So disagreeing with them at the beginning would be nonsensical to me.
and then you should I say like an introduction, like I am defining these words for my own purposes. Like I know that
That's
these
why it
words,
says definitions in it. That is what I intended to put there.
yeah, but saying that I mean, if you want to, if you think that it's obvious that because you're putting definitions, that who's ever looking is going to know that you're giving your own non-conventional definition that you're using, and then even that, just looking at it, that seems nonsensical. So it's I would say generally it's self-defeating. Whatever you're trying to do with putting definitions at the beginning is not working. Maybe if you put like an explanatory sentence or two, an introduction to why you're putting your definitions at the beginning, including um, why you're using non-standard definitions, or that these.
They aren't non-standard. They're just highly precise.
Yeah, but I'm saying now you're self-proclaiming your own expertise.
They don't contradict any
So
other
if,
words.
even if that's what you want to do in your introduction, you want to self-proclaim your expertise. So in your introduction, because other people use
My
faulty
definitions not
imprecise.
contradicting other definitions doesn't make me an expert. I'm sorry, on definitions. So I wouldn't. I would say it's other people who decide expertise like that. But
Well, yeah. So I mean, for example, like my essay, I'm probably going to use McAdams, quote McAdams on the definition of self and identity. And so I mentioned in my essay that the topic is complicated because some people use the words interchangeably or mean different things by them. And so I discuss the role of definitions in my introduction, and I don't provide my own personal definition. So you have no discussion and just go on to provide your own personal definition. So if someone looking at this, saying they're to assume, whatever reason, okay, like even to know, I don't know whether the narrator here is self-defining these as a definition, even though when I look in a dictionary or common understanding, that's not the common definition. And so, okay, I'm talking to the narrator, and so the narrator is basically telling me, like, this is precise because I say so. So you're not even saying for some sort of narrative voice or arc of why you're choosing to define these words these ways. So it doesn't appear to give any benefit, or just adds confusion. And then even trying to get clarification on
okay,
you
so
from
let's just pretend they're not there then. For now.
even trying to get clarification from you on these definitions.
Getting clarification. How'd you try to get clarification? You accused them of being self-contradictory. That doesn't sound like trying to get clarification.
Well, I did by asking you what you mean by these these words like non-dual, that which, in monistic, and you seem to apply to your own credibility as opposed to actually defining what you mean by these terms.
Use any definition of non-dual that you want to.
I'm asking you to define it. You're the one who used it.
I cited it
And so I meant
expecting people to
non-dual.
look it up
Generally,
themselves.
when I see non-dual, it means material.
Non-dual means material. Non-dual means without dualism.
So you just said use whatever definition you want. So I said,
well, that's not a correct definition. That's a nonsensical definition. That's saying that only material exists. That's,
so most
that's materialism. That's not non-dualism.
Well, non-dualism, from the general understanding, my understanding, is material and spiritual, and non-dualist don't believe that there's dualism. They think there's only one of the two, and generally that's materialism. So I mean, commonly, so non-dualists are materialists. So if that's not what you mean, and so now you're personally attacking me. So you said, what do you mean? I asked you what you mean by non-dual. So you asked me, well, how do I interpret it? So I said materialism. You're like, wrong. And so, yeah, great. Good help then. So you refuse to define it.
I'm saying
and
any
so
definition of non-dual is fine.
You're like, wrong.
I'm saying any definition of non-dual is fine.
But I just said material.
Definition of
and
non-dual.
Then you said, no, it doesn't mean material.
Materialism is not non-dualism. Non-dualism is a philosophical school.
Materialism is non-dualism.
If you're saying that only material exists, then that's monism.
That's non-dualism.
That's substance monism.
That's also non-dualism.
Okay, so should I interpret that as you don't see a difference between non-dualism and monism?
I mean, that's not my understanding of monism.
Is that a yes?
I mean, non-dualism usually is materialism. Non-dualism also could be spiritualism, but in most cases, it's materialism.
Adi Shankaracharya was a non-dualist. Are you saying he's a materialist?
it's disputed among scholars what he
No,
how
it's
he
not.
understood. Well, I mean, it is. But,
Who disputes that Adi Shankaracharya was a non-dualist?
we're saying what his non-dualism meant.
So, who is saying Adi Shankaracharya was a materialist?
It's disputed among Avi Shankaracharya.
Who's saying he was a materialist?
But either way, like you're using these terms and saying, so if you're
So no
using
one is saying that,
if you're
correct?
using if you're using Hindu understandings, then you could put a note that you're using the Hindu understanding of these terms. So that's what I said. Like these are Greek terms. You're using Western terminology, and so if you want, if you mean Advaita, um, you're using Western terminology, and generally Western terminology, non-dualists are materialists. And so you're bringing up Avi Shankar, so you say that the translation into Western terminology, but either way, your words are unclear, and if that's not what you meant by it, and that's how I'm reading it, then it's problematic. And so your answer is the deficiency is in me. That like the reason I'm reading what you said and interpreting in a way that you say is incorrect is because there's some sort of deficiency in me.
There's an
So
expectation that no, I don't think there's a deficiency of you. I think I think you can understand, but you're expecting it to take a form that it can't take. So I'm just trying to manage your expectations to the point where you're expecting the correct thing.
I don't need you to manage my expectations. You just be clear in your words. So I mean, if you're going to start your essay with definitions, like you might as well give clear definitions that aren't going to lead to excess confusion. And so it's like here, I'm reading your definition. I'm telling you how I'm interpreting your definition, and basically all you could say is wrong. So like you're putting that definition was unhelpful.
I'm just shocked that there's a connotation of materialism in non-dualism. It's the first I've ever heard this before. So, yeah.
Dualism means that there's a material spiritual dichotomy. Non-dualism means that there's not a material spiritual dichotomy. And from the materialistic perspective, there's not a material spiritual dichotomy because material is the only thing that exists. So if you say T Jump is a non-dualist, he rejects dualism because he thinks material is the only thing that exists. But these are
Who said that?
general terms that could be interpreted in a bunch of ways. That's why they're unclear. So if you're starting an essay with unclear terminology, um, it's not helpful.
Okay.
And so I mean, here we are now that we we wasted 30 minutes talking about this, and um, I have less clarity now what you meant, because basically you asked me to state, well, how do I what I think you mean, and then so you just said wrong, that's not what I meant.
I said
And
use any
now
definition. Any definition
all I
of
know is
non-dualism, and you said
whatever you meant,
materialism, and I said that's not a
whatever I
definition of
think you meant.
non-dualism. And then I'm checking on Wikipedia, and it doesn't appear to be a definition because the materialism appears twice on the non-dualism wiki, which is here. Material world is also true, as in it's true in addition to the real world, which is mental, and then that's all I can find.
Yeah.
So materialism being equated to non-duality is something I've never heard before. So I'm just shocked, and I can't find it on Wikipedia either. So I'd like to show. I'd like you to show me what you're talking about.
And so you told me how I understand what you said is wrong, and you still haven't clarified what you said. So we're in a worse state than before I even read this, because now all I know is that what I think you're saying is not what you're saying.
Did you at any point think that what I was saying was that only material
And
exists?
like you seem to be going down the perspective like I have to So now I have to analyze the deficiency in myself so that I could really understand what you're saying. And like eventually, like once I figure out how I'm deficient, then I'll
No.
be able to understand how your definition was really correct.
That's not my intention there. All I'm saying is it was the expectation. You can't handle for whatever reason you didn't agree that I was attempting to manage expectation. So I don't want to reassert it. But yeah, I will remove the definitions. I don't know why we have to keep going over this.
Here in the importance of panpsychism, mind first calibration will be discussed.
I could rephrase that first word there.
Yeah, herein the importance of mind of panpsychist mind first calibration.
This is why I tend to get somebody else like a ghostwriter. I'm sorry, I'm terrible at this. I admit it.
Well, I mean, so if you're just saying you want me to write this for you, or you're saying
No,
you're just
I'm not
putting it
saying
out there
that. I'm not saying that.
like you're magically, you figure you're just going to make a stream and maybe God will find, your ghostwriter will find the stream and decide to ghostwrite. But like I'm interpreting this as you want me to write this for you because I don't see anyone else. I've been streaming with you for a few years. Like I don't see anyone else stepping up that is even close to doing this for you.
Well, maybe it'll happen in 20 years. What's the rush? I certainly don't want to put pressure on you. Whoever does it, I want them to feel super happy about it. So there's really no rush until someone feels super happy about it. I'd rather encourage your personal writing projects than try to indirectly manipulate you to rewrite mine by making them so shitty that it's unbearable. But frankly, like this is me at max capacity. Like I just don't have a skill in writing. I'm not good at everything. Writing is one of the things I'm not terribly good at, but I'm trying, and I think it shows because it's a lot longer than the last one. You got to admit it's a lot longer. So, the idea of, well, I guess the thing I was really wondering was what you thought about this essential misattributions, the tendency for subjectivity to chase shadows of concrete forms animated by ghosts of abstract ideals. Is that sensical?
Well, let's see first if your roadmap is actually so. I mean, this sentence is. If you're trying to like introduction, and your first sentence is like, um,
The subtext is this stuff.
basically you're arguing on behalf of panpsychism, and so you're saying that the complications of understanding mind and matter, the origins of mind, the origins of thought, um, from a panpsychist mind first perspective. That and I mean, so this is like if your narrative arc, if what you're trying to say, if you're trying to argue a monistic framework, and so these terminologies are going to become difficult because
I'm
you're
not trying to
trying
argue for everything. Anything I'm trying to
in
say
your
that whatever you
introduction.
do it should be in accordance with your own where you're at. You should. I'm not. And the reasoning starts with non-dualism, then it goes to monism, and then it goes to dualism. There's no exclusionary concept between it. Non-dualism is where you start, and then you go to monism in theory, or you can go directly to dualism. I mean, it's very subtle differences in what that means, but that's essentially the options. They're not exclusive concepts, in my understanding.
Yes, I mean that's why you probably have a difficulty in the narrative arc, because you need these words to explain your narrative arc, and these words are hard to define. So maybe that's why you're trying to start with the definition of these words. I mean, so you're trying to argue on behalf of panpsychism, framing as the initial cause is mind.
We haven't actually talked about initial causes, but I suppose if you want to equate that which brings into being as a cause, then sure. It's just hard because when something is acausal, like when something is emergent, it's sort of not causal. The causality is a model. So to say that it is causal is saying, well, it has a model that can model it on the fundamental level, and that's not a fact. And that's where it kind of gets confusing with non-dualism, because you're trying to point to the fact that you're aiming to have reasoning that starts with no presuppositions and then gradually layers on not just presuppositions, but also frameworks, which are like presuppositions are sort of more linear, whereas frameworks are cookie cutter. So it's a bit complicated because you're into the very structure of thought at that point, and most people have no relation to abstracting the thought process itself. They're not aware they can do it. They're not aware it's possible. It is probably happening too fast for most people to think about it.
Yeah, so if you're not writing, on the theory of everything, you're going to you're writing on panpsychism, so you're going to have certain precursors. So you're not going to have to develop a theory for everything. So you just have to give some sort of narrative arc for the some sort of first principles. Um, but like, I'm not even sure your roadmap is sensical. So I mean, here in the importance of panpsychism calibration will be discussed, and I guess it's your hesitance to use the word I. So you're saying I in this essay I will discuss panpsychism. I will discuss. I mean, if is that you're like hesitant to use the word I, and therefore
I'm not
you're
really
just
hesitant. I mean, I am hesitant because I was told it was bad form to put I, and I kind of agree that for an essay, you shouldn't really put I in it in this kind of an essay.
well, you should, because you're the one who's writing it, and saying because this really doesn't make any sense.
Scientific papers don't have I in them.
Well, they usually do, 'cause it's saying the I, who in the introduction
You want me to get out my
describes.
Ayurvedic textbook? It doesn't have any I's in it. It's just descriptions. It's no
You're
I.
saying that most texts have I in them because it's
This
the you
ought
that
not
has to
have an I in it.
describe how you're
There's no
structuring.
point to putting an I in it anywhere.
Yes,
It's
there is.
why?
Saying I am writing this essay to discuss the importance of panpsychism in calibration. I means firstly the principal components. So saying that I will first discuss the principal components of subjective sense making, because it's not, I mean, because it's you. Is that firstly the principles of component subjective sense making will be explored. It's like I will first explore the principal components of subjective sense making. It's not mysteriously like the words came onto the paper. It's no, it's you. So I will first explore, and so just in terms of just like a narrative, it's readable. So at least if you wrote, I will first discuss the principal components of subjective sense making. Um, I mean, from like a linguistic perspective, um, it's harder to understand when you put. It's usually subject, verb, object. So when you're writing in this way, it doesn't follow the natural expected progression of, and so I'm saying it's probably your hesitancy to use the word I, but because it doesn't follow the basic subject, verb, object standard English, it's difficult to understand. So just this sentence. Firstly, the principal components of subjective sense making will be explored. So I'm not even sure if this is grammatical, but I mean, from you
Within
saying
this
the
essay will explore the
principal
importance
component is
of
the object.
calibration, of panpsychist
Principal component
calibration.
is the object. Explored is the verb, and I is the subject. So it's not grammatical because you didn't mention the subject. The subject is I. And if you really didn't want to use the word
We want me to
I,
put will be discussed by myself?
well, so I mean, the simplified version, you I mean, because you have the object before the verb, it's difficult to understand. So if you
Yeah.
didn't want, you could put, if you didn't want to use the word I, you say I will explore the principal components of subjective sense making. That's standard English. When you put the object before the verb, it's not necessarily grammatically incorrect, but it's not standard because English is generally subject, verb, object. So if you didn't want to use I, you could impersonally like this essay, but I think generally it would just be the word I. I will explore the principal components of subjective sense making. But you could say this essay will explore the principal components of subject making. But for whatever reason, by you're putting the object before the verb, which is just weird and makes it harder to comprehend. I don't know if you're purposely doing that in like your tense, like you're putting like some sort of like past past
How
plurative
about this? Herein the importance of putting your pants on before your shoes will be discussed. Is that incoherent?
it's uh it's most understandable if it's just standard present present tense subject verb object.
So I should say, I will discuss blah, blah, blah in this article.
Yeah, I mean if you're allergic to using the word I, you could use the word the essay, but I mean, do you not understand the basic grammar? What I'm saying,
I
subject,
do. I
verb,
just thought it
object.
was poor form.
It's poor form, subject, verb, object. You're saying it's better form to have the object after the before the verb. What possible? I mean, are you honestly telling me that you think it's better form to have the object before the verb?
I think it's better not to have I, and however you have to rearrange it to not have I is good. Because
You
it's
didn't have to
it's
have
not
the
about
object before the
I.
verb.
I didn't like I just
You
don't
you didn't
see
have
where I would fit into it.
you didn't have. I'm saying you still don't have to use the word I to have. I mean, that's my psychoanalysis. That the reason you wrote in this like weird past particle object verb structure was because you were trying to avoid the word I. That's my psychoanalysis that may or may not be correct.
It's because someone gave me the tip that putting I in these articles was bad form and sloppy, and I agree largely that the more technical papers don't contain I anywhere, and that's important. And I can add an I, and that if you think it's worth it, but that's I don't agree technically that that is the
I mean,
right
do you
way to
agree
go.
that using this weird object verb past particle form is kind of weird?
Yes, I agree. It's weird. I'm a shit writer. I agree. I never disagreed. I think everybody agrees.
Okay, well, I mean, you just argued for the last 10 minutes I mean, as opposed to understanding my point that this, firstly, the principal component of subjective sense making will be explored, should be changed to something like this essay will explore, or I will explore the principal components of subjective sense making. That explored should go, this will be explored the will be is probably the B is probably is but whatever however you have that has to be reworded, and I think simply by moving explored, uh, you like either I will or this essay will explore the principal component of subjective sense making.
That's actually not the point of the essay, though. That's the beginning of the essay. That'll be the beginning. The whole point of the essay is Daryl asks, "What's the point of the essay?" Is the necessity of calibrating subjectivity.
So why don't you just say that? So instead of hearing the importance, the purpose of
Because I
this
really don't think
essay.
it makes sense unless it's explained, which the article explains it, but I don't think that it calibrating
Well, that's the
subjectivity.
purpose
What does
of
that
your
mean?
essay. So the purpose of this essay is to stress the importance of panpsychist mind first calibration. And here you have the same problem. The first sentence also will be discussed. You have the verb at the end of the sentence. So if you're looking linguistic structure, the mind wants subject, verb, object. So when you delay the verb towards the till the end of the sentence, it makes it difficult for the mind to because the mind has to remember everything that came before the verb and then
Are you
reorder it into
seriously telling me
subject.
you're forgetting the sentence as you're reading it?
I'm telling you a factual element of English linguistics that the verb belongs towards the beginning of the sentence.
And you're saying I'm always
Are
putting it
you
at the
honestly
back.
arguing with me on this point?
No, I'm
Are you
asking you.
arguing? It's like, no, the verb does not belong at the beginning of the sentence. Is that what you're saying?
I'm asking if you're telling me my work has a verb at the end of
I'm
the
trying to
sentence
explain to you
habitually.
like basic linguistics and like, are you honestly arguing that you
No,
think the verb belongs at the end of the sentence?
no. I'm asking if you're telling me my writing has verbs habitually at the end of sentences.
Well, yeah, I mean that's why I can't even get past the first two sentences. Like I'm trying, what the hell are you saying? The reason probably I don't know what the hell you're saying is because you put the verb at the end of the sentence.
Okay, well, that helps.
I mean, you never even heard this before? Or are you arguing you think like someone taught you that verbs belong at the end of sentences?
I guess I've learned quite a formal way of speaking.
There's a formal way of speaking where verbs, it's more formal to put the verb at the end of the sentence. What the hell, like, what for school of formalism did you go to?
Technically, it's Latin that has the verbs at the end of sentences, but I'm not saying I'm using a Latin convention. I'm just going with the average of what I've learned, which a lot of it was in university. So maybe there's
There's
a bit of
no
a benchmark of
way
that.
in hell that you learned anywhere in English that the verb goes at the end of the sentence.
All right.
You're trying to say, like, no, because I'm trying to be so smart and so
I'm not
formal.
saying that.
That is what you just said. So I mean, you just say like, "Thank you," and I'll change that.
I said,
Like,
okay, I'll change that. Thanks for the insight. I'll change the unclear part. And I suggested perhaps I had a
I'm
bent
explaining to
towards,
you precisely why it's
okay.
unclear because you keep on putting the verb at the end of your sentence, and there's nothing fancy or formal about that. It's just unclear. So I'm just trying to understand what the hell you're trying to say, and I think it's likely that the reason I can't understand what you're saying is because you're putting the verbs at the end of your sentences. It's possible that it would be intelligible if you just put the verbs at the beginning of your sentences. It's not like that you don't know what you're talking about. It's just that you're using unstandard English and putting the verbs at the end of your sentences.
All right. Just looking over it. The third one is the only one that doesn't have a verb at the end of the sentence. So can we go on, or is there more problems? Or I thank you for the feedback.
I would avoid these B's also. So like these B's should all be like X'd out. So if you're rewriting this, like this essay will discuss the importance of panpsychist mind first calibration. Firstly, I will explore the principal component of subjective sense making, in particular, the concrete form, namely how it relates to essential misattribution. Next, I will, if you really don't want to use I will, you say the essay will cover the concept of object permanence before outlining a method to manage the essential misattribution of object permanence. Like then, if that's what you meant to write, it would probably be intelligible. I think this like I'm not sure the future
Perfect.
future part of perfect part. So like uh yeah, like don't you whatever you this will be explored form, like just use either present or future tense. Like I will or this essay will explore. Like will be explored. I don't think is right.
Yeah, probably not. If I wrote it, it's probably shit.
But I mean, it's conceivable that really there's nothing wrong with it besides for these basic grammatical mistakes. And if it just this essay will discuss the importance of panpsychism mind first calibration. First, I will explore the principal components of subjective sense making, in particular the concrete form, namely how it relates to essential misattribution. Next, the concept of object. Next, I will cover. So no, I mean you still have the object before the verb in the last sentence also. Not next, the concept of object permanence will be covered. It's next, I will cover the concept of object permanence before outlining a method to manage the essential attribution of object permanence. So that's probably like actually fine in a decent introduction, minus those grammatical
It's just written like
inaccuracies.
garbage.
Yeah, so I don't even, I mean, think like it's a decent introduction and saying the only problem, you have two problems. The tense you're using, it shouldn't be will be discussed. It's just will discuss, not will be explored, will explore, and not will be covered, will cover. And the verb has to go before the object.
Yeah, I mixed up
That
the
makes sense
verb.
to what I said?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, the concrete form. The fundamental process of mind is ordered unification. And the or object of the process of mind is matter, namely mind endows matter with structure. So this actually, I think, okay. Your verb is before the object. The fundamental process of mind is ordered unification, and the object of the process of mind is matter. I'm not sure if you're namely mind endows matter with structure. I mean, you could try putting this in paragraph form and like separating namely mind endows matter with structure into another sentence. Um, and having so under panpsychism, the mind supervenes on matter. Mind is necessary while matter is contingent. or matter is emergent from mind. You're probably better off, instead of having a run-on sentence, to divide this into sentences.
Absolutely. That's a tendency I have. Like, basically, it seems that I'm trying to commit every single faux pas in writing that I can. Run on sentences are an issue. It
I mean,
also looks like I'm not
you just need a
writing.
writing code. Saying like you
Yeah.
could have,
No, I
you know,
need like a team. I'm basically the George Costanza equivalent with therapists, only it's me with how shitty I am at writing.
well, I mean, you could have, handed in, you could have had to write in school and gotten bad grades and a bunch of red marks on it, or you could have had like me, like mom who edits it for you, and then after a while stops making the same mistakes requiring editing, or need consistent editing. But
Yeah.
therefore matter. So there's no advantage of running the sentence on it, just be period. Therefore matter inherits its structure from its controlling mind. As such, you should probably just remove as such. The principal attribute of matter is structure. Combining the principal attributes of mind and matter gives structured, ordered unification. Like herein, you're probably better off just removing that. The concrete form is defined as that which intrinsically bears structured, ordered unification. Let me try the fundamental process of mind is ordered unification, and the object of the process of mind is matter. Namely, mind endows matter with structure. Under panpsychism, the mind supervenes on matter. Mind is necessary while matter is contingent, or matter is emergent from mind. Therefore, matter inherits its structure from its controlling mind. As such, the principal attribute of matter is structure. Combining the principal attributes of mind and matter gives structure-oriented unification. The concrete form is defined as that which intrinsically bears structure, order, unification. So you could
So
possibly argue on.
it's basically a very drawn out definition of an archetype. While trying to not actually talk about archetypes because they tend to get bogged down in subjectivity, but one could abstract.
What you're saying is not causality. So I mean, it's unclear your logic, and the logic here could be argued with. So I mean, under
It's
panpsychism,
more so a definition than a
the
logic.
mind supervenes
The
on
logic
matter.
comes about later. A stable structure, an immovable structure, a non-moving structure doesn't really have a logic per se. Logic implies it's moving.
Well, I mean, just your therefore, and as such may not be accurate. So you're saying that you say if it's not a conclusion of the last sentence, it's another presupposition. So you're saying that.
Which one are we looking at here? As such? Oh, well, I didn't want to say, well, it is implied by panpsychism that
the matter inherits its structure from its controlling mind.
Yeah.
So first of all, you didn't say the mind is controlling. You say we say the mind supervenes. So I mean, if you mean supervenes and controlling are the same thing, matter inherits its structure.
Supervenes means that the mind is
necessary and
matter
matter
is contingent.
And saying therefore, it follows that matter inherits its structure from the controlling mind.
Because the mind determines everything under panpsychism.
I mean, it's saying if it's causal, that the cause of matter is mind, therefore the cause of the matter structure is also mind.
The cause of the properties of the matter is all emergent
So
from the mind.
Because
one of those properties is structure, the main property is structure, and it's because the mind is an orderer.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're I mean, these supervened, and if it's causal, it's causal. So if you're saying the mind,
We're not even at causality yet. Causality has to emerge from this because we're not even at space-time yet. And causality operates on space-time. So this is pre-space-time.
you're saying
Now,
supervenes isn't a causal term.
it's not, no, because supervenes is an emergent thing because if everything's happening at once, any type of causality is a linearization on something that is emergent. And so you're necessarily introducing artifacting to impose linearization on something emergent. And that's not the end of the world. It's just that if you don't calibrate for the fact that this is how it works, then you end up with tons of measurement errors, presuming that it actually does work the way it seems to work. Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. I didn't want to talk about causality.
Well, I think you are.
Was I muted? Hello? Can you hear me?
I hear you fine.
Was I talking for the last minute?
Well, I heard you. I mean, I don't know if on the stream you were coming through.
Okay. Well, it looked like it was muted, but whatever. We'll see. Okay, awesome.
I say supervene if you just mean it's occurring later, or saying
It means that mind determines matter. All it means is that mind determines matter. There's no such thing as matter independent of mind because every single matter is emerging in mind. And so the supervening is that. That's what is meant by supervening. It doesn't mean that there's any type of temporal or otherwise separation between the two. It's a directionality, and you can call it a causal directionality, but usually when we talk about causal, there's a baggage of temporality that is inherited in that structure.
Okay, so if you're, well, I say it's unclear, and then the therefore is even more unclear. So if because mind supervenes on matter, therefore the matter, the structure of matter is from mind, or they're two separate presuppositions. There's one presupposition, and the one presupposition that mind supervenes on matter implies that the structure of matter will be inherited from mind, or is it a separate supposition that the matter?
It implies that all the properties of matter derive from properties of mind. Structure may be one of those properties. I'm further arguing that it is the principal property.
So if you're saying that therefore
use matter with.
If you're saying therefore everything about matter is inherited from the controlling mind, including structure, or saying just structure?
The first one is true, and the number one attribute inherited is structure.
So it probably should be reworded or clarified.
We're sort of implying there may be other attributes that are inherited, but we're not actually saying that because whether there are depends on, again, your emergence model.
Well,
sort of
you're putting in like
using as few words as possible.
Look, I mean, because you're putting in a causal form. And so if you're saying that it causes everything about it to be inherited from everything about matter to be inherited from mind, you should probably say that, not just structure. You're saying that?
Yeah, that's true. I should say that, and I need a bit of help as to how to word it. So, because that is what I meant. That's definitely what you said is definitely what I meant.
I mean, if in saying to get rid of the as such, so therefore all principles, all something of matter is inherited from the controlling mind, including most importantly structure.
Okay. Sure.
And then, I mean, you don't even have to add, you actually could take less words, like to add such the principal attribute of matter is structure. So it's therefore all properties of matter are inherited from controlling mind, including the principal attribute structure. So I mean, actually, you could reword that in less words.
Ooh, I'm gonna have to be going to yogi jail now. God forbid.
Well, no, I mean, just some right. I mean, that's what Ramakrishna told Vivekananda to go to university.
I did go to university, and I didn't just read
But
people's
you didn't
minds.
study. But you didn't study writing.
I took one course in English, and I was an interpreter for several years. Clearly, wasn't enough. I still needed all this, and I still suck. It's
I
a
mean,
journey.
you'd be a yogi, but it does not going to give you expertise in English grammar or writing.
No, it's going to make me shit at it because all my concepts are in yoga, not in English. It takes, as you can see, a very long time to put anything in English, but it's fine. It's worth it. Very long journey, though. So, do you want me to keep going, or have we?
Well, I'm only on page 3 here.
Yeah, I've got it shared. That's fine.
You have table 1, structure order unification. Table 1 depicts the three-dimensional periodic table. It is an ordered unified structure comprised of 59 balls. The concrete form of the QMPT is maximal symmetric boundary, and so embodies the concept of structured ordered unification. So I'm not sure if you're saying this is an example of so combining the principles of attributes of mind and matter gives structured ordered unification. And so the quantum periodic table is a maximally symmetric boundary and so embodies the concept of structured ordered unification. So now your symmetry, you didn't mention symmetry before. That
order and symmetry are connected. I can explain why that is. I'm just not sure if an explanation is going to make the point any more clear. How would I explain that order? Symmetry is a type of order. Would you agree with that?
I mean, possibly, but that's your argument.
Well, it's not really an argument. I think it's just definitional.
Well, because your definitions are almost your arguments because you're giving your own definitions. So if
you tell people, then
your definitions are your arguments almost. But so here, if you're saying an example of structured ordered unification is the quantum periodic table that demonstrates a form of order in that of maximum symmetry.
I definitely went through many different ways to sort of express that, and it was very.
So this is just your
very
basic,
nebulous.
Paragraph form where you're explaining what you're doing. So saying now, here's the example of, and to be clear, like because you haven't used the word symmetric, and so if you mean ordered, that in your symmetry is a form of order. So just a little bit more explanation there. Essential misattribution. The concrete form is an integral part of the cycle of subjectivity, thought. The concrete form is an integral part of the cycle.
Yeah, I wrote subjectivity, but it should say subjective. I made an error. I'm sorry. It says subjectivity, but it should say subjective.
This section will explore another facet of this cycle, namely essential misattribution, which fuels incorrect perception, namely unrealistic expectations. So this namely is probably a poor way of wording this.
What about in particular?
I mean, at least you didn't have the will be explored.
What about in particular instead of namely?
You could probably just get rid of namely. This subject will explore another facet of the cycle, essential misattribution, which fuels incorrect perception, in the form of unrealistic expectations or something. But I mean, namely is probably a pretty poor word choice. The first one you could just doesn't need to be replaced by another word. The second one, maybe. But in this section, we'll explore another facet of this. You could even this section will explore essential misattribution. With another facet of the cycle, which fuels, um, maybe even put in another sentence. Um, essential misattribution fuels incorrect perception.
Yeah. You really think that's any clear? I guess it's maybe slightly clearer.
Well, I mean, it's probably put namely is just unclear. So the first one you just X out, and in the case, instead of having a run-on sentence, maybe another sentence, and even repeat the word. So it's, instead of which, uh, essential misattribution fuels. Subjective motivation may be decomposed as follows. Mentalism inclines towards abstract ideals, love justice as embodied as concrete forms. Subjective motivation may be decomposed as follows. Mentalism inclines towards abstract ideals embodied as concrete forms. For example, Judy went to Costa Rica, physical place, concrete form, to have fun, abstract ideal. Or Kyle does math lessons, um, book, concrete form, to improve his reasoning ability, abstract ideal.
How's that?
We didn't mention book, so I don't know why book. I mean, math lessons. So Kyle does math lessons, book.
Yeah. The math lessons are in a book. I guess I didn't make that clear.
In all cases, the primary inclination of subjectivity is to identify the concrete form as the source of the abstract ideal and follow the abstract ideal through the proxy of its associated concrete form. Misattributed. The chair exists because I'm sitting on it. Correctly attributed. I believe a chair exists beneath me because I'm sitting on a thing that everyone agrees is a chair, but there is no universal chair. Um,
Yeah, so the things that are recognized are not properties of the things they're recognized in. Short and to put it shortly.
well, I mean, there might be a universal chair.
This type of reasoning wouldn't allow for any type of universals like that. Any particulars wouldn't be universals like that.
Are we saying chair is like a Platonic form? It's universal, just like a.
No, that's why I'm saying it can't be a universal form because it's a particular form, because it has a definition, a conventional definition only. It's not Platonic. Not that I'm considering the system Platonic. I think there are flaws in Platonism as it's currently understood that are possibly not overcomable or surmountable. To say there's a chair would be a model, which is fine as long as you understand that it's a model. That's all I'm saying. The problem is when you can have arbitrarily many concepts. And even allowing just for one chair is too many. Because it does to say a chair doesn't really mean anything. It has no bearing on consciousness as a concept. A chair. Or whatever, anything else fundamental, like what you might argue geometry and so forth. Do you want to just keep going, or what do you think? Do you don't like the chair example, or you don't think it's saying anything, or
Yeah, I'm not sure.
more subtle than a vegetarian fart? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, here you're like so technical, you can't even give a definition, and now like you're cracking jokes about farts. So it's like,
What do you mean I'm so technical I can't give a definition? I'm trying. What am I going to do? Define every term in the essay? No one's ever done that before.
well, I was saying in the beginning, like, I mean, here now you're going into, uh, is it, were these examples even necessary, or
It might not be necessary. I mean, do you think, if you don't think it adds anything, if no, I don't know, people in the audience, feel free to chime in. If you don't think it adds anything, let us know.
I'll just go on. As so, the tendency for subjectivity to chase shadows of concrete forms animated by ghosts of abstract ideals has been demonstrated as the you're probably better off also, subject verb object. This demonstrates the tendency for subjectivity to chase shadows of concrete forms animated by ghosts of abstract ideals. And then, as the phenomenon has been explored, there's also poor verbiage.
I could just start with the phenomenon has been explored elsewhere, and so won't be discussed at length here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The well-known issues of misaligned valuation will be taken for granted here. It will suffice to accept that there exists a natural tendency undermining one's ability to accurately wield concepts in physical rooted in essential misattribution, and that there is certain value in strategically countering these effects. Okay, phenomenal object permanence. This section will explore how the perceptibility and meaning of transcendentals are occluded both by the imperative of separateness of the animal evolutionary pathway and by the usage of conventional language. Okay, so at least you have your opening. I mean, if you have paragraph form, you don't need like a space in a new paragraph. That should be just a opening sentence, like like a tab.
Okay.
I don't know why you're like allergic to paragraph form, or even like using the tab for the first sentence. The evolutionary pathway of animals entails a finite, autonomously moving body in order to ensure safety. Remain alive long enough to reproduce, the body generates a perception of separation from its environment, which estimates its position relative to relevant entities. The animal bears this imperative in the form of two core beliefs: localization to the body and precipitation of the perception of the existence of permanent objects. Indeed, these are merely two perspectives of the same pathway. The animal evolutionary pathway thus occludes transcendentals in two ways: a finite body and an infinite universe, and the perception of object permanence in a universe with no permanent objects. Communication via a particular medium necessitates the belief that it is possible to convey meaning therewith. Therewith probably isn't right. For example, the
Yeah,
conventional
I was
use
almost certain that it wasn't right. I just wasn't. I didn't know what to put instead.
maybe nothing, or
Just remove the
with
word.
the verb necessitate. Communication via a particular medium necessitates the belief that it's possible to convey meaning. Maybe even reverse it. Meaning can only be conveyed. I'm not sure but it should probably be reworded. For example, conventional use of language references concepts on the basis of presumed shared meaning. For another example, anytime anyone uses a piece of technology, they expect it to work. Conventional usage of language habituates the user to conventional concepts. Conventional concepts tend to be bounded, while transcendentals are unbounded. The difference in properties further occludes the perceptibility of transcendentals. Improved understanding through belief calibration. The essential misattribution of object permanence, explored thus far, is intended as justification for therapeutic belief recalibration, such has been used by religion in order to modify the practitioner's state of mind to varying degrees of success. For example, Pythagoreans and Platonists used mathematical ideals like the circle dot to allude to permanent forms. The 3D periodic table can serve a similar function as opposed to just feeling permanent. It actually is permanent. The method of belief recalibration by centering EMOP upon transcendentals works extremely well, possibly a little bit too well. Religion tends to rise to power through their ability to manage the problems associated with essential misattribution of object performance, yet they themselves end up as instantiations of EMOP when devotees mistakenly believe the church to be equal to God. As such, great prayer is required to skillfully wield transcendental technology. So, I mean, you're developing like a little bit of a narrative voice here towards the end. So, if you think through and then in the introduction, try to use that narrative voice towards the beginning for your introduction. This section will discuss the two-step process of recalibrating EMOP. Step 1, accepting essential misattribution. Since no permanent material boundaries exist, but conceptual boundaries appear to exist, it follows that subjectivity stimulates boundaries that definitionally bear no permanent correspondence in matter. This effect is called essential misattribution. Is accepted in stages. The first step of calibration of subjective perception is the ritual self-inquiry. This engenders skepticism towards uninitiated intuitions about subject permanence. Habituation to this skepticism builds the fortitude required to work with naturally arising uncertainty. Step 2, substantial recalibration. Once essential misattribution has been accepted, therapeutic realignment may begin. At this stage, the subject wills the target of essential misattribution away from naturally arising nebulous conventional concepts and towards concepts that can bear the weight of the belief without causing cognitive dissonance. For example, diagram the forms of the quantum periodic table and the hyperbolic complement of the figure 8 knot are adequate targets for the belief in object permanence. Unlike ephemeral convention in all concepts, these forms are real and permanent in every way that matters. In summary, instead of believing that the phenomenal objects of the world are permanent, the QMPT is actively believed in as permanent, which gradually displaces the distortion caused by EMOP. So when you get to the end part, you actually almost have like a narrative voice. So I mean, just going back up to the beginning, like I mean, if you eliminated the definitions and word compounding conventions, and in your preface, your introduction, um, you could mention your QMPT, and then what you mentioned towards the end of your essay about how recalibration could have therapeutical benefit, and then you could add a conclusion where you recap what you did. So you're almost there.
Thanks.
So we just fix the grammatical problems of you when you have the verb when you're not using standard subject verb object. Try to use subject verb object. Um, avoid run-on sentences. A lot of them could just be periods. A lot of like your as such namely could just be deleted and replaced with nothing. Um, you know, put it into paragraph form, like add a tab at the beginning and put the sentences. Try to include a, uh, each paragraph should have a introductory sentence and a concluding sentence that links one idea to the next, and then a conclusion at the end, and you're almost at a successful essay.
Great. So the meaning was somewhat clear?
Um, I think so. I mean, you have to. I mean, maybe next week, if you had it in essay form, like you could say that it was clear. It's like no, as of now, no. I'm saying you might be a draft away from
Not
me.
the essay, the concept.
I'm still not clear because like you'd have to actually be an essay form where you say what you're going to do, then do it, and then recap what you did. So like I think it's possibly there, but like no, it's unclear because you don't give a thesis that says this is what you're trying to do, and then so I could say like, well, did you do what you said you're trying to do? And so this point's still not clear, but it possibly like an edit away where if you get rid of the definitions and form at the beginning, put a general introduction that includes some of the stuff you put about the end, about uh, what you're trying to do and the benefit of the therapeutic benefit that you even put in it, and then a conclusion that summarizes what you did to repeat your argument. I think you're an essay form, but like till you have that, you can't be clear of did you actually have an argument? Did you successfully argue your argument?
Well, wave morphers as esoteric non-duality for academics. Bit of a that I would agree with that. I would say that I'm treading the line between eso and exoteric because just by virtue of writing it down sort of becomes outward facing in that sense. So
Yeah, I mean, you could probably. I mean,
I want to get the essence.
the document was
Forgive
9
the
pages.
forgive the adage, but I want to get the essence of non-dualism across in this dualistic modality of writing.
I mean, it's only 1,000 words, so like it's really only like 4 or 5 pages, even with the diagram. So like it's really only like 4 or 5 pages, and saying you could probably just cut the definitions and the convention, and you already have a preface, so you could just turn that into an introduction by adding 2 or 3 sentences, like an introduction sentence, or even just rewording that herein, like this essay, discussing panpsychism to calibrate, um, and then to add the thesis, maybe your last sentence is saying that of the therapeutical benefit, or mention that because you spend most of the essay talking about the QMPT, you should probably mention that in the introduction, and then a conclusion that recaps. Uh, so the introduction is saying what you're going to do and why you're going to do it, and the conclusion is a recap of what you did and why, having done what you did, now now the reader, um, you can have some sort of greater understanding of the concept that is the center of why you wrote in the first place. and so that you clarify in the conclusion and the recap, and you could even give future direction towards what you might be doing in the future, or now that the person understands this concept or is on the path towards understanding this concept better, of what future concepts that this might be built off of. But it said, like, you're almost there. Maybe by next week, if you made the saying the edits, uh, you put it into paragraph form, and introduction and conclusion, you're almost there. That
Yeah,
maybe for
another issue that really this helped a lot resolve is that I had sort of started with something else, which ended up being 2,500 words. I mean, most of it was crap, but I ended up having to just chop it in half. So this is really only the first half of a much longer thing, which definitely makes a way less sense than this. So won't be putting that out there, because as bad as this is way worse. Couldn't even
well,
imagine.
so once so it could be, if you get your narrative arc of this, that your next essay will be easy to write. That you're saying you put, and then your conclusion, you'll have hinted, you'll have mentioned your next, like the elements of your next essay. You could even put like 2 or 3 sentences in the conclusion about how this is going to lead into your next essay. You could even put a sentence in
That
the
implies
introduction.
that there's a structured, ordered, sequential, predetermined unraveling of my teachings, which structurally can't exist. So say what the next article is like, I don't even know when this article is going to end, because already, like I said, this article was double that length and I cut it in two, so it's half of what it was. Hilariously, Wave Morpher says trolling the masculine memeplex of hidden duality. There's truth to that. But it is very subtle and not a topic with which we are currently engaged very much. But the basic idea that is encompassed by this one is, number one, well, there's two ideas, I guess. Number one is that there's this tendency towards essential misattribution, and then it's worthwhile to calibrate beliefs in accordance with what it is that we're subconsciously believing in, which is a object permanence.
Yeah, so you want to clearly express that in the introduction and the conclusion. And so that's what I'm saying. You could add in a sentence or two about your next essay too within that. But minus the your problem with verb tense, and if you've fixed the obvious things that were wrong, like you're putting the verb at the end of the sentence, your poor use of tense, unnecessary confusing words like your namely's, as such, herein, um, dividing up run on sentences, most of them just switching a comma for a period, um, putting it into pure paragraph form, and then having a coherent introduction and conclusion, and saying, and then you're there. You have an essay.
Right. I don't like bringing in extraneous explanations, and this sounds extraneous, but it's not. I just have to get over the feeling like it's extraneous.
Whatever. I mean, you don't have an essay till you've done that,
It's fine.
and it's in, like, I mean, reality, like, I mean, you're papers until you've done that. Yet, like you're basically incomprehensible. So like once you've done that, you'll be able to potentially you'll be able to put it out there and be understood by people and get feedback. But like even before you've done that, like it's almost too difficult even to get feedback. And then you'd be able to see if once you have a comprehensible essay, whether people are reading it and understanding it.
So adding more words, that's going to make it comprehensible.
No, I actually thought that. I mean, if you listen to a majority of my advice, that it would have been less words, because you just take out the definition, the first two parts. Um, a lot, like a lot of your structural things, like putting the verb at the end of the sentence, actually cause there to be more words. Um, I recommended eliminating a lot of your extra words, like your namely's and thereins, and so if in each sentence, each section, you just turn into a paragraph, uh, if you maybe you have to add, a new sentence in the beginning and at the end. A lot of them you already have of in the introduction, to add two or three sentences and a conclusion, which would be a paragraph that might be. Um, so like no, I think if you took the majority of my voice, it'd actually be shorter than it was before. Although you might be adding, 6 to 8 sentences from 2 to 3 in the conclusion, 1 or 2 in the middle to clarify paragraph introduction or conclusion, and then another 4 sentences paragraph for conclusion.
So you're saying in spite of adding several sentences, they're just going to be shorter, but overall the length of it will be less. Okay.
And saying a lot of that stuff, like your examples. I mean, you could keep that in, but I mean, you could probably even have cut a lot of that out, like your semantic examples.
You mean with the chair?
Yeah, with the chair, the math, or whatever. Like, I mean, you could keep all that in, but you probably could have cut some of that. But I mean, you could keep that all in if you want. But like, no, I don't think it. I mean, like, if it was 8 pages now, just by cutting out the definitions and the name and the hyphen convention at the beginning, and it takes more words to put the verb at the end of the sentence than like, so you'll see that when you reorder it, that you'll actually use less words. So no, I'm not saying it should be substantially longer. I'm just saying like the another few sentences in the introduction and to add a conclusion. And when you put it into paragraph form, like your sections that should be clearly structured in paragraph form, that your paragraph should have an introductory and conclusion sentence. So when you do that in that form, if they don't have an introductory and conclusion sentence, that you'll have to add one.
Great. Well, I feel positive about this. I feel like it's better than last week. So it could be a lot worse. And this was, I mean, I didn't even come close to encompassing my point, which was the excluded and not excluded thing that you took issue with me using that which is.
Well, that's supposed to just get rid of the definitions. I don't think it helped. It helped the essay. It added confusion.
The essay added confusion. Is that what you said?
The definitions.
Well, the alternative is not to give them or to give them at the end. So you're saying just get rid of them. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't think they added anything for this essay.
I just think it's bad form to use the terms without citing my definitions, but because otherwise people might get the wrong idea with mind and thinking that it's a subjective mind. And I didn't want to mention that. I mean, I suppose I could mention it explicitly, but I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably better off mentioning it and why it's important to mention when you bring it up. So that it'd be, add a sentence at that
Because
relative
it's
point.
the point. The problem is that it's another example of what the article is arguing for, which is a calibration tactic,
Yeah, you're
a
saying
technique, a
if you have to,
calibration technique. Excuse me, just sneezed there.
if you have to define it, then define it where you use it, and then explain why you're given your definition, why you're defining it that way. So you're saying you're going to define it this way and why you're defining it this way, as opposed to how it
I
may.
can't define it. How am I supposed to argue if the essay is supposed to be the argument for that? How am I supposed to say, well, here's these definitions are also for the thing the essay is arguing to support, which I haven't explained yet. I'm sorry, it's so hard. It's like a chicken and egg of what do you put first, because everything is really
No,
connected.
I mean, there's not a laughing matter. You're laughing at yourself.
I am giggling at how silly I am, and I'm sorry for being unserious.
Yeah, I mean, you're the joke. You're laughing at yourself.
I didn't attempt. I attempted to avoid several very complicated rabbit holes, including the dependent arising of definitions, subjective versus object or subject, whatever, subject-object dualism. We didn't even go into that. So there's a lot of topics I didn't talk about that I could have, and I don't want to. So I'm not
And
against
so just
changing it.
eliminate that section. And then when you eliminate that section, if you read through and when you use the word, if you think it's not clear, then add the definition there where you use that term.
So rather than include self, mind, thought, consciousness, which is a fundamental concept across all the ideas, just include mind, because technically self, thought, and I'm not even sure if consciousness is even in the article. So there's really not much that needs to be there, although mind is referenced like several times. So I wanted to mention it.
Where if the term is not clear where you use it, define it where you use it.
Well, you already told me the definition's not clear. So I don't know how we can really get out of it if the only possible definition that's accurate is unclear. We're in a situation of either not saying it or just saying it even though it's unclear. Or coming up with an alternate definition, which is definitionally less precise, or sorry, less accurate, because it's somehow more precise.
Well, don't put it at the beginning. I don't think you need it at the end. And so if you just completely cut it out, and when you're going through, you think that it needs a clear definition, define the term where you first use it.
Why would it be any different than okay, that's the thing. You said the definitions weren't clear. I don't have an alternate definition. I only have that definition.
Yeah, so if you need to define it, define the term where you first use it.
And you said the definition was unclear, and I'm saying the only definition I have is an unclear one.
So
you're
it's still
saying
going to be unclear,
what?
but it'll be at least you're not writing a textbook. So just you don't have a glossary, so just define the term where you use it. It's not proper essay form to open up with definitions. Define the term where you use it, and because your definition is only 4 words long, you don't you could it's not maybe even just a comma, if you need to, I think you could just delete the definition part in totality. But um, if you
You're probably right. Now that I think about it, you are definitely right. I thought it was worth including because it's to habituate the reader to the sign convention or whatever the equivalent of a sign convention is. But I see now it's making the whole thing less clear. And it's some sort of a.
yeah, just completely delete it. And then if you're reading through, like, oh, that needs to be defined or needs to be clarified, do it on the spot, where you're reading it and it appears to be unclear or undefined. And I'm not even sure if that's going to be necessary, but if it is, like when you're re-editing it, so you just delete, and you don't need preface. So like whatever, if you're calling that your article, like your introduction, I don't think it needs its own header. So you have your title, and then you don't need um your herein, which should be reworded, saying this essay, um the purpose of this essay is to stress the importance of panpsychist mind first calibration. um you just open up with that. You don't need a separate header for your introduction.
I don't need a separate header for my introduction.
Where your preface subjective, so if you're
Okay.
just going to delete definitions and word compounding convention, and so the essay is going to open up with the first sentence, um, which here is improperly worded. So it's going to be, this essay uh, will discuss or will stress the importance of panpsychist mind first calibration. Um, that part doesn't need a heading. You don't need to tell the person that it's the introduction. Just it starts, they'll know that it's introduction.
Just put an introduction there. Someone in the chat asked to define definition.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably going to need more work on it next week, but I mean, so you could do some editing, and hopefully you'll have like the final rough draft next week. Will you be ready to put into where if you have it already in a basic essay form, you'll be make the final edits next week, and then you'll be ready to put it out.
It is kind of nice that I don't have to include those definitions because it's just another possible source of confusion.
Yeah, it's just probably improper form to whatever to you open up with introduction and definitions.
Yeah, it was my own logic. It was what I would want to see first. Every time I go to read someone's unified field model, I wish I had definitions at the beginning. So it's totally on me. What about your writing? Did you want to talk about why you took down your article or your article in particular? Because we didn't really go into that too much, or had we gone into that?
Well, I said that they changed it, and it wasn't really an article. Like it was just an advertisement for my other article, like saying, "Oh, chess.com made this video on the history of chess," but it wasn't really the history of chess. It was just the history of the World Chess Championship, and even though they call it the history of chess, it only covered the last 200 years. And so then I decided like it wasn't even worth putting that up because I was basically just advertising my other. I was just using their thing to advertise my last essay. And then I showed you that they actually edited and changed um, their thing, that they took my recommendation if from Seeing Mine or not, that they changed the title from a History of Chess, Reflection of Us, to the World Chess Championship. And I also
So,
saw that,
did you
like,
feel
okay,
like weird that they took your advice or something?
no, I thought, I decided that, I thought maybe I'd get some clicks, or like I saw, like I wasn't, it only got like 60 views, and it wasn't really an essay. I didn't add anything new, and so I thought I was maybe just trying to chase clicks, and so I just took it down, decided against it, and I'll focus on my study of self. That I'm still looking for my narrative arc. Um, I thought maybe last week you were being kind of like, well, I'm calling anti-intellectual. So you, in terms like only caring about promoting your own ideas as opposed to actual research, and but yeah, I want to focus on moving towards like book writing, because I'm not sure having a popular blog on the chess server really means anything, and I don't really have much feedback, or useful feedback anyways. So I'm just going to keep on focusing on my research, and trying to develop a narrative arc for for my essay on self.
Yeah. Does it feel like you're any closer than you were last week?
Well, yeah, I mentioned I finished that research on the cognitive revolution, and so I was mentioning the computational theories of consciousness, and so I'm looking for. I'm going to give a historical frame. So, I wanted to find. So I thought I'd start that essay out with a recap of the cognitive of self. Start with try like a definition of the difference between self and identity, and the difficulty in providing definitions, leading to schools of thought, and then I'll use the cognitive revolution, adding a little bit more detail into that to help clarify the why there's different schools of thought that define these terms differently, and then I'm going to try to give probably two different historical narratives. I'm going to give an overview of developmental theories, because there's theories of self, there's developmental theories that are not directly theories of self, besides for Erickson, like Freud and other Piaget. They're not really theories of self. They're more uh, cognitive development, but they're important to self. So I'm gonna have to have a section on developmental theory. Then I'm gonna have a section on um, first, I'll probably the section on the cognitive revolution, a section on developmental theory, a section on Erickson and identity formation theories that are built off of Erickson, and then on narrative identity, and then I'll probably have to have like a generic section of just concepts and other related theories. So I'm still looking for a narrative arc for how to piece all this information. But maybe if I have that design, I could start writing where I have an introduction. I'm gonna mention how I finished part one up to the cognitive revolution, with the beginning of psychology that was more focused on self and introspection, and the cognitive revolution and the rise of cognitive science that focused on models and testing. So with the cognitive revolution, you had a new, psychology as a science, and that means models and testing, and the, huge longitudinal surveys of data collection that starts, in the 50s, really, in the same time as the cognitive revolutions, the creation of psychology and cognitive science as a science. And it's a science because there's models and data gathering and testing of the models. And so I'll try to tie that in, I guess, a section of the, related to the cognitive revolution of the advances in psychology into a formal science. There's also interest, like, related to going to the moon, to Sputnik, that like the Russians advanced Sputnik, and so in the 50s and 60s, there was a lot of military funding and governmental funding for the sciences that also led to psychology as a creation of a science, and like related especially to AI and computers, because there was a lot of funding for computers. So putting psychology and cognitive science forward as a science made it eligible for a lot more funding. And so I want to describe that in terms of like the development of the field of psychology, and then I'll try to circle back around to the progression of theories of identity in relation to the progression of psychology in general, cognitive science. And that's going to, the main part of that is there's going to, and I have multiple theories. So I'll probably have a section where I kind of historically mention some of the major researchers and the time frame um, of who the names are, and when they're coming up with the ideas. And then I'll probably have a big section on um, a few different theories, maybe Eudaimonic identity theory, narrative identity theory, um, and Erickson Marcia's uh, identity theory of. So I still haven't worked out my narrative arc, so I'm still thinking about that. But I think I could start writing the, I'll start an introduction that, will probably be updated, because the introduction is the roadmap, but I don't exactly know what I'm going to do. So I'll
I don't
work
know if you saw
backwards.
Sully's comment there.
Um, it's narrative voice.
Yeah. I don't know what that means, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just trolling, because he's probably not paying attention. He's just trolling. It's like, no, like I think I have my narrative voice for this. So my narrative voice will come in the introduction, where I'll be explaining why I'm writing about this. So in terms of my narrative voice, like, because um, I'm interested in these subjects, and I'm planning on writing a book on multiple truth hypothesis, and I have a bunch of unique research into the science of expertise, and the science of expertise is a subfield of identity theory, because identity is expertise is an extension of identity. So that's in terms of my narrative voice. But no, it's the narrative arc that I'm looking at, is for the arc of how I'm going to fit all this information, which can be more than a 10-page paper. And so the narrative arc is how I'm going to structure this information that makes sense to the reader. And so, so I'm going to, that's what I'm going to aim for. The arc is like the cognitive revolution, in terms of the framing of cognitive science as a science, in the rising of computer science, modeling software, psychological models, and testing. Um, then a review of developmental theory. Um, and from there, because Erickson's identity formation will be included in that, I'll probably move from there into Erickson's major theory in that I mentioned the last essay where I was going to pick up Erickson's theory of identity formation and then the students and followers of Erickson into the development of that. And maybe in that section, I'll also include some of the general theories. And then from there, I'll have special sections on a few other major theories like narrative theory, eudaimonic theory, and the conclusion. So that's the narrative arc. The narrative voice is the I who is, why am I writing about this? Why am I the one who's bringing you this information? And the narrative arc is how I'm going about doing that.
And you said you didn't know exactly what the structure of the essay was going to be yet, which was evidenced by the narrative arc or lack
Yeah,
of.
so I'll probably start writing it. So like because I have my notes and everything, I'll just start writing, and instead I'll write an introduction, and then go into the section of cognitive revolution, and then into developmental theory, and then from Erickson. So I already know that much, and that'll probably already be 3 or 4 pages, and then from there I'll work backwards to. So my narrative voice I already know. So from that I could probably start in the introduction, and just saying like, well, why am I doing this, and what does this have to do with my overall message and my overall plans? To let alone how am I going to structure um, this huge subject of a comprehensive review of the psychology of identity and self into like a 10-15 page essay. And then I'm not even mentioning my own stuff here. So I'm saying when I actually write multiple truth hypothesis, so I have if this is a 10-15 page essay or a 7 page essay, I'm going to have 20 pages on self and identity, not even including my own ideas. So, which means when I actually have the book on multiple truth hypothesis, I could probably have like a 30-40 page chapter on self and identity that would include my own stuff also. And so that's the narrative voice. And this is where this is just a precursory, like I'm sharing with people my research uh, of the historical review. It's just a useful essay for people who are interested in the topic. And I'm just hinting at eventually sharing my own ideas. But in this essay, I'm not actually sharing my own ideas. And
The
so
only idea that you'd be sharing is sort of the meta notion that you are uh, an appropriate author for such an essay. There's a question in the chat. I don't know if you wanted to address whether you'd ever heard of model of hierarchical complexity.
Not sure. I mean, that's an actual thing. Reading from the Scream framework for scoring how complex behavior is, such as verbal reasoning or cognitive tasks. Not sure. So I also want to express what I'm not going to be covering and what I hope to do in the future separate. So I'm talking about self and identity, which is in the frame of cognitive science. But I'm not talking about the main aspects of cognitive science, which is behavior, intellectual functions, and memory, which I'm going to get into. But the framework of cognitive science and identity, that the main part of cognitive science is actually thought, reason, memory, and that this is a precursor. So this is why this is taking so long, because this is more you're really just framing for what I want to talk about. and so that's why it's probably so complicated. And also this history, this long history, like a good 150-year history of the history of psychology, just to have it clear in my own head that I'm doing it now. But so in the future essays, when I'm writing about motivation and expertise or memory or these various things, that I have already done this comprehensive review of cognitive science and psychology. So I mean, it's pretty tedious what I'm doing now. So I'm glad I'm getting it done, and it's probably a hint towards something I'll have to do again. Like when I pivot back around to math and physics, I'll probably eventually try to do something like this with physics and math and maybe even computers and hopefully a whole bunch of things. So hopefully you'll get easier and
You think it's going to be easier to do a review of physics than the South?
um yeah, I think it is actually. I think there's
Really?
less.
I mean,
Yeah, I
I
think.
sort of thought you should abandon the one on the South because I just thought it was going to be interminable and just start smaller. But I'm glad you're doing it, and I'm glad you
I think.
feel like you're
I
getting
think the
some
history of
you're getting
physics is
somewhere.
actually. I think the history of physics is actually smaller than. I mean, at least in the realm of the multiple truth hypothesis, certain like even of quantum mechanics is actually smaller than psychology. I think there's actually like less names and ideas.
But you don't think the ideas in physics might be substantially to understand and well enough to talk about?
Um, well, they might be, but it's not. I think I could still do the historical review and where my idea fits in. Even I don't have to fully explain um, the ideas.
Well, you have to know. I mean, don't you have to understand something to be able to write about it? Because then it's sort of like narrative voice. Why the hell are you writing something if you don't know anything about it?
I think I know about as much about physics as psychology. I almost minored. I mean, I have about as much of a background in physics and psychology.
And that's why I'm so shocked that you don't find physics to be more difficult to write about than psychology.
Um, well, I mean, because psychology is probably more complicated. That's why I said that my mom, the highest IQ is in the realm of linguistics and physics, and linguistics is a subfield of cognitive science, and there's psychology, like a psychologist that gives people advice, and then there's the psychology as the study of mind and of consciousness, the theoretical field, and the theoretical field of mind is probably just as complicated as physics. And certainly there's more
Normally,
list.
I would agree with you, but you spend how long trying to explain to me that the contemporaries don't study the mind itself. They study the processes of mind through the particular observables that are correlates of mind, and therefore making it a lot easier conceptually.
I'm not sure it's any easier. I mean, saying just because and I mean,
It's
so
harder
there's.
in the sense that nothing is coherent with anything else, and so everyone else, every model is different in ways that are unclear.
I mean, physics is. I mean, you could call like there's more.
Physics uses a common quote language. I'm not saying I think math is language. A common structure of math. So there's a sense in which physics can't not convey meaning through its mathematical formalism, which is not so much present in a lot of these other
I mean,
things.
there's no black box of the mind, so physics is directly measurable. You could say like the quantum mechanics, uh, or once you get down the question of matter, or esoteric things like electricity. But generally, the mind has a black box. So you have to study it through psychometrics or through models.
Yeah, well, we
And,
don't see it that way. We believe it can be known quite directly. So that's the perspective. That's why I'm saying physics is harder for that reason, for this presupposition that
when you say
it
we,
is a black
I mean,
box.
who's the we?
The people in the tradition of looking at things the way that I do, of mind first. Obviously, we think the mind can be known if
Well, I mean,
we
you mean Hindus or
adhere
something, a
to a
religious
mind
approach.
first
Yeah, but I
view.
mean, you're saying like we is like a Hindu or religious approach, as opposed to the science of psychology. So the
Did
science of
you take my
psychology.
point at all, or no?
No, I'm kind of rejecting your point. I mean, just the fact that you used a we, and like I'm rejecting there is a we, and we say that you, as someone who takes a non-scientific approach towards the mind, as you know,
Well,
so if you're
saying that the mind is an unknowable black box, one might hazard to say that's the unscientific approach.
yeah, I'm saying now you're just arguing with the science, and you think, oh, physics you're not going to argue with, but psychology you will.
Well, I'm talking about
Cognitive
how
science you will,
difficult
and
a subject
it's
is.
like
Physics is hard because it contains math. I don't see the equivalent conceptual difficulty in psychology, and I thought you agree with me in that that was the selling point of approaching psychology this way.
no, I think that, I mean, the reality is psychology includes just as much math as physics, and the modeling. In fact, the modeling for psychology could be just as complicated or more. And I mean, if you look at active inference or something like that, is a theory of mind based, if you're, to match the physical system of the brain. So if you're just talking about a model of predictive behavior, that would also be mathematical or algorithmic and statistical methods. I mean, I'm looking at here the I've been reading the Oxford
I'm
Handbook.
blown away. I believe you. I'm just shocked that you feel that way.
Well, I don't feel that way. I'm saying I've actually studied it. So I mean, you're just hypothesizing inaccurately. So I'm looking at the Oxford Handbook of uh, Computation and Mathematical Psychology, and the Bayesian models, risk, uncertainty, um, even differential equations. I mean, probability theory. Uh, and so, to some extent, psychology is. I mean, statistics has easier and more difficult forms with the psychometrics and regressions. That's why I said like IQ tests aren't designed by people; they're designed by statistical studies, and those statistical studies are relatively complex mathematics. And so that's what something, because you haven't studied the field of psychology, uh, you're appropriate or misattributing what you think is the field of psychology, but it's saying from models of mind, they're mathematical, and they use all the tools of mathematics that are available. And just because that's why I say, like, if psychologists that see patients that requires a certain educational level, then you have psychological theories of mind, and you could put like Hameroff Penrose hypothesis, um, in essence, is a psychological theory.
I still don't see how that means that the math in psychology is as difficult as in physics or is as significant in terms of meaning, because the math
I think
in
it's a precursor. They're saying that the Hameroff, the physics itself is a prerequisite for psychology, because the Penrose Hameroff hypothesis is a psychological theory. Mind
so
is a
it's
subject.
not
Mind
psychological, it is a material model for consciousness. Psychological would it mean that it's
consciousness is
telling
the
you
field of psychology.
right,
Consciousness is
but
couched
that's
in
not the
psychology.
claim, is it? It's about the behavioral correlates of consciousness. It's not about consciousness.
Consciousness is the purview of the field of psychology.
Or the behavioral correlates of consciousness.
No, mind itself. Like, psychology is the study of mind. Theory of mind. Like, if you're talking about mind, you're talking about psychology. So if you're talking neuropsychology, but I was saying that the if it's a theory of mind, it's a psychological theory that might have physics involved. And so, I mean, physics for high level psychology, physics is a precursor. But if it's a theory of mind, it's not a theory of physics, it's a theory of psychology that involves physics.
What are we talking about here? Is a theory of psychology that involves physics? What are you referencing? Sorry.
Any theory of mind is in the purview of psychology. It might
Okay.
involve physics. So the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis is not a physics theory, it's a psychology theory that involves physics.
Because all theories of mind are psychology theories? Is that the logic?
Psychology is the study of mind.
Or the behavioral correlates of mind?
No, psychology by definition, psyche. I mean, the soul, mind, psychology is the study of mind. There's no other field like that. The psychology is subdivided specifically to be the study of mind, which includes behavior. There's behavioral psychology, but the study of mind is the base field of psychology. Behavioral psychology is but you don't have mind psychology because that's a duplicate terminology, because psychology itself is the study of mind.
So is it possible to study the
And
mind?
what don't you understand? Psychology definitionally is the study of mind.
Yeah, and you said mind was a black box.
Because of biology, because of uncertainty, because the heart
So
problem.
we're studying the mind indirectly. I thought we were agreed on that, and now it seems you're saying something else, and it's unclear what it is.
Yeah, so if you're using physics or something else, you're saying you have a method, but it's saying so you don't have the black box of physics when you study um, your motion, electricity. You directly study it, as opposed to mind. You can't directly
Directly
study
study
mind.
it through math.
Or saying you don't measure mind, you measure the output of mind, or through introspection. I mean, we discussed this last week. For whatever reason, you just don't understand this, and then you become like argumentative, even though these are, it's like you didn't take Psych 101 or whatever. You study mind through the output of mind or through introspection. As opposed to physics, you don't have you could study uh, the physics directly. So if you have a model of mind, it's not like the equations of acceleration where you have an object and you could directly measure its acceleration. So if a theory of mind, you can't directly measure the mind. You have to measure the output of the mind. And behavior, we consider the output of mind also. So not only mental output of mind, but even things like behavior in correlation to a theory of mind. So in that aspect, the field of psychology is more difficult than physics.
Because it deals with the output of mind and the function of mind, and that's more difficult than
Because
physics.
it's more
Because
abstract. There's a extra level of abstraction to psychology from physics.
and how does that work?
And it's saying physics is a precursor. You don't need to understand psychology to understand physics, but you need to understand physics to understand the mechanisms of psychology. You don't need to understand the mechanisms of psychology to understand the mechanisms of physics. You need to understand the mechanisms of physics to understand them. So for physics, you don't have the prerequisites of biology and physics, as opposed to psychology. You have the prerequisites. If you want to understand the mechanism of mind, you need to know biology and physics.
So to do psychology, you have to know biology and physics.
We don't have to, but I think for that psychology is in reality a more complicated field because there's no element of physics that's not useful for psychology. But the reality is psychology is not needed really for any element of physics. Even the observer effect that you don't that psychology is not a prerequisite for understanding really any element of physics, as opposed to physics is a
Well,
prerequisite
if the
for.
universe is a mind, then yes, it is.
I mean, possibly, but
Yes. I'm afraid that if the universe is a mind, then psychology, if it's about talking about minds, is necessary for understanding physics on the level of the universe.
um, I mean, possibly, but uh, in the current canonization of physics, physics is purely material, and
Sorry?
that's Philip Scott's book on Galileo's error. And I mean, so in the ancient times there might have been a connection, but since Galileo's time and the rise of the scientific method, mind is separate from physics. Physics is definitionally separate from mind. And so panpsychism is not considered a field of physics. It's not even,
Of course not.
it's not a school of physics. You might
Of
want to
course not.
define panpsychism as a school of physics, but currently now panpsychism would be a spiritual or mystic uh, school, not a school of physics.
Well, if it incorporates physics, and if I have to reference physics, it's just like psychology with its intrinsic physics that is it presumably has to know.
Well, I mean, you could say that, yeah, I mean, that panpsychism necessitates physics because physics is and really panpsychism is a school of psychology.
If you want to define it that way, yeah. If psychology is the mind and the universe is a mind, then yeah,
Yeah,
that makes
so panpsychism,
panpsychism both a physics theory and a psychology theory. That's right.
no, it's not. It's a psychology theory that involves physics. Now, I mean, you could potentially say it's a physics theory, but I mean, really, it's a psychology theory that involves physics.
Yeah, if you want to define it that way, the question is that an actually like acceptable definition? Because to me, it definitely leans closer to a physics theory than a psychology theory, but whatever. I accept that that's what the definition is, and I'm fine to use that.
Unlikely. And so maybe because you find physicists talking about it, the only people you hear talking about panpsychism are physicists that are you're trying to solve or understand certain concepts. But no, but panpsychism. I mean, it's the same word as psychology. I mean, it's panpsychism and psychology. It's the same word for mind.
So
Right?
is there an issue there? Well, yeah, it's fine, but I
I mean,
mean,
it's
do
the
you see an
same
issue
Greek.
with I see an issue with that
Psychism and
conceptually, but
psychology is
do
the
you?
same word for mind.
Okay, so you're saying that's no problem then. Panpsychism is is an assertion about psychology and an assertion about physics, and that's fine.
Well, I mean, you made the point that the physics part's going to be easier than the psychology part. I don't know, easier, but it's a smaller field.
I'm surprised that you think it's going to be easier because I would think that the math and the physics would be significantly harder than any of the math and psychology.
Um, Well, no, I mean it's another misnomer because the in reality is most of the mathematical methods are also used in psychology. So you're saying the physics is complicated because of
They're
the
not,
math.
though. They're really not.
Um,
Nicholas in the chat before said that you don't need anything more than statistics to do psychology. That's what he said. You need a lot more than statistics to do physics. A lot. I mean, that may not matter for what you're writing because maybe someone's already written a summary and you can go off the summary and there's no need to understand. And I'm just overanalyzing what the conceptual difficulty of writing this essay. That's fine if that's the case. It's always good when something turns out to be easier than you thought.
yeah, I mean there's two aspects. One, that physics and biology are necessary to understand the physical mechanisms of the brain. And so you have psychophysics as a subfield of psychology, not a subfield of physics. Psychophysics is a field of psychology, not physics. And so there's no element of physics that's not part of psychophysics. Oh, but you mean the mathematical methods um, for psychology is mostly statistics. Although statistics could be relatively complicated as opposed to like topography or dimensional structures for even differential equations or wave equations that aren't used for psychology except for psychophysics versus but I'm talking about theoretical psychology of the mind, which includes psychophysics. That's why I said like the Penrose Hameroff hypothesis is a psychological theory.
Even though Hamroff is an anesthesiologist and Penrose is a physicist, they've come up with a psychological model.
Yeah, theory of mind.
And you don't see an issue with that definition.
Um, well, cognitive science by definition is interdisciplinary. Physics is
The same claim could be made about physics.
no, I mean physics is not interdisciplinary. It's a single discipline, and it's largely only interdisciplinary that it involves mathematics. But that's science in general. But all this, but no, I mean physics is a is a single discipline, as where cognitive science, psychology originally is supposed to be a subdiscipline like physics that just deals with mind. And that's where you have the cognitive revolution that reinvents psychology as cognitive science as an interdisciplinary field. So psychology itself was based completely on introspection and psychometrics. And so if you're looking at psychology that's not interdisciplinary and only has the tools of introspection and psychometrics, you could say it's a discipline like physics. But that's why you have cognitive science and the rise of the interdisciplinary field of cognitive science. And to some extent, that's why cognitive science is like the daddy of the sciences, because it's the interdisciplinary one that necessitates that the theory of mind, the understanding of mind, uh, necessitates the best of all the other fields, as where physics is a single discipline that doesn't uh, really require anything from any other field besides for mathematics.
Interesting. Okay, so the brain having stuff on it when there's brain scans. Don't know what that's supposed to prove. Certainly doesn't prove what you think it's proving. You That would be presupposing your own conclusion, aka question begging. So
Well, it's biology and physics.
I'm talking to the chat. Sorry, Tinkle said something about brain scans being evidence or something. It's like, is there evidence of a mind outside of matter? There's no evidence of a mind. Uh, there's no evidence of a non-mind anywhere. So you need to sort of establish that. If you want to presuppose that, that's magical thinking. So don't pretend that that's scientific to claim there's such a thing as non-mind.
We're saying that there's.
And I don't know if you're reading what Nicholas is saying there, but he is not agreeing with you. He's saying it's pretty clear that there's way more math and physics than what did he put? Psychology? Psycho, let's see here.
Not sure. I mean, it depends what field. Like, if you're a typical psychologist,
It's
you
fact
might.
that there's less math in psychology than in physics.
Well, because there's psychology has areas of expertise. So, like your average psychologist doesn't use math, really at all. But in terms of theory of mind, understanding the mind, there's potentially just as much math as physics, because physics is a subcategory of the interdisciplinary study of cognitive science. So if he means that you want to be a psychologist versus you want to understand mind, I mean, you could say that that is there any area of physics that is not useful towards the understanding of mind? Is there a single element, like maybe like material, inorganic, material sciences or something, that you're gonna say like maybe there's certain sections of physics that have no application to mind, but I mean presumably almost all fields of physics have direct applicability to mind.
I suppose any field could apply to another field if it's understood on a fundamental enough level, accurately enough.
Well, I mean,
Theoretically,
especially the brain. I mean,
uh,
the central element of mind is the brain, and most, like electricity, magnetism, um, quantum effects. I mean, so it's a question whether you need quantum mechanics to understand the brain. But certainly the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis that I mean, there's really no aspect of of psychophysics that like there's no area of physics that's not involved in psychophysics, especially neurology.
so how does general relativity apply to neurology?
Um, Generally, it wouldn't. I mean, because you're saying the mind is never moving at near light speeds.
Except always, because it's made of light. What about special relativity?
Well, I'm saying as of now, there's no. I don't think I've
Did you?
seen
I mean,
across.
you just got. It sounded like you just got done saying that there's this physics knowledge in psychology somehow.
Well, there's psychophysics, but I was saying there's as of now there's no theory of mind that I've seen that uses special or general relativity. It could come in at some point, but say as opposed to quantum mechanics, uh, a good portion of theories of mind involve quantum mechanics, but I'm not sure if any theory of mind involved relativity or special relativity, but they could conceivably.
It's not about whether they conceivably could, it's about whether they in effect do, with regards to how easy it's going to be to write an essay about the history of physics. Wave Morpher says most
No, it's
psychology does
simply
not
the
really care much
history of
about consciousness.
physics. History of physics includes less names and less ideas.
Okay. For that reason, you're considering it easier. Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, you want to say the mathematics or the full understanding of any of these given ideas is simpler, but it's in the physics, it includes less names and less ideas.
I guess I see the physics ideas as all connected through math.
I
And
mean, I
so if
guess
I
the
can
example of
understand
the
the
other,
math, and I can read what the physics theories are saying through their constituent math.
I don't know the numbers, but I'm saying just like on just self concept in like a 10-year period, like 30,000 scientific articles published just on self concept. I think there's many more journals of psychology than there are of physics. I mean, it's
Sure.
a bigger field, and even if you look at your average school size, uh, it's probably bigger the psychology department than the physics department, especially if you consider the subfields of psychology. Anything, I mean, psychiatrists go to medical school, have to have a medical degree. Um, I mean, there's a diminutive of psychology because, like, I'm not even sure there's a diminutive. Like, psychology, like a master's degree to be a clinical psychologist. If you have maybe because, like, there's more women. Like, if you're in physics and, like, it's like almost all men and it's considered really hard. And psychologist, you have like a lot of women. And so you think like, okay, like, oh, dude's into psychology because like he couldn't cut it in physics. He wasn't smart enough for physics, so he went to psychology, with like the women and mothers. But then it's saying like there's a difference between training to be a psychologist and the research field of psychiatry. And then you can even see the crossover that many of the top physicists pivot to psychology. Even Jennifer herself, is like pivoting towards psychology from physics. You think because she's dumb, because like she wanted something easier to work on?
Well, I don't think psychology. Well, I think the fundamental aspects of psychology would include physics and psychology, so they'd be pretty complicated.
Well, because you saw that the solutions to physics lie in psychology. So I mean, you're pivoting from physics to psychology to provide answers. You're looking
Pivoting.
for answers.
When did I not believe and
You're
espouse
looking
that
for answers
mind
in
comes first?
physics from psychology.
When have I not been coming at this from a quote psychological angle, though? In my understanding, I've always come at it from a psychological angle. And I did physics as an example of how good the psychological angle is.
Yes, I mean, so I don't know what your point is, but you still think that physics is like smarter and more complicated than psychology?
I think that particular corpus would be harder to penetrate because of the math. I'm just talking about the topics you're going to go into, which is the physics. And because you suggested you wanted to write a literature review on physics, similar to what you're doing with self now, which I presume means some latter day comprehensive synopsis of what's been going on in physics. And my first impression was, holy shit, that's going to be hard because of all the math you're going to have.
Well, I'm not
That's
doing a
sort of where I was
comprehensive
going from.
review of all of psychology,
Well,
and
you're doing something for self, is what I meant. To me, or an identity would sort of turn into it. That seems huge too.
yeah, so and saying physics, like in order to multiple truth hypothesis of the main. I mean, so physics is it's some of the more. I mean, maybe all areas of physics are pretty complicated and involve. I'm not sure even quantum mechanics involves more complicated math than many forms of engineering or material science. but the related, like the multiverse theory, um, the wave equation, and like no, I took a course, like it was a 300 level course on the wave equation. Um, that I mean, there's higher levels, but it's saying like no, I mean, you're already introduced to the wave equation in 300 level physics. So and the main point of the multiple truth hypothesis, the simple, so I mentioned the concept of the multiverse, which is based on the wave equation. I'm not sure. I mean, the wave equation isn't simple, but I'm not sure that's exceedingly complicated.
Well, it's also how the concepts flowed into each other historically, built into each other,
I mean, there's not,
co-wrote.
I'm not, yeah. So I was saying the history in, but no, I'm not sure that we think the wave equation is some like is one of the most mathematically intensive physics.
Um, well, I'm not just thinking of the wave equation. I'm thinking of matricial inversion, diagonalization in the context of the evolution of computers, multimodal systems, pathways like logic gates, evolution, like all that stuff seems to have math uh, connected through these various personalities that drove development in the field forward. There's no, and by the way, to the chat, there's no argument in favor of math being a language, and you can't translate meaning into math from
And even
a
just like
natural language.
the
So I think
the
there's issues
basics
with that definition. Though I accept a lot of people want to believe that math is a language, I don't think that that's a sensical claim.
and even just the basics of physics, celestial mechanics, and differential equations, Lagrangians and Hamiltonians are you pretty complicated. And if you want to say like, okay, like um, electricity and magnetism is pretty complicated,
Those
and
things all fall under the banner of least action principle, the Lagrangian, the Hamiltonian. Those are just total energy equations that were determined using least action principles. So they're subsumed into least action principles. That's not hard. The
well,
question is,
it's
how do
the
these
differential
concepts
equation.
arise together over the course, like even over the course of just the past 300 years would be extremely hard to narratize that because they all sort of happen together.
Well, they all involve. I mean, the wave equation. They all involve differential equations. Um, I mean, to some extent, they all involve imaginary numbers. Then there's information theory, and as I was saying, the cognitive revolution was based on information theory, and but I mean, even just straight material engineering, if you're talking like conformal mappings
I'm not,
and
by the way, I'm not trying to discourage
transforms.
you. Like, I'd be down to help, give an opinion. I'm not saying you have to use it, but I do think my opinions on the matter would be quite accurate.
Yeah, I'm saying there's tons of reviews of physics that are non-mathematical. In fact, I haven't.
What do you mean? What, aren't we talking about modern day physics?
Yeah, I'm saying like I have like 50 books on my shelf of like physics that are non-mathematical.
Okay.
I mean, there's that's like popular writers on the subject. I mean, even like Stephen Hawking's most of his books are non-mathematical. Even like Penrose, The Emperor's New Mind had sections, but the majority is non-mathematical.
And are you claiming it understands the subject matter thoroughly?
Yeah, I mean, generally you have the concept which is not mathematical. The concept is conceptual. Even the mathematical relationship, and then you have the actual calculations, the ability to make the calculations and the predictions, but the concept is not mathematical. So even relational. So maybe like the theory of gravity and there being an inverse square relation, conceptually you can understand it. There's an inverse square relation, and then you actually have the formula of making calculations. And so any of the theories has a conceptual understanding, and then there's the actual mathematical relationship. And it's not even clear whether you have a better conceptual understanding from the mathematics. So if you understand the mathematics, you can make the calculations even if you don't conceptually understand it conceivably.
I suppose. I don't know if I'd be comfortable doing that, but that's why it's going to be your name on it, not mine. So that's cool. I'm looking forward to it, especially this self one. I was surprised when you took your article down, though.
It wasn't an article, and it was only like half a page. And I saw it was really just an advertisement for my own essay, so I just took it down and didn't get that many views. I didn't think I was going to get any reaction. So it seemed like shameless self promotion. So I just took it. I was just using, their video to self promote myself. So I
And
figured,
you didn't want to do that?
no, I didn't even see any advantage to doing it. There's so little positive feedback. Even if I got like an article, even if I had like a few thousand views, like what would that have meant? So I just took it down. So work on my research, and most of my feedback is negative, and
I thought you were getting some positive feedback for these essays.
well, I get views. I get some hearts on some of my essays.
And are you saying there's additional negative feedback?
Um, I'd say it's about even. Not much positive feedback. Just a bunch of views. I mean, maybe a few like, oh, good article. But even the comments were probably like even between negative and positive feedback. I mean, and chess players are a tough crowd. So like chess players insulting you is like their kind of just way of feedback. So it might not necessarily mean, but I mean, like chess players might, like that's their more nature to be like sharp or point out flaws as a method of feedback. Then but so it didn't really mean anything. So I got some views, but like I'm not sure it meant anything. I mean, it might like a sign of interest, but I'm not taking it as being that meaningful. So I just want to push forward in the research, and then like even if I move forward towards a book, then okay, I have a book. Be like Charles Moskowitz that trying to sell books, promote myself. So I have to take some sort of all the above strategy. Um, I hope tomorrow, like I finally, my bathroom is redone, so thank God. Uh, my bathroom should be ready to use tomorrow. So that's been a big hassle. It's been like 2 months. Like the my contractor had employment issues and then health issues, and it dragged on. But he's almost all done. If he comes tomorrow, hopefully it'll be the end of it, and then maybe I'll try to start streaming more. Um, Week in Review hasn't been. We haven't really had any success growing the show or making the show conducive towards having guests or interviews. So maybe I'll reach out on my own to try to line up some more interviews, or like as I move forward.
I want to have people on, but like Super Librix to me is not worth having on. He's not respectful enough. He's
Well, I
just
said,
here
okay, I mean,
as
you could
a
have,
soap
like, runbows, so I'm saying there's the people that you currently have available that wanna be on. So if the people that wanna be on, like, none of them really want on, or so, like, okay, but, you're reaching out in terms of, the value proposition that why would it make sense to, that someone would come on and, like, the show that it's not set up in that way.
well, the
And so
idea would be to come on to share your unified field model, but you'd have to send me a document of it first. So most people have unified field model that they can't even get that far. So they just really want to come on the show and talk. And it's not enough to just want to come on the show and talk.
well, I'm saying
Has
you
to
don't
be
have
some
anyone really,
kind of a plan there.
you
Some
don't
kind
have
of a
any
there has to be a point to
there's no
coming
real
on the
serious
show that's not
people.
just I'm gonna come on and look dumb and ha 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 and ha it's me being a
Yeah, I mean, it's just a
jackass.
hypothetical. There's no one, like, so to say, of substance that's trying to get on the show. So it'd have to be an active reaching out to people to try to get them on the show, and then saying, like, like, how does that look to, like, reach out and be like, like, to a given name and, like, come on our show. So, like, as of now, there's no value proposition. There's no real, um I don't see either of us doing that, like, saying, "Come on their show." Uh,
The other value proposition would be somebody who is so knowledgeable on the topics that we discussed that it would be worth having them on for a softball interview, which according to you I suck at, which is true.
yeah, or that you'd even, like, insult them or make it in a way that it'd be more negative than, like, "What the hell, you invited me here to insult me," and,
Well,
or
that's the
not
whole
take me
point of making
seriously,
it clear. If
or
you're
yeah.
going to come on, be respectful and actually have something to contribute.
Well, I'm saying if you're inviting the person, you're saying, like, so there's a difference between someone who's trying to get on your show and someone that you're reaching out and asking to come on your show. And so, there's no serious scholars trying to get on the show. And so we had to actually reach out to them in a way that there's no real value proposition and even set it up where it'd be like, where it'd be clear that we're asking them for the favor. So you're not that type of person where you would put yourself in a situation like, yes, I'm asking you for a favor to come talk to us. So because you won't consider it like that,
I might if I thought it was the
it's
right course
basically
of action.
impossible. Something like on my channel, I could probably do that. Like you, like I'm pretty good
Sure.
at doing that. I've got reasonable results. Things that reach out and ask someone, um, or generally just, and then also the due diligence. We're actually going to read their books. So it's like if you don't read books, saying you talk to a person and you're not going to be knowledgeable of what their ideas are, you're not going to do the due diligence to read that, to read their books or look into their ideas.
Who are we talking about here in theory?
Well, any scholar or author that's written books or articles.
Okay.
I mean, I would say, basically everyone I've talked to, I read their material is available. Even like Ed Dutton, when I had him on, I read like ten of his papers. Like I prepared like multiple papers of his to talk about. Lipton Matthews, Charles Moskowitz. I interviewed him about his book. Um, like I read his book. I had questions and ideas and comments on it. I read sections of it on the program. So I'm just in the general programming that I think I'm capable of doing, and I might do. So like so maybe I'll start streaming more on my channel, try to build up a little bit of an audience. Like I was getting like 20 people. I think if I streamed more, I could probably get my numbers back up to like 20 live viewers. And then with that, I could probably reach out to some people. I mean, even Active Inference doesn't hardly gets anybody. I could probably try to team up with Active Inference, and that might get me a Rolodex of scholars. But yeah, as I get closer to moving forward on my book, that's the general direction most people use. Converse with authors, similar authors, try to book myself on shows, book people on my channel that are have similar ideas, get in the network. I don't think like modern day debate or any of that stuff would probably wouldn't help. I mean, it might get a few numbers here and there, but it may probably be, uh, hope you could get like a big name, and that might give a boost. Like, and I was on that Active Inference. I mentioned a whole bunch of names, and like, obviously we get like, Sean Carroll or Deepak Chopra or Kirk Jaimungal or something like a bigger name that might get a lot more numbers to your channel. But you do a lot of there's a lot of smaller authors that don't have that probably have smaller channel than I do that would maybe talk to me. Even some like Fernand Gobet, who renowned scholars, but have this smaller would have a bigger audience just by talking to me. Might even sell. I have to put up my have my audience where I'd actually um, uh, do I actually have people who would buy and read their book? Would Fernand Gobet, if he came on my channel, sell 10 books? Is it possible, that 10 people, if he was on my channel, 10 people would buy his book?
Who are you talking about?
Fernand Gobet, um, the Swedish British chess player, psychologist, main theoretician on chunking theory.
Yeah, interesting. Well,
I mean, he's a
um,
professor. He's actually at a major school in London. I'm not sure if it's Cambridge
maybe
even.
what if started doing like, I don't know, something regular on your channel to build up the audience a bit, and then
Yeah,
have
that's
it
what I said.
reach out.
Do some regular programming, and then just like Daniel, he's got an organization.
You
He
could
sent.
offer to buy the books and then just sell them on your thing.
Well, I would just send him an email. But I'm saying a value proposition that they check my channel. So I'm saying like Fernand Gobet is a professor at a major, I think Cambridge, a major university. He's written published books. Like he's a well-known author in psychology, one of the fathers of chunking theory, but it's not that popular. There's a handful of videos of him on YouTube. None of them have more than a few hundred views, and a lot of them only have tens of views because it's not a well known or understand field. He probably doesn't get that many interview requests. So it's possible that that he would come on my show and speak to me. Like I haven't tried emailing him. Um,
I think so, especially if you offered to buy 10 books, which wouldn't be too hard, and then just resell them on Amazon.
well, I don't know if I'd do that. I think that I just think practically that if there'd be some benefit if I gonna. I mean, I could try just offering to pay him, but I'm not sure I'd do that either. Just that like, will you do an interview? I'll pay you like 500 bucks or something like that. I mean, it's kind of a lot of money, even $200, $100. Um, and you could try to, but it's saying like no. I mean, I think I could build up. So if I actually wrote a book and wanted to, like, I know how I'd go about doing it. Um, whether y- so it's just networking and it's work. So we'll see. So just writing is a lot of work. But it said like, yeah, if I've been waiting for this construction to finish, and so then maybe I'll try to stream weekly and see how that goes. See if I get my numbers up. God forbid, maybe Brundle gets divorced. Maybe they'll want to start streaming again. I'm not sure they'll let me get my numbers
I
up.
was
Maybe
touched. I was touched that he felt he could come here to sort of as a shoulder to lean on.
um I saw me. I said like if Brundle would be my main super chatter. That's why I said at the beginning. You have to like cultivate your donors so that Brundle is high IQ, interested in things like economics. He has a better, decent understanding of money. He has a crew of people that, maybe like cultivate donors, and that also, would so I'm keep those things in mind. And politics. Charles Moskowitz, 2 weeks, but elections are coming, and so those numbers might tick up. Luke Ford, who knows? Like, well, but I could T-Jump, maybe if I asked him to speak to him, he would come on my channel. That might increase my numbers. Um,
I doubt you're going to get much of T Jump's audience.
yeah, probably not, but,
Thanks for tuning in, Nick. See you later. Yeah, I mean, T Jump's audience is pretty much their fans. Like, they're really kind of diehard in a way.
yes, I mean, maybe the guy I mean, I know him personally, maybe the guy he even says he does it, maybe, the Kabbalah guy from Esoterica
I do
that
think T Jump would come on your channel, though, no problem. He'd just stream it on his own channel at the same time.
well, I mean, yeah, maybe he would be able to have a conversation about, psychology or something. Maybe it'd be interesting, I'm not sure. But yeah, I was saying, like, it doesn't
I
matter,
don't know.
there's
He has his own domains of interest, but
I
they're
forgot to mention that the Crucible Andrew Wilson's like opening up his own private channel, Comfy TV, like Cozy TV, that his own uh, streaming service focusing on politics. But yeah, so it's basically work, putting yourself out there. If the goal is,
Okay, so what do you think about the comment that no career-minded, ambitious people will want to associate with the show? It's too free form. Just try, just stay true to that. Don't be want to be polished. Stop taking it so seriously. Take your unique vibe for real.
well, I think it's a long show that people may not watch it. Just saying that they would.
Did you want to comment on that? Because I think it's an interesting
I don't
perspective.
think it matters. That I'm saying that people come on. I mean, if it's an interview, like a separate interview on my channel, but it's saying just to come on to talk for a few minutes, or give an update, or research that if it was amenable, that I mean, for a period of time, we had that going on with like the Lucosphere, where like new streamers were coming on, and I was giving them kind of like softball interviews of like why they're streaming, what they want to get out of it, who they're talking to. And I mean, the reality is we had tens
And
of
Tinkle
people.
says you could talk to T Jump about hot blondes, perhaps your blonde, blue-eyed little theory there. Perhaps you and T Jump could paint in all the colors of the wind with regards to those that
I don't know if
fruitful
T Jump would
overlap.
want me to publicly psychoanalyze them. I mean, that might be
I think
interesting.
he might because he has said some pretty odd self psychoanalytical stuff. He leads me to believe he doesn't sincerely gives no fucks.
Yeah, but no, I think that he's not the direction. I would want to go more for mainstream intellectuals.
You'd want to
And
go, and you're saying T Jump's not enough of an intellectual?
well, I don't even know his real name. I'm saying mainstream intellectuals, people that have
It's
published.
Tom. It's Tom Jump. And by the way, Exilus, I don't know what that means.
But I'm saying he doesn't act like he's just a streamer. So I'm talking about mainstream intellectuals that have positions at university that are published. And like, no, I mean, I think probably no one would buy my book. Like if I was on T Jump, I don't, even if he had thousands of views, like no one would buy my book. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe, if I did a good performance on T Jump, I would sell 100 copies of my book. It's possible. So I mean, there is that, like, okay, like if I got T Jump and I did a really good performance, and maybe I would sell 100 copies of my books, but I'm not sure it's possible that, like even if I had my book and he gave me like a, interview, I don't think T Jump would read my book. I don't think he's like that. Like he might have me on the show to talk to me or let me talk about my book, but I don't think he would actually read my book, even if I gave him a free copy. Maybe JF, if I gave him a free copy, would read my book. I don't know. Like I'd probably have to pay him.
You know who
JF.
would read it is Luke.
I don't know if Luke would actually read it. Like I'm not sure if he reads as much as he actually claims he does.
Wow.
So it's tough to know. I mean, Godward or something, but I
Dave
saying like,
Morpher says you have one of the best voices on the planet. Wow, that's a huge compliment.
but yeah, I mean, so it's just work, and so you'll do it, and saying you'll do it or you won't. So like we looked at your essay, it's work. You'll do it or you won't. If you don't do it, you won't see the results. If you do it, you'll see the results.
Well, if I do it, I may not see results. That's fine. You
Well, I
can't
assume
succeed
you
at
see the
everything.
results. I'm saying that in terms of like what other people will do or react to it is unknown. But I'm saying if you work, you'll see the results. You'll have a product. Whether other people will appreciate it or not may or may not be. But if in a large realm, that even that if you put the work into it, you should see the result. And it's the ethics of the fathers. I mean, there's the attachment to it or the Bhagavad Gita, but like generally, that like you do the work, you get the result. And that's like what
Or
we.
I might fail and then someone else will do it for me, and that's fine. I mean, what's the chances that I'm
I
going to
think
write my own essay in this, it's unprecedented fashion?
I would probably put it'd be more work for you to get someone else to do it for you than for you to do it
Oh, far
yourself.
less, far less, because all I have to do is they suggested a wording. I say that's good or it's not good. All I have to do is a binary approve or restructure. Whereas this
I mean,
is
a
just
person has to know
complete
what you're talking
start
about
to finish.
to write it for you. So the effort for you to explain to someone else would be easier for you to just work on your writing skills and
No,
write
the
it
effort
yourself.
to explain it to someone else is far lower than to try to write it myself. Because I understand it in my own context, which is
Maybe
not equal
I'm
to
just saying.
anyone else's context.
I mean,
Whereas
you've been
going
talking to
through
me
an
for like
interpreter's
1,000 hours
context,
now.
I'm giving an example here. Going through the context of the interpreter, I have them to calibrate whether they not fully but partially comprehend the idea.
Yeah, I mean, you've been talking to me for like 1,000 hours now, and I'm not even sure I know what you're talking about. Some of the likelihood that you're going to find someone else, and in some you like easy amount of time, going to be able to explain it. They're going to be able to write it. It'd probably be quicker for you to like work on your writing skills and write it yourself.
I am doing that. I can do both of those at the same time. And that's why I don't expect to succeed. I do expect to find a quote ghostwriter or someone, but I think this is worth doing just as a personal development for myself. And that's why I've been doing the blog too. So it's part of it. It's just the end result I do still think will be ghostwritten, which is fine. Me
Well,
writing
as
my
long
own
as you're
thing
working at it, I mean,
is
so we
me
have.
being extremely arrogant. And it's like, oh, I can do everything. I can come up with the ideas. I can write the thing. I can, it's like, well, maybe I can't do that.
Well, I mean, as long as you're working at it, if we can review, there's something to review. We could keep at it. So I mean, once you give up on that, there's no we can review. There's nothing to review. But as long as we're both working, we have we can review because we're working and have stuff to review.
Well, someone who actually has come on the show before, I don't know if you remember Sigma Dialectics, now going by Sigma Trialectic. says hi. I don't know if you
Yeah,
remember them.
yeah, blessings. Yeah, vaguely. I can't put voice or ideas to it, but I remember the name. Yeah, I mean,
Awesome.
people are still around. Like saying that if you have people pop up. Like Luke said. Occasionally get a big appearance that people come back around. Not everybody, but it's saying like, yeah, I mean, if that okay, so we rambled forever now.
So it's
You,
better if I don't get a ghostwriter for now, then, or it's better if I do, and then we have something actually good to review.
I don't think you don't get a ghostwriter. Like you pay a writer. Like no, I mean, like I can't see any circuit. You're not going to get a ghostwriter. You might pay a ghostwriter, someone who will but I don't see any circumstance where you get a ghostwriter. You could pay somebody,
Sure.
and it'd probably be substantially expensive. If you're talking like a ghostwriter to write even just an article for you, it'd probably be talking thousands of dollars, let alone a book where it'd be at least tens of thousands of dollars. So like no, I mean like if you
That's it.
have um yeah, you could probably tens of thousands of dollars get a ghostwriter for a book.
Well,
But even
there's the problem solved. All I need to come up with is $10,000.
right, I didn't say ten, I said tens of thousands.
Okay, I need to come up with under $100,000 to have a ghostwriter. Fine.
But I'm saying even that, I'm saying like I mean, ghostwriter that they're saying would probably involve tens, hundreds of hours of conversation and working together. And ghostwriter, if you're talking $50 an hour for 500 hours of work, that's $25,000. But whatever the case, like no, I, mean, I don't think you're. I mean, if you have the money and you want to do that, but they're saying like, yeah, I mean, if you had the money, you could probably get a ghostwriter right away, but you would still have to find someone willing to do it. And I mean, so even if I mean, you look around. I haven't done the due diligence to look at it. I mean, so there's probably levels of ghostwriters
It's going to
that
have to
have.
be someone who comes to me and says, "I'm willing to give it a shot," and I'll say, "Awesome," and
I don't think
we'll
anyone's
work
going to come to
together.
you.
If they want to
So
set their terms for payment or whatever, that's fine, but it's going to have to be some sort of predetermined agreement.
I don't think anyone's going to come to you. I'm saying you could go to them. Like you could, there's a field of people that do it, but like I don't think. I mean, if you put out an ad or something like that, maybe people would. But like no, I mean, you're going to have to go to them. You're going to have to. There's people in the field who ghostwrite, and they probably have resumes. You would see the books that they've done, and you would probably want someone who's ghost written on similar topics or fields, and their name would probably be on the book. So say it'd be you and their name together on the book. So you would
Oh, that's
see.
fine.
Well, I'm saying something. You would contact like they would probably have a web page like someone who did that. They would probably have a page. That's what they did, and you would reach out to them and negotiate. But so that like if you have the money, you could look into that. And start looking. I mean, I could probably, but I'm saying I don't know if you have the money.
I don't
I
want to start
start
looking to
start
spend a bunch
start.
of money on this. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the person will have to be, they will have to present themselves
I don't see any.
and
Why would
argue
a
that they're
ghostwriter?
a good candidate.
Why would a
That's why
ghostwriter
it's not going
present
to happen.
themselves?
We have tons of time, though. There's no rush, in my view.
Why? I mean, no. Time is ticking. Like we're getting older.
Oh, yeah.
Time's limited.
Getting older. I almost need a wheelchair to get around.
I don't. I'm not, I don't find your humor funny. Like no, I mean, time is ticking, and the accomplishments are small.
So we need to put the pedal to the metal for.
Well, I mean, you need to work hard, and you recognize like okay, you're not. If you're, however hard you're working, that it's unlikely to pace your accomplishments. Say like, no, it's not coming. Like you got, if you want to accomplish, set a goal. So like you, at the pace I'm working right now, I said maybe I would have a book ready by the end of next year. And I'm working pretty hard. I'm working like 20 hours a week on this, even more. Like I'm doing the research. I'm working like 40 hours a week on this, and I still think at the end of next year I would have a book ready. And I'm almost working full time on this. Talking the end of
That
next year.
doesn't translate to my things and needs to take just as little of time as that.
Well, I would assume that. I mean, even if you had a ghost written, that you're maybe sidestepping the time by paying for it. But even if you're ghostwrite, like it probably still takes.
That's not it. Whoever ends up doing it, I want to, excuse me, honor them with money and praise. I just don't want to solicit to put pressure on somebody who's doing it. I basically want someone to embrace it as a hobby project so that there's no horrible weight of
Yeah, I would say that's not going to
having
happen.
to do
I'm saying-
something, having to jump through some hoop for money. I don't want that to be the motivation for this.
Well, I'm saying it's not going to happen. The type of people who do it for a profession, and you'd probably have to pay them a substantial chunk up front, like probably $10,000 even up front for even them to start.
Yeah, then that would be the wrong person.
That wouldn't. I was saying that there's no such phenomenon that doesn't exist that way. Any person who's going to ghostwrite probably does it professionally, and they're going to charge you a certain rate, and of that, the payment packages probably include a significant amount of money up front. Just like my plumber, the plumber wanted, besides the money to buy the material, they wanted a substantial amount of the money up front. And as long as the plumbing was supposed to just take a week or two.
Yeah, they have a guarantee. You can look at their previous accomplishments. I can't say, can I see your corpus of translated works?
Yes, you could. I mean, ghostwriter would have the works that they've previously written. They would probably have like a web page, and you would see if they've written whole books. They would have an Amazon page. They would have and they, if they've ghostwritten books for others, they probably have a business package. They probably have pricing.
Right, but I need to know, that they're willing to understand the ideas well enough to tell me if the grammar, etc., is correct, and to structure that for me. So they don't need to be perfect about the ideas, but they need to somewhat understand the ideas, and they need to be willing to learn them. And I'm not going to put a money value on that and say, if you want 100% of the proceeds of the book, you can have them. If you want a bunch of money or whatever, you can have that too. I just need the buy-in for the willingness to go along with the explanations.
I mean, you could have fantasies, but I'm saying these things are relatively known procedures. So like, it's unlikely.
Okay, but it's a
one's
very obscure domain of knowledge.
An agreement for a profit share of the book. You're gonna have to pay them. And so you could find someone.
And I'm fine to do that. It's obscure, Doovid. It's very obscure. I'm not just going to be able to pluck some interpreter off the street and say,
millions
hey,
of books
want to
get
do this
come
thing?
out every year. There's tens of thousands of people in the profession of writing books. And if you want to call them ghostwriter, there's tens of thousands of people. There's probably hundreds of people in the field of physics, spirituality that do such a thing. That there's probably there's probably thousands of books that just came out this last year, and probably hundreds of them were, so to say, ghost written, and you could, and a lot of those people are struggling authors and need to make money, and would do it if you paid them. So there's probably 100 people you could contact that have portfolios that have written books on physics, spirituality in the last few years, and would ghostwrite your book if you paid them the right price, which would probably be tens of thousands of dollars. You would probably have to give them close to $10,000 down payment, to get them started, and they would listen to you for hours, tens of hours, and then they would start writing, and over a period of months, would start putting forward a book and working together with you. But it would cost you tens of thousands of dollars, of which you would probably have to give them a substantial upfront fee. This is standardized, and it's not like it's a known thing. There's people that do this, and I think even in your genre of type book that you're trying to write, there's probably hundreds of people that are currently on the market uh, that would do it for the right price.
This is an unorthodox interpretation of physics that necessitates a deep and broad understanding of many soteriological and theological concepts that are quite obscure. So if a person isn't like, awesome, I want to explore some vague soteriological esotericism, it's kind of just like, I'll just
Yeah, I mean, I said there's probably 100 people out there that would be applicable, saying that have already done it for, you know, physics, psych, spiritual fields.
They may
Science,
have done it for
science,
physics. There may be some
science-based
people that have done it
esoteric
for
work.
psychology. Are those the same people?
Are they the same people? Saying if you want, and I would tell you like I mean, you could pray, you could do, for some miracle. No one's gonna magically come and ghostwrite. The likelihood that there's going to be profit from your book is extremely small. That's why you have to pay. That that someone's going to do it because they think they're going to recoup their effort.
I already
and
said I
money
would
for the
pay.
book
That's
sale.
not the issue. Is not the payment. The issue is if the person doesn't have a motivation on some level of interest, or maybe not even interest, but enough to like. I don't even know what the word is. There has to be some degree of self-motivation for familiarizing themselves with the concepts, or I don't think that they're going to see it through.
Well, their name's going to be on
Motivation-wise.
the book. So I mean, the main reason they're going to do it is because that's what they do professionally, and they need the money. But I mean, at the end of the day, there's going to be a book that comes out that's going to have their name on it. So yeah, I mean, presumably that I mean, you would probably have to talk to a handful of people and find the right fit. I'm saying if you actually had the money, and like I would probably be able to help you find somebody. I mean, that's say we get them on Week in Review and talk to them together. But saying like if you actually you know demonstrate that you had the money set aside and were ready to pay them, like I'll help you find somebody. But I mean, it's a professional field. So like if you have the money, um, you could probably find someone right away. If you don't have the
I
money,
doubt that.
I don't have any doubt on that. If you have the money, you find someone right away.
I can find someone to take my money, but they're not going to be competent to do the work. And I want a guarantee or reasonable guarantee at the beginning that they're going to finish this job. That's what I care about. Less than the price, less than less than the willingness to say yes off the bat. That's cheap.
Well, I'm saying you
And
get what
tons
you
of
pay
these people
for,
in
but it's
creative
saying
fields just
that
give up
you
halfway through.
speak to a handful of people. Like I'm saying, if you had hundreds of thousands of dollars, you could probably get a big name that even you've heard of. Tens of thousands of dollars, you probably get a name that you haven't heard of that maybe has a few books that didn't sell that well. Um, but I mean, you have hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe you could even get a name that some people that even your mom's heard of.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just going based on what I know is an experience is that there is people prefer to do easy jobs. This is not an easy job. Unless someone has
prefer to do easy job. If they've trained and they know what they're doing,
ideas, it might
they're
be
going to take on a job according to their skill level, and they're going to charge you the price
going to take jobs.
according to the skill level required.
They're not even going to take a hard job because they can get easy jobs more than they can do. That's the point.
Easy job. There's not that many people that are seeking ghostwriters to write books on physics, spiritual topics. So I mean, there might be like, some heiress out there that is sitting on a bunch of money that wants to publish a book, even though she doesn't really have anything. But no, I mean, generally that. I'm gonna hypothesize something. It's like either you have the money or you don't. And so, like, if you have the money, um, you could start looking into it right away. Even if you don't have the money, you could start looking into it right away. But I say it's a factual thing. That's not that, like you could find a list of people and start speaking to them. Even if you don't have the money, you just want to start looking into it and talking to a few
I don't want to
people.
waste a professional's time. That's going to make them resent me.
No, I mean people give free estimates or will talk to you. You could talk. I mean, be upfront. You don't have to lie and say that you have the money if you don't. But you could say that you have these ideas, and they might say come back to me in a year, or tell you their pricing. Saying like okay, like it's going to be $10,000 up front, and so if you have to check, if you could have to check, you could you either do or you don't, you pay them or not. But yeah, I mean, most of them they're not gonna. Some of them might charge you just to talk to them, so you have to pay a fee. But I mean, a lot of them will talk to you for free. I mean, most professionals uh, will give you a free consultation or just speak to you. And so I mean, we could look into this in future weeks if you're really think you have something there to be written and want a ghostwriter, and you want to pay that.
Want to pay in advance. What I'm saying is somebody's got to out there's got to think, oh, spending a bunch of time with me going over things in a fine-tooth comb for hours on end. That sounds like fun. If you're out there, you know how to get in touch with us.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
know
so that's
that's
why I say like you got to pay.
they will be paid, but first I want to know they're interested in spending all that time with me, which may be grueling at times due to the complexity of the concepts. I mean,
They got to
God
be
forbid,
paid up
no one
front,
knows better than you except possibly my
not
husband's
some
like,
spiritual mumbo jumbo. They have to be paid up front. I mean, you don't pay them up front. You mean they
there
pay
you
you?
go. This
You give them
exactly that if
you have to
someone's
give
gonna
them
if
a
someone looks at
deposit.
my work that way, that's exactly who I don't want to help me. I would sooner have no help. Their help would not be help at all, as you
It's
yourself have said
professional. You
many
want a
times.
professional. A professional is gonna. That's what they're professional because they get paid.
Right.
A ghostwriter. You want a professional ghostwriter. I mean, professional. That's what they do. They get paid for it. When someone like
I
me,
am aware of the definition of a professional. So I'm saying you're going to get paid, but professional may not describe the situation quite accurately.
I mean, there's payment packages. I'm saying all of them will require an upfront deposit. So they might have, an hourly rate. They don't necessarily know how long it's going to take. They might give you a figure for the project, but they're all going to require a certain amount upfront, and it's going to be in the thousands of dollars.
So just to get a quote is in the thousands of dollars,
No,
or
they'll give you the quote for free, but I'm saying
okay.
if you sign them to start, they're gonna they're gonna it's gonna be a check for thousands of dollars. They give you a quote, but it's saying just to get started, it's gonna be a check for thousands of dollars. You could talk to them and find the interest. You're not gonna sign you're gonna sign a contract with them if you actually agree because you're gonna be co-authors on a book. But I'm saying if you actually get one of them to agree, it's gonna the type deal structure has a deposit up front, and it's so I mean you might if you had an hourly rate and they're going to tell you it's going to be $50 an hour or something like that, but I assume almost all of them are going to require a deposit of thousands of dollars. So if it's a $5,000 deposit and their hourly rate is $50 an hour, that means that you're giving a deposit for the first 100 hours, and the first 100 hours probably 20 to 50 of those hours is just going to be listening and talking to you. So that means like it's not like Doovid here on Week in Review that you're going to be paying them $50 an hour just to listen and talk to you, and then they're going to slowly work out the
If
book
someone's
structure.
getting paid by the hour to talk to me, they're going to try to stretch it out as much as possible to get as much cash as possible. I don't want that
No,
to
because they're
happen.
a professional. Their goal is the end product of a book. A professional ghostwriter. They're not going to be. They're not just trying to get $50 an hour to review and struggle it out. They're going to be doing it because they know the end product is going to be a book that's going to be co-authored between you and them.
They might try to do both, though.
Well, no, I mean, professional's a professional. So that's a unethical professional. So I mean, there are unethical ghostwriters, but I mean, presumably you're going to find a professional. They're going to be ethical.
So it's reasonable to expect these professionals to be ethical.
Well, you have to do your due diligence. I mean, you have a name, they're going to have a resume. You probably contact people they worked with in the past. They're probably going to, have a resume, a portfolio that you're going to be able to look at, or people you could even contact. So I mean, you do your due diligence. You might even look and find names that you've heard of. I mean, if they're a ghostwriter, that means that they've probably done it before, and that means they have titles out there, books. If you had a bigger budget, you could, you could look into bigger names, but smaller budget. But I mean, ghostwriters are a known phenomenon.
Yeah, and working for the easiest paycheck is a known phenomenon, and there's diminishing
Easy
returns.
paycheck. It's a professional. It's what they do. Even authors who have their own books, like sometimes ghostwrite. It's like if you're a professional writer, it's what you do. Just because you're a professional and work for other people for money doesn't mean that you're a whore for money. You're a professional. You work for other people, like a lawyer, a doctor. You're a professional. You work for other people for money. It's what you do. Just like a professional writer. I don't know what the hell you're getting at. I mean, honestly, you just make yourself sound more and more dumb.
So you're saying that I should be asking someone to do this for money? I'm not even sure what you're saying here.
Yes, I'm saying if you really don't think you're capable of writing your own book and want a ghostwriter, you should just pay one. What don't you understand about this? And then
What don't you understand is I'm going to keep working on it
because I think all professionals are corrupt.
I never said that. I said I'm going to keep working on it until someone approaches me. What's wrong? Why don't you understand
no
such
one's
a
ever
simple
going to approach
concept?
you because
Then
it's a
no,
professional
then I
field.
will write it myself.
No one's
just
ever going to
think
approach
someone
you. It's
will.
a professional field, and the type people who do it, you have to approach them and pay them. I'm going to get what you don't understand about this. And even like we can review if like miraculously someone who had that skill set was watching, and that's what they were a professional ghostwriter. It's unlikely that they will go like, I really like your ideas, Jennifer, and even though I usually people pay me to do this for you, I want to co-author a book together with you, and we'll split the proceeds 50-50.
It's more like I'm a hobbyist writer and I'm interested and I might be able to help with this. A lot of people write for free. Yes or no?
For themselves, they don't. No one, like I say, almost no one writes for other people for
No
free.
one ever wrote for another idea that they liked.
No one ever wrote for another on behalf of another person for free. I mean, professional, maybe. I mean, like no. I might say like no. I mean, I would almost no. Basically, no one. Anyone who knows how to write, a professional quality writer, does not write for other people unless they get paid. And if they're really bullish on somebody, they might enter some sort of profit sharing deal. But you're saying like, no, I mean, if you're so broke you can't afford to pay for a professional service, it's unlikely.
It's not about that. It's about whether I want to sink thousands of dollars into someone unlikely.
Did you pay your doctor?
Do I want to sink thousands of
Do you pay
dollars
your
into someone
do you see a
unlikely to finish
doctor?
a project? No, I don't. So I'm not going to change. I can
Do you see
reassert what
any
I've said.
professionals, a
Disanalogous. Reject
a
the basis
lawyer,
of the
an
analogy.
accountant, a doctor, an
Disanalogous.
engineer? Do you use any professionals?
Disanalogous.
It's completely now. Do you use any professionals?
What percentage of writers are
You know,
paid to
like a
write?
plumber, uh, your for your house. Professionals get paid.
How many what's the percentage of writers
My
do you
plumber,
figure
like
are
my plumber might
professionals?
really like me, but he still gets paid. It's like, oh, I really like you, so I'm going to do it for free. No, like he's a professional, he gets paid. My doctor,
What
my
percentage of
accountant, my
writers do you
lawyer,
figure are
professionals get
professional?
paid. If you're working with someone of substance and you're of substance and you're using their professional service, even if they really, really like you, you're still going to pay them because they're professional.
What percent of writers
I
do you
mean, what
figure
type of
are
stupid
professional?
fantasy world are you living in where you don't pay people for their service?
What percent of writers do you think are professional writers?
Any idiot could write.
There you go. It's disanalogous. Like everybody who knows how to be a plumber pretty much is a plumber because it's just like a money printer. Okay. It's like you flush and money comes out. Okay. Writing is more. I'm not saying there aren't
You're not.
professional
You're
writers,
not.
but they're a minority
Listen,
of the
you
writers
want.
out there.
You're not going to have any writer. You want someone to ghostwrite your book. You want a professional writer, and they're professional because they get paid. So, I mean, maybe you could get someone who just came out of school and doesn't have a job yet with a degree in English that's never written a book before, but no, I mean, you want a professional writer that knows how to write, and they're going to charge you. Remember what the hell we're arguing about? Like it was saying, like it's just your stupidity. You have to pay.
And I will, and you're insisting that every payment structure has to be identical. And I'm saying I disagree. And if that's the way it is, that's fine.
They're not. Don't have to be identical. You can negotiate with people by saying like general practice is you have to give a substantial upfront deposit. And it's going to be thousands of dollars. I'm just telling you because like this is obvious. You want a ghostwriter, it's going to cost you tens of thousands of dollars, of which you're going to have to give thousands up front for a deposit. I mean, it's possible you could negotiate a deal or find somebody who's not lesser quality who's going to work out some different deal, but most likely that anything less, you're going to get someone lesser quality.
And I guess that's sort of
Just like
coming
most
to the
lawyers,
center of it.
you have to give a
Quality
deposit of
is not
thousands of
that
dollars up
important. The
front.
quality is actually, I do think quality is important, but we're judging quality differently because I'm used to working with esoteric topics, these particular esoteric topics. So that's why I'm kind of comfortable with them. I'm not saying I'm totally right. And just like, that's where I'm coming from.
I mean, it's really universal to all professionals. You have to give them a deposit up front. Lawyers, doctors, engineers, accountants, they have an hourly rate. And when you book them for their services, you have to give them a deposit up front of multiple hours.
Is there a reason you keep repeating the same thing?
Because you keep on rejecting the obvious. I mean, it's just like it's almost baffling.
Well,
Like you've
I don't
never. I
know
mean,
why
say,
you're
okay,
rejecting
you took low
what's
birth. You've never hired a
obviously
lawyer
has history.
before. I mean, God forbid. Like, I mean, okay, like just say you took low birth. You've never hired a lawyer before. You don't know how these things work. You've never hired a professional. Like, I'm sorry, you took low birth. You've never done this before. So like, you're arguing like you know how it's done. You're saying like, no, okay, I took low birth. I don't know how this is done.
I'm just surprised you don't agree with my reasoning.
I don't even see your reasoning. What your reasoning?
Well, point number one,
You want
The
someone that's going to
proportion
recognize
of
that you're
professional
awesome and
writers
so much
is
potential that
minuscule
they're
to
not
the
going to
proportion of
want.
actual writers. Number two, I would rather someone actually give a shit about the material and be a mediocre writer, but competent, versus somebody be a great writer who doesn't give a shit about the material because they're not going to be able to write the way I want them to. That's what I'm saying. Maybe such a person doesn't exist, and that's fine. And
Yeah,
I'm
I'm saying
working on it, but it's coming along very slowly.
if they're
That's all there is to it.
professional, the people do exist and they're professional and they get paid. So like, I mean, if you're on the point, like you don't want to pay, so as I was saying, like that, like in my
Do I need to repeat that I
opinion,
do
it's
want
not
to
going
pay,
to
but I
happen.
don't want to
It's
waste a
only
bunch
going
of
to happen if
money
you
on
pay.
someone I know for a fact isn't going to work out?
And I'm not saying you're going to get conned and just to throw away your money. We're saying it's not going to happen unless you pay somebody. They're like your fantasy about something happening without paying. It's not going to happen. It's only going to happen if you pay somebody. You know, I'm saying you should get ripped off or go with the first person that's willing to take your money. But saying like factually, if you want it done, get ready to write a check, a big one. And like me, I hate wasting my time with this stupid shit. Like you're saying, okay, you're not going to pay. You know, don't waste your time with Jennifer. She's never going to write the check. I'm sorry. She's a waste of your time. She's not going to write you a check.
Okay, so someone in the chat is asking how much writing are we talking? We're talking almost no writing. Okay, we're talking about a conversation wherein I explain ideas to you, and then you say we should write them out this way. And I give you a list of ideas in the order that I think they ought to be explored based on how complex they are. And we try to come up with a subset of those ideas to write. The idea would be optimally would just be one thing that would summarize everything, but it's possible that that's not possible because there's too much, because there's the psychological side of it and then also the physical side of it. So it would basically require an interest to go into the topics, to be the thermometer of society, because you know stuff through your own consciousness that I don't know, and you have words that I don't have. You have what I don't have, which is not being enlightened. Fucking worst sounding personal out of my life.
Okay, so let's wrap it up in saying like, I mean, you can keep your fantasies, but saying like, yeah, I mean, you should get more serious, and so look at that like either take your own writing more
Well, I
seriously,
suppose on the other hand,
work hard at it,
if a
or
professional wanted to give me a list of their fees and they said they could do it, I might go for that too. If a
no
professional
professional's
did that.
you have to seek out the professional. Lawyers don't call you, but ghostwriters don't call you. You call them, and you don't waste their time calling them till you're close to ready to write a check if they have the right answers for you. Like I could probably get you a list. Like if you actually said that, like yes, you're that interested, and yes, you have the money ready to pay. Like yeah, I could probably have you a few names and leads like right away. It's not that complicated. Just like hiring a plumber, like having the money is important. So you want to start calling plumbers like, oh, by the way, I don't have any money. It's probably none of the plumbers are going to work for you. Like so, if you want to go ahead with a ghostwriter, I mean, you could probably speak to a few just to contact a few, even if you don't have the money ready, even if you're not you just to find out some more information. Send an email like they give you a reply. But I would, get this fantasy out of your head that some ghostwriter is going to contact you.
If you were me, you would stop thinking that the ghostwriter is going to show up. Okay.
I would put that, basically close to 0%.
So then I
Yeah.
guess I'll be writing it myself. And
Well, no, I mean, you could
working it
contact
out.
the ghost. You don't have to have like $10,000 set aside ready to pay. You could, you could have no money and just a fantasy in your head and contact a ghostwriter and just, ask them a few questions. They might answer. Send an email, but yeah, I'm saying like get the fantasy out of your head. No one's gonna, the miracle. Oh, Jennifer, you're so great. Can I ghostwrite your book? So if you do want your book ghostwritten,
So Doovid is just trying to, bait someone into trying to prove him wrong here. So thanks, Doovid.
no, I mean, because I'm not trying to get you to be more serious, and so like I'm
I'm
trying to
being
get you
serious.
to
You're
improve your
ignoring the way
writing.
it's always
So
been
you're
done.
like, oh, I
And I'm
don't
saying,
have to
okay.
improve my writing. I'm going to get a ghostwriter. So I was saying, like, oh, fine, get a ghostwriter, great, but they cost money. And so they're like, no, I'm going to get a ghostwriter for free. It's like 0% chance, none.
Are you saying no one has ever ghostwritten something for free before?
Yeah, it's happened a few times.
Okay. So what do you think would make it happen? And not even saying I will pay whoever ends up doing this will get money plus.
Well, I mean, if you were extremely famous, if you if you were like Hillary Clinton, and I mean Hillary Clinton has money, they probably able to pay. But I mean, if you were you like or like, I mean, you had your yoga story, but like if you had some major news event where millions of people knew who you are and wanted to know your story, that people would be contacting you. Like I can't think of an example, but like if you were a survivor of some like freak like major news story, like if God forbid, if you were like kidnapped for a week and it was the biggest story in the news and hundreds of millions of people were following it and everyone wanted to know your story or something like that. I mean, yeah, you might have a ghostwriter that would come and seek you out and do it for free and um like if you were one of the extremely famous and it was clear that millions of people would buy your book, if you were like Lady Gaga or something like that, I don't know, maybe like Britney Spears and someone want like to write their biography, um or if you literally had like a Nobel Prize, like or you were like came up with something and like were streaming and talking about it and millions of people were watching your channel. But I say, yeah, but it's conceivable. But I'm saying in that case, you would probably have the finances where it would just be expected that you paid. You would find somebody and you would just pay them their standard fee because you would have the money. And so there'd be, it would, just be like seeing a doctor, you pay your doctor. It doesn't matter how famous you are. Like if you're famous, you have the money to pay your doctor. Um, so no, I mean, generally you pay. It's a professional service. You pay. If it was your cousin, like they didn't have a job. It was their first time writing a book, so it was mutual that they're not professional. So they really wanted to write a book, but they're not professional. They haven't done it before. They may not be good at doing it. But like if they're professional, they know what they're doing. They get paid.
Understands to a really high degree the domain. Okay. Not sure.
Yeah, I mean, just like you're professional, you get paid.
Yeah.
If they know what they're doing, they're professional, they get paid.
Right.
And there's not really any exception. And there's no reason for an exception.
Nobody ever did anything just for passion.
They do, but not a professional service. I mean, maybe some professionals volunteer.
Tons of things that people get paid for free. So I don't know what you're talking about.
We volunteer service, but your professional expertise, that's what you do. Your professional service, you're professional, you get paid. Doesn't mean you don't volunteer or occasionally give charity or do something for free. Maybe you would volunteer your professional service, like if you were a monk or something, like a person of the cloth who had no money, like, okay, like you would, even a religious, like, okay, a person's a sannyasi, so you're going to ghostwrite a book for them because they have no money.
The idea is that the person would like to become introduced to the ideas and do me a solid in the meantime, I suppose. Sort of just riffing here.
No, no, because it's a professional service. And it's saying that it's a sign of likely failure, that if you can't pay, it's just so unlikely that you're going to have a successful book. If you're not successful enough, you're not successful enough to come up with the standard fee, the likelihood that you're going to you have such a great idea is very small. I mean, people take low birth and like,
Therefore, I'll be writing my own book in your estimation.
I guess so. I mean, it's saying that. I know your financial situation. Like, okay, but you're saying you took low birth, you don't have money, you're not working, and so you're not going to be able to afford to pay somebody. You're not that serious about it, or whatever money you have, you're not that serious enough about your book that you pay somebody. So no, I mean, that's why I encourage you to work on your writing. So I'm gonna try to,
I am too serious to equate the task to money. You may disagree on an ideological level, but that's what it is.
that's just moronic. It's a professional service you pay for. So I mean, you're just being moronic. So either you don't really want it ghost written, or if you want it ghost written, that's what I'm trying to stress. This is just, like it's tedious arguing with your stupidity. That you want a professional service, you pay the professional price, and no professional out of there like recognize your whatever, and not and therefore not be professional. That just like a recipe for failure, recipe for you wasting your time and theirs.
I guess the idea is they don't see it as a waste of time, so that's why I'm trying to be clear at the outset. So I don't know why you're so upset.
Well, I mean, because you're on professionalism. And because, like, yeah, like, it's like, what the hell? Why the hell am I streaming with this person? Like, she wouldn't even, like, doesn't even recognize, like, you have to pay a person for their service.
Are you seriously saying you've never heard of giving a service and not expecting to be paid for it?
Well, I'm a charitable person. Like, I give charity or do things and not expect to be paid for it all the time. But I don't expect people to do things for me without getting paid for it. Yeah, like, I'm a charitable person, and I will quite often give charity and do things without expecting a payment. But I don't expect that from others. When I always expect, when I use someone else's service, that I'll pay for it.
I don't think I said I was expecting charity. I was saying that this is the form I think I'm able to work in. Maybe there's some other form I can work in, but I have a hard time changing, and I'm trying to make
There's
that
no
clear. I
point.
don't
You
know
work
why
with
you
a guy
take
like
that
me who's
offensively.
not a professional. Okay, I'm willing to work together with you. I'm not a professional. If I was a professional, I would charge you.
You kind of cut out for a second there.
I'm saying you're working together with me. I'm not a professional. If I was a
Yeah,
professional, I would have a rate, and I would charge you.
that's right. I understand the definition of
No
professional.
professional is going to
Your
work together with
point
you for
is,
free. That's why they're professional. You want someone who knows how to write a book, because there's a professional who've done it before. This is what they do. They're going to charge you.
mhm.
I mean, you could conceivably contact a popular author who's written like 10 books, and like, I got this really great idea for a book. You want to work together with me and co-author this next book. The problem is I got the idea, but I don't know how to write. So I mean, that's not really a ghost author. You're looking for a co-author, and you're looking for an already popular author. Uh, but I would say that's pretty unlikely. I mean, you could try, and it's saying that even Week in Review, you can't get popular authors on, let alone the likelihood that someone you'd have a popular author that would be interested in co-authoring a book for you.
Fair enough. If that's how it
And
goes,
that's
that's
what
how
I
it
said.
goes.
Like if you had a respectable reputation, like presumably you would have enough money to pay. If you're looking like, no, I have a reason why I can't afford to pay. Like I'm poor, I took low birth, I don't work.
The
Even if I
reason I
did
don't
work,
want to pursue the venue of an upfront
it wouldn't make
deposit,
enough money to afford to pay the market price for the service.
the reason I'm not going to do it is because I don't see it as likely to work out.
That's why you have to pay.
I think if I attempt to pay someone, I see that as making it less likely to work out.
Well, because it's not likely to work out in the first place. That's why you have to pay.
And I see attempting to pay someone as making it less likely to work out. I don't know how many times I have to keep saying it, but it's not ever going to make it less true. It's like you're saying I'm not allowed to disagree with you on this basis
You
that
can disagree. I was saying,
paying someone is
I
not
agree with you.
it's not going to
Hiring a
work.
ghostwriter at this point for you is probably a waste of money. So I would two things. Like one thing, like
For
the
sure.
chance of you finding your ghostwriter approaches 0%, and you hiring a ghostwriter is probably a waste of your money. Like you have a lot more work to do. Uh, that if you hired a ghostwriter, probably just be a waste of your money. Like you have a lot of
Right.
work to do.
So we don't agree. I mean, we do agree that me hiring a ghostwriter is not the right plan right now. No
Well, I
matter
mean, at
how
least
you
you
slice it,
recognize that. I mean, so I was
not a
trying
good
to
idea.
stress to you that you get the fantasy that you're gonna have to hire them, you have to pay them. So I didn't say that you should do it. I just wanted to stress you're gonna have to pay if you do want that to happen. You're gonna have to pay for it. And that's the whole reason we had to go through this because like like silly fantasy, like you're gonna find like some ghostwriter that's gonna be happy to do it. So like no, you're gonna have to pay for it, and it's probably gonna be a waste of your money. It's probably not gonna work out, even if you do pay for it. But I mean, at least get the fantasy out of your head that you're gonna be able to find someone who's just gonna do it without being paid.
I never once said whoever did it wouldn't get paid. It's a question of when they get paid and how.
So I said they get paid up front.
That's
A
right.
deposit.
Well, Nick says it's been done, so there's a precedent and it's unlikely. It's an unlikely precedent. There we go. Unlikely precedent.
I mean, chess books are actually very commonly co-authored, and so there you also have an example of like Magnus Carlsen. Like never went to. Um, I have it here. Hikori Nakamura and Bruce Harper, bullet chess, because Hikori Nakamura dropped out of high school to become a professional chess player. He doesn't even have a high school education, but he is one of the best chess players, and he got a co-author to write his book for him. And this man may have just worked out a deal. It's possible Nakamura, I mean, he's had enough money and paid him, or they might have worked out a profit share deal because it's both of their names. But Nakamura doesn't even have a high school diploma. So he had to get an author who actually knew how to write. You have a college degree, you're just not a very good writer. Let alone to write like a book that would be popular on a complicated topic. But as I said, this chess books because are very commonly co-authored, and usually because the better player has no education and no writing ability, so they team up with a weaker player that knows how to write.
I suppose this would be the equivalent to that, wouldn't it? On some level.
No, I mean you're no Nakamura. You're not really a big.
Oh, that's so. Is that so?
Well, I mean, no. I mean, you're not a known name. They're like Nakamura is known that if he had a book with his name on it, would sell tens of thousands of copies. It's unclear. Like a book with your name on it would sell even hundreds of copies.
I guess this is not the time to say that I'm planning on giving it away for free, is it?
What? And that's why your ghostwriter is going to write it for free, so that you can give it away for free.
The thought had occurred to me. Yeah. Are you like still categorically against it?
Well, I mean, I'll still help you out with your writing. I mean, besides the fact it's so time consuming, like it's just so slow. Like it's like you're saying, like you haven't even, like it's unclear you're even gonna get one essay out. But like I'm helping you out. You're not paying me. Like I'm not insisting that you charge for it and like cut me in on it. So like no, man, I don't care. You could like hopefully you'll eventually get this like an essay out, and it's like pulling teeth just to get like a single essay out of you, let alone a book. But like no, I don't care. You could give it away.
I've written several essays on my blog. I guess they don't count, or they're all shit as well.
Well, they're not really essays. Like I mean, you have blog posts, but I mean, none of them are really essays. I'm gonna say they're shit. Like it's a blog post. Like
I guess it's hard for me. Just what's the difference between a blog and an essay? You're just saying the essay is more formal. It's got the structure, the narrative, and everything. And my blog posts are just sort of whatever.
Yeah, essay implies format. So your blog posts are unformatted. They're not essays. They're just blog posts. They're not even maybe you could call them an article. They're not even really even articles, like because articles have formats. They're just blog posts.
Nick says more people will read if I charge. That's a good point. So I suppose I could charge for it and give it away for free. There's a lot of books like that.
Yeah, I don't even care. Like if you charge money, I just saying ghostwriter, you're gonna have to pay. And what if you give the book away for free? If you pay the ghostwriter, you could structure deals because it's a book that's going to sell, where the ghostwriter will get their money from the sale. But I'm saying you could, if you pay the ghostwriter, you could give the book away. They get paid if you. But no, man, I don't care whether you charge for your book or give it away. I mean, I'm not even sure. Like multiple truth hypothesis, like I'll probably both. Like I'll probably give away. I'll probably put it up for sale somewhere, and maybe people will buy it. But I'll probably give most of them away. I don't know. I haven't thought about it. Like my intention is not to make money off of it. And like scientific papers, like you don't usually get paid for.
Well, Daryl Frost has already volunteered to hold my hand start to finish for free, and he doesn't even want to mention so. That is the level of benevolence we're currently dealing with. That was a joke, by the way.
Well, I can't waste so much time with this. Like, okay, we've been going for hours, and so like you got to put more work in.
For sure. That's what this week is for. So I guess you want to wrap up, unless there's something else you wanted to mention before we say goodnight. Coming up on 7 hours, so been a long one. Appreciate all the feedback.
Okay, great. So have a great week.
Cool. You too. Thanks for tuning in. And I mean, thanks for being a part of the show, Doovid. And thanks everyone in the chat for tuning in. Really appreciate it. his logic may imply that, Nick. That may well be the case. So, I mean, I think I made my point. I'm sort of unsure. I'm used to things going one way, and I'm unaccustomed to other ways, but open to other ways. So yeah, we will see you all next Sunday, if not sooner.